I think we are there. I think we're now. I think we're now live. Apologies for the slightly rough and ready start to today's show. I'm going to be keeping an eye to make sure that everything is okay and we are live. I can hear my voice echoing through my headphones, so we are definitely live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Chris. I am the editor of Bright Green, and I'm going to be hosting the next 8 hours of your life. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're new to the show, you are watching episode 5 of Bright Green Live. This is a monthly show where we bring together amazing guests from across the British left, where I speak to people from the UK's Green parties, from the trade union movement, from social movements, from the arts, and much, much more. Over the next 8 hours, I'm going to be joined by an amazing array of guests. I'm going to be interviewing people who are at the cutting edge of social movements, who have really important roles to play in the Green Party of England and Wales, and also speaking to some people on the front line of the trade union movement engaged in disputes right now. I would love to hear where you're joining from, and also if you could let me know in the chat if you're having any audio or visual issues, please do let me know. Hopefully everything is nice and smooth, so let me know how you're doing in the chat right now. In the meantime, before I get going with letting you know what you're going to be experiencing for the next few hours of your life, please do the following things. Firstly, please share the link to the stream on your social media. It'd be absolutely amazing if we could get a few more people watching right from the start. That helps us massively. If you've enjoyed the shows that we put out so far, other people will enjoy them as well. I would love it also if you are able to subscribe to the channel. The reason I ask you to do that is because, firstly, it helps Bright Green out massively. It means that more people get to see the content that we are putting out. But secondly, it helps you out massively too, because it means that you don't miss out on any of the videos that we put out, whether it be these shows, whether it be other interviews, videos as well. You get a little notification every time we go live or every time we put a video out. So please make sure you hit that subscribe button. Of course, you must also hit that like button. Give that algorithm a little bit of a massage. Tell that algorithm that you like it, and the video will appear in more people's feeds as well. So let me know in the chat where you're joining from, and I'll let you know what we've got coming up throughout the rest of the show. So we're going to be kicking things off very, very soon with the first of our guests. And our first guest that will be joining us today is Linda Walker. Now, Linda is the co-convener of the Green Party of England and Wales Defence, Security and Peace Policy Working Group. Now, you may have seen that the Green Party has recently passed a new set of policies on peace, security and defence. The most eye-catching of those was in relation to NATO, but there was a whole raft of other changes that took place at the Green Party Spring Conference just last weekend. Linda is one of the people who was central to writing those policies, who has played a key role in getting them passed. So I'm going to be speaking to Linda about what the whole new Green Party defence policy means in practice in terms of what the Green Party now stands for and is calling for when it comes to defence issues. And we're going to be specifically delving into that thorny issue of NATO. Now, since the policy passed at conference, there's been a fair amount of controversy around the NATO policy, and that controversy has come from a number of different angles. So some people have been deeply critical of the fact that the Green Party's position on NATO appears to have changed. So previously, the Green Party supported Britain withdrawing from NATO. It actively opposed the military alliance that is NATO. And after the policy passed, the position on NATO is a lot more soft. So the party policy now calls for a series of reforms to NATO and doesn't proactively demand that Britain leaves that military alliance. However, some other people have characterised some of my reporting and other people's reporting of the NATO policy as being a misrepresentation of what that policy actually says and what it is. And so they've said that actually the policy isn't an about turn. The Green Party is still deeply critical of NATO, still opposes the fundamental elements of NATO, but wants to push for radical reform that would transform NATO so that it's almost unrecognisable. I'm going to be talking to Linda about that stuff. and what the reality and the truth is of the Green Party's new policy on NATO, as well as the wider defence policies as well. And I'm also going to be getting her reaction in response to some of the criticisms that have come in over the last few days. I'm just checking. I think I just saw a warning saying that I was on mute, but I don't appear to be on mute. So please let me know in the chat if you can hear me, because that's pretty crucial to the show. And if you can't hear me, you're just staring at my randomly moving mouth without any noise coming out. So after Linda, our next guest on the show, our second guest is going to be Jay Clark. Now, Jay is a co-director for climate campaigns at the student activist network People and Planet. For those of you who aren't familiar with People and Planet, it is an organisation that mobilises students across the country on a whole range of issues relating to climate change, relating to social justice. And in particular, we're going to be talking about People and Planet's campaigning around fossil-free careers. So the Fossil-Free Careers campaign is seeking to get universities to prevent fossil fuel companies from recruiting students on their campuses. So at the moment, in careers fairs across the country, students will be walking around and they'll be seeing big stalls, big flashy information from the likes of BP and Shell and other fossil fuel companies. People and Planet is trying to end that so that there isn't a recruitment pipeline from university students into the fossil fuel industry. It's a continuation of their campaigning around the fossil fuel industry that's been ongoing for some time. You may be aware of the divestment campaigns that are pushed for universities and other public sector institutions to cut their ties with the fossil fuel industry, specifically with relation to their financial investments. The Fossil Free Careers campaign is a next step in that journey. So I'm going to be talking to Jay about why People and Planet are specifically targeting the careers recruitment from the fossil fuel industry. Our third guest is going to be Michael Kyriacou, and Michael is the chair of the UCU branch at the University of East Anglia. Now, many of you will be no doubt aware that members of UCU have been engaged in a protracted industrial dispute across the country in recent months. So you'll have seen that they've been on strike fighting for decent pensions, they've been fighting for fair pay, they've been fighting against casualisation and pay and employment gaps between for the gender around the gender pay gap and the ethnicity pay gap. But at UEA, University of East Anglia, there's a really specific fight that's going on. And that's because the University of East Anglia has found itself in a massive financial crisis with a multi-million-pound budget black hole. And I'm going to be speaking to Michael, the chair of the UEA UCU branch, about that financial crisis facing the university, and crucially also how that crisis is affecting workers at the university. Following on from that, at around lunchtime, I'm going to be joined by Chris Garrard, who is a co-director of Culture Unstained. Culture Unstained is a campaign group that fights to get cultural institutions to end their sponsorship deals with fossil fuel companies. This has been a long-running campaign, which many of you may well be aware of. But if you aren't, the campaign is seeking to get institutions like theatres, like museums, to stop receiving sponsorship money from fossil fuel companies like Shell and BP and others. I'm going to be speaking to Chris about why Culture Unstained specifically targets cultural institutions. And we're also going to be delving into some recent wins that campaign has had, some institutions they've managed to get to end their fossil fuel sponsorship, and also looking at how people can get involved in that particular struggle. At 2:30, later in the afternoon, I'll be joined by Etienne Stott. Now, Etienne is an Olympic gold medalist, won an Olympic gold medal at the 2012 London Olympics. But in recent years, he's become particularly well known for being a climate campaigner and an activist with Extinction Rebellion. Now, in April, Extinction Rebellion are organising a mass mobilisation of people in London. And I'm going to be talking to Etienne about why it is that Extinction Rebellion is calling that mobilisation, what the concrete demands of XR are for that particular series of actions. And I'm also going to be discussing the relative merits and successes of Extinction Rebellion's strategy. Following that, I'll be joined by Tyrone Stott, who some people will remember from being who was a candidate in last year's Green Party of England and Wales deputy leadership election. He's now the chair of Greens of Colour. And I'm going to be speaking to Tyrone about his plans for Greens of Colour and how he thinks the Green Party can improve its representation when it comes to people of colour as well. My penultimate interview is going to be with Benali Hamdache. Now, some of you will have seen Benali on the show before. He's back on episode 5 because, as well as that policy that I discussed earlier around defence that was passed at the Green Party Spring Conference, party members also voted for a new policy on migration. That policy had a series of radical proposals, including a proposal to allow migrant visa residents the right to vote, and also to extend family reunification rights to all migrants as well. So I'm going to be talking to Benali about that policy, the detail of it, why Greens think it's so important to support things like family reunification and voting rights. And I'm also going to be talking to him about the government's latest series of anti-migrant proposals when it comes to the new illegal migration bill. And closing the show, the final guest I have today is Lindsey German. So Lindsey German is a lifelong activist and campaigner, and currently she is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. And it's timely to be speaking to Lindsey for 2 reasons. Firstly, because we are in the 20th anniversary of the illegal invasion of Iraq and the largest demonstration that ever took place in Britain in 2003 against the Iraq War. Stop the War Coalition was the group that organised that demonstration and demonstrations across the country as well. So it's timely to be talking to Lindsey 20 years on from that. But also we're specifically going to be talking and reflecting on the Green Party's new defence policy, specifically in relation to NATO. And I'm going to be getting Lindsey's reflections and thoughts on whether the Green Party's made the right decision about its position on NATO and what she thinks about the new policy. So that's our lineup for the day. I hope you agree that it's absolutely stacked. If you have questions for any of our guests throughout the day, please do pop them in the chat on YouTube. That gives you a direct line to the people that I'm interviewing. Now, the easiest way to make sure that the questions you want asked get put to our guests is to get them in the chat nice and early. So throughout the day, there's going to be messages coming throughout the chat. The easiest way that I can keep track of all the questions is they come in nice and early. So if you've got questions for any of those guests, please do get them in the chat as soon as you can. But also, if you were enticed by that lineup of guests, if you're looking forward to all of those interviews, other people that you know will be enticed by those guests too. So I have to ask you again to please share the link to this live stream on your social media channels, preferably using the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. I'd also ask you to hit the like button, because by hitting like, it means this video, this stream will appear in more people's feeds on YouTube. And I also have to ask you, of course, to hit subscribe so that you don't miss out on future episodes. On these shows, we like to play a little game where we have a target to get to a certain number of likes and a certain number of subscribers by the end of the show. Today, we started the show on 521 subscribers. I want to get to 550 by the end of the show. The only way that's going to happen is if you haven't already, you click subscribe. If you have, you share the show link and you hit that like button. And I also want to hit 50 likes by the end of the show. We're currently on 3 likes. We've got 47 to go. It doesn't cost you a penny to hit that like button, but it helps Bright Green out massively and it helps the show out massively. I'd love to hear where you're calling in, where you're watching from today. I can see that we've only got 1 message in the chat so far, which is from regular viewer Finn White. Finn, thank you for letting me know that you can hear fine and that I've just not been talking into the abyss for the last 15 minutes. Now, I have another thing to tell you today, which is there is going to be an exciting new feature of Bright Green Live. So for those of you who are watching right now, you are watching history. This has never happened on the previous 4 episodes, but today it's happening. So throughout the show, we're going to be playing a game of Guess Who. I'm going to be giving you a series of clues for a prominent figure on the left. It may be historical, it may be contemporary, and what you've got to do is throughout the show, you've got to try and guess who that person is. The clues are going to start quite hard. They're going to get easier as they go along. I want you to take loads of pride in trying to get the answer as soon and as early as you can, with as few clues as you possibly can. So I've got 3 mystery people that I'm going to be going through today with a range of clues. I'm going to be giving you a series of clues for them in order. And the first clue for my first mystery person is that this mystery person, this person who's a significant figure on the left, was born in Edinburgh. So get your guesses in the chat. Wild, right, wrong, informed, uninformed. Let me know who you think our mystery person, prominent figure on the left is. And to remind you, the first clue is that they were born in Edinburgh. I'll give you a series more clues after each of the interviews so that you can play along with an exciting new game. So thank you so much to the person who's just hit subscribe and also to the person who's just hit like. We are now moving towards that 550 subscriber target and the 50 like target. You are absolute heroes. I've been talking for 17 minutes straight now, and my asthma has decided to kick in. So I'm just going to go off mic for a moment whilst I take my inhaler and have a nice big cough so that you don't. I am back. My airways have cleared and we are back with the show. If you haven't already, please do hit like and subscribe. You can also share the video stream on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. And of course, please do get questions coming in for all of our guests that will be joining us throughout the show in the YouTube chat. We'll be kicking off with the first interview in about 10 minutes time. So please do get yourself nice and comfortable. Have a little think about who our mystery person for today could be. Remember, the first clue was the mystery person was born in Edinburgh. And for those of you who are just joining, if you just strolled, magically found this stream through scrolling through YouTube, then you're watching episode 5 of Bright Green Live. This is a monthly show which brings together guests from across the left, people from Green parties, from social movements, from the Labour movement, from the arts, and much more. We have a stacked lineup of guests today who will be speaking to you about a whole range of issues, from NATO to fossil fuel campaigning, to the Green Party's new policies on migration, and a whole load more. We'll be kicking off with the first interview in about 10 minutes time. Please make sure, if you haven't already, that you hit subscribe, that you hit like, and that you share the show link. I'm just going to do a couple of checks to make sure that everything that was supposed to go out, to make sure that all has gone out. So just checking that a nice email went out to our wonderful subscribers, and that all of my lovely scheduled tweets and so on also went out. Yep, I can see they did. Thank you, technology, for working. So thanks so much, everyone, for joining us. We'll be kicking off with the first interview in around 10 minutes time. If you're new to Bright Green, we host these shows monthly, but that's only a small proportion of what we do. We also publish articles on our website with news, analysis, commentary, and much more on the British left, on UK's Green parties, on social movements, the trade union movement, and much more. You can find links to all of our social media channels and our website in the description of this video. If you want to peruse articles on our website at any point, you can, including if you want to get up to speed with the Green Party's new defence policy before I speak to Linda at 10:30, then you can find some news coverage of the NATO policy and also a comment piece from Linda setting out in more detail what that defence policy is. Might give you some background to the conversation we're going to be having. Welcome to Adriana. Thank you for joining us again, another regular viewer. Alexander Ishmael is joining us. It's not a name we recognise, so welcome to the show if this is your first time watching. I think Alexander has put a guess in the chat for our mystery person on the left. Alexander Ishmael guesses that it is James Connolly. I'm not going to be giving any correct guess. I'm not going to be telling anyone whether the guesses are correct until much later on when we've had a few more clues so that we don't spoil it for anyone. So Alexander also says that they should say they're not a Green Party member, but work with some and often find Bright Green's articles informative, and they're listening because they're interested in the NATO debate. Well, welcome, Alexander. You are very, very welcome to join us today. It's great to have you, and great to have you guessing with the mystery person game. There will be more clues to come, and you'll see whether you have been confirmed in your suspicions that the mystery person is James Connolly. So I can see that a few more people are trickling into the stream. Thank you so much for joining. If you haven't already, hit subscribe, hit like. We're trying to hit 550 subscribers by the end of the day. We're currently on 522, which means we've got 28 to go. And so if you haven't already, hit subscribe. We're on 523. Thank you so much to the other person who's just hit subscribe. That is amazing. We'll be kicking off with our first interview in a few minutes' time. That's going to be with Linda Walker. And for those of you who weren't here at the start, to give you some background, Linda Walker is the co-convener of the Green Party of England and Wales's Peace, Security and Defence Policy Working Group. She was one of the people who redrafted the Green Party's policy on peace, security, and defence, specifically that policy that led to a change in the party's stance on NATO. We're going to be discussing what that policy is, what it means, what the Green Party stance on NATO really is, and delving into some of the criticisms that people have put forward about that new policy. I've just realised I don't have a pen with me, so I'm going to take a moment to go grab a pen because I'll need to write notes throughout the show. So apologies for having to dive off. This, for those of you who are new, this is a bit more chaotic than we normally are, but when I have a pen, everything will be fine. Fantastic. All right, I'm back, pen in hand, ready to go. So yes, as I was saying, our first guest today is Linda Walker, who is the co-convener of the Green Party of England and Wales Peace, Security and Defence Policy Working Group. We're going to be talking about NATO and much, much more. Throughout the rest of the show, I've got eight other amazing guests, or maybe 7 other amazing guests, talking about a whole range of issues. I'll be joined by Jay Clark from People on Planet. We'll be talking about the Fossil Free Careers campaign and why students are organising across the country to get fossil fuel companies to stop recruiting on campus. I'll be joined by Michael Kyriacou, who's the chair of the UEA UCU branch. I'll be talking about the financial crisis at UEA and how that is impacting on workers. I have Chris Garrard joining me from Culture Unstained, who'll be talking about the campaign to get cultural institutions to end their sponsorship ties with the fossil fuel industry. Etienne Stott will be joining me this afternoon. Etienne's an Olympic gold medalist and also an activist with Extinction Rebellion, and we'll be discussing why Extinction Rebellion is planning a mass mobilisation in April. Tyrone Scott, the chair of Greens of Colour, will be with me later in the afternoon to talk about what will Tyrone be talking about? Tyrone will be talking to me about Greens of Colour, his plans for that group, and how the Green Party can get better when it comes to representation of people of colour. At 4:45, the Green Party of England and Wales migration spokesperson, Benali Hamdache, will be speaking to me about the Green Party's new migration policies. And closing the show, we've got a NATO sandwich right at the end. I'll be speaking to Lindsey, who is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. We'll be discussing the Green Party's new defence policies, specifically in relation to NATO, and what Stop the War and Lindsey's take on them are. So that's our show. If you are excited by that lineup, please do, firstly, get questions for our guests in the chat. Secondly, share the show link because other people will enjoy the guests that we have on the show as well. And also hit like and, of course, subscribe so that you don't miss out on any of our future videos, but also that you make sure that other people get to see this stream because it'll appear in more people's feeds. In a few minutes' time, I'm going to be joined by Linda, and we'll kick things off with our first interview. In the meantime, a reminder of our first clue on our new Guess the Mystery Person from the Left game. Our first clue is this mystery person was born in Edinburgh. Get your guesses in the chat as we go. So I'm going to talk about something else for a moment, which is that you may not realise with the high tech and high production values operation that we are currently working with, that Bright Green doesn't have the backing of billionaires and big business. We rely solely on the kind and generous donations and support of ordinary people just like you. So if you aren't already contributing to our work, please do head to bright-green.org/donate. There's also a link in the description of this video. We can't put out these videos. We can't put out the articles that we do. We can't cover all the things that we cover without people like you sending us a little bit of cash every month. We tend to ask people to donate about £5 a month. That's the most reliable way that we can get income. It means that you can keep things ticking over and we can keep doing what we do. So if you are able to, please do head to our website and please do set up a regular donation. And it means that we can keep running Bright Green Live long into the future. We can keep running all the coverage that we do on our website and you can keep enjoying it. So if you are able to, please do donate. And a final reminder, we're going to be joined imminently by Linda Walker, who is the co-convener of the Green Party's Peace, Defence and Security Working Group. And I can actually see that Linda has just joined the call. So as I let Linda into the Zoom room and connect to the audio and connect to camera, I'll just do a brief introduction. Linda Walker is the co-convener of the Green Party of England and Wales's Peace, Security and Defence Policy Working Group. She's been involved with the rewriting of the Green Party's peace, security and defence policies. Specifically, we're going to be talking about what those new policies are, but we're going to be delving in particular into the questions that have arisen around the Green Party's stance on NATO. I can see, Linda, that you've joined the call. I can not at the moment see your face. I can see your camera's coming on now. Brilliant. So our viewers should be able to see you very, very soon. Before we delve into the conversation, Linda, I just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us and how are you doing today?
Fine, thank you. Really glad to be here.
Brilliant. Well, it's an absolute pleasure to have you with us. So before we get into the slightly more thorny issue of NATO, I wondered if you could talk our viewers through the other big changes that have taken place in the Green Party's new defence policy.
Well, we've got a very major focus in our defence policy on peace building, on putting dialogue and diplomacy and building trust ahead of moving towards conflict, which is what seems to always happen at the moment. On the United Nations, we've said we think that it's high time to get rid of the permanent 5 members who dominate the activities of the United Nations, that there should be a Security Council in which all members of the UN take turns to take part and where issues are voted on with a 2/3 majority. And because it would be so difficult to dislodge the permanent 5, we've said that in the meantime, when there is stalemate in the Security Council, then the General Assembly should automatically be able to vote on the issues, and a 2/3 majority should carry it. The Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, this is a 57 member state organisation, which includes Russia and the former Soviet republics, all of Europe, US and Canada. And it's all about building trust and cooperation and dialogue, looking at arms control, media freedoms, human rights, all the issues that are important to our security. And it has a pitiful budget of 140 million a year. So we would like to see lots more money and resources being put into the OSCE to build a better security infrastructure across Europe and beyond. We've got a section about human security. So that means looking at all the aspects of security in our lives. Obviously, the global climate crisis and biodiversity crisis, looking at whether people's basic needs are met, at human rights, at authoritarianism and lack of democracy, all the issues which diminish people's lives and cause conflict, and inequality being one of the greatest of them, one of the greatest causes of conflict and war. Missile defense, that was a controversial issue. The ABM treaty was set up because Russia and America realized that having a defense against intercontinental anti-ballistic missiles, having a defense against them made it more likely that a nuclear war might be fought, with one side thinking that they could stop most of the retaliation. So they signed the treaty, but then some years later, the Americans decided they did want to keep developing their nuclear warfighting capabilities, and they left the treaty. So we have Fylingdales and Menwith Hill in Yorkshire, which are part of their missile defence system. We think that makes Britain a target, and it does make nuclear warfighting more an idea that people believe could actually happen and could be survived. So we would scrap all anti-ballistic intercontinental missile defence in this country. We talk about the need for conversion of military industries towards meeting social needs and, above all, needs for the climate. And we have a section about military emissions, because at the moment, all military emissions are generally not counted in countries' statistics when they're looking at how to decarbonize. So we would make sure that ours were totally transparent and accounted for, and we would really push in climate negotiations for that to be a mandatory part of what all countries have to declare. And then nuclear weapons, of course. Obviously, the Green Party has always been opposed to nuclear weapons, and we still are solidly. But because of the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons, which came into force a couple of years ago, we can now frame it a little differently. Instead of just saying we would unilaterally disarm, we're saying Britain would immediately join that treaty, joining the majority of countries in the world who are saying that the possession and threat to use nuclear weapons is illegal under international law. And we would immediately start to dismantle our missiles, cancel all aspects of the Trident programme, remove foreign nuclear weapons from British soil, not allow nuclear armed ships into the country. So we would totally reject nuclear weapons and put massive effort into encouraging discussions on disarmament. I mean, under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, all the nuclear powers committed 50 years ago to start to reduce their nuclear weapons and move towards total nuclear disarmament. They've reduced the weapons that they didn't need, but the US and Russia still have enough weapons to blow the world up several times over, and they're modernizing them. And many people are not even aware that at the US RAF base at Lakenheath, we either already have new American nuclear weapons or they'll be coming in shortly. It's all so secret that even CND can't find out whether they're there yet or not. I don't think it's been discussed in Parliament. Most people are completely unaware. And these are part of a NATO warfighting strategy.
So you finished there with referring to a NATO warfighting strategy, which leads me on to what I wanted to pick up next, which is the area that's, I guess, of the party's new policy that's aroused the most interest, is the party's position on NATO. So I wondered if you could talk us through what your understanding is of the party's new position, and also how that was come to through the discussions within the policy working group.
Yes, it was clearly the most difficult area for us to discuss. On most issues, we fairly quickly came to a consensus. But on NATO, we had some people who believe that NATO is a totally defensive organisation that is virtually always a force for good. Some who were a bit more sceptical about NATO, but said because of the public attitude to NATO, because it's had so much publicity in recent months because of the war in Ukraine, it would be crazy for us to just say we're going to come out of NATO. And then there were some of us who believe that NATO is an aggressive alliance that makes war much more likely, and that it would be much better for Britain to come out. So we came up with a policy which said that we understood that NATO currently supports countries when they're attacked, and they want somebody to come to their defence, and they're part of this alliance. But that we would demand a number of changes in NATO policy, and if those don't happen, then we may look at alternatives. It's put as vaguely as that. But the changes we're asking are, first of all, no first use of nuclear weapons. And everyone's been so horrified that Putin suggested that Russia might use a tactical nuclear weapon. I mean, it is horrifying, but it has been NATO policy for decades to fight a conventional war until we're losing, and then to use battlefield nuclear weapons. And if that doesn't work, to escalate. And every time they war game, it ends up in a full-scale nuclear war. So it would be great if NATO would change its policy to no first use of nuclear weapons, but that seems pretty unlikely. And then we're asking for it to have respect for human rights, no out-of-area operations or exercises, to only act in defence of its member states. And we added 2 points at the conference: to respect all United Nations resolutions and treaties. And some people would say it already does, and others would question whether that's the case. And finally, to have discussions with third-party countries who feel their security will be affected when new members join NATO. That caused some heated discussion at conference, but we're not saying that there should be a veto. We're just saying that tensions and misunderstandings and miscalculations could possibly be avoided if there was more genuine discussion about security needs in advance of expanding NATO. Because NATO has expanded so enormously since the Warsaw Pact dissolved, when many of us thought that ought to be the end of NATO. That would have been the time to turn the OSCE into a really genuine security framework for Europe, bring the Russians in and work with them. And that could have happened, and things could have been very different. So what this really means, I think different people are going to have different views on this. Some of us think that it's vanishingly unlikely that NATO could or would ever make these sort of changes. So giving it a few years to see what happens, then a Green government would be obliged to leave NATO. Others who feel more positive about NATO feel that these are just enhancements of its policy, which genuinely might happen. So when all the headlines say Green Party has abandoned its opposition to NATO, we haven't really. I mean, we've said, but by demanding all these changes, I think we're acknowledging that NATO is not just a defensive alliance, and it does it can be an extremely aggressive alliance. I mean, if you look at what happened in Afghanistan, and we're also distressed by what's happening to Ukraine, but when you look at what NATO, and we're partly responsible for this, did to Afghanistan, the country is in a far worse position now than it was before we started. So huge numbers of civilian deaths, and the numbers of people in food insecurity have gone from a dreadful 62% to an appalling 92%. And kids under 5 are severely malnourished. It was 9% before the war, and now it's 50%. And the United States has put 36 billion into humanitarian aid for Afghanistan over those 20 years. But they've put more than 2 trillion into fighting the war. So, so NATO, you know, most of us feel NATO is not really a force for good, and that if we were to have a green government, which of course would exist in a different sort of world from the one we have at the moment, by the time we got to a green government, many things would have changed. It's very unlikely that we could feel that our values were compatible with being in NATO.
So I want to pick up some of that in a moment. Before I do that, just to our viewers, to remind you that if you have any questions for Linda, please do get them in the chat on YouTube, and I'll try and put some of them to her. But for now, I guess you've alluded to this already in your previous response. But obviously the new policy on NATO specifically talks about a series of reforms, and you've outlined some of those around a commitment to a no first use policy when it comes to nuclear weapons and so on. You, I think, have been quite clear in your position on this, which is you don't believe that these reforms, like NATO as an institution, would have to be so radically overhauled in terms of its raison d'etre, in terms of its approach, in terms of what it's set up to do and be, if those reforms were instituted. How realistic do you think it is that there is any prospect of getting the reforms the Green Party now wants to see to NATO?
Well, at this moment in time, if we were able to start negotiating with NATO now, I'd say absolutely zero. At the moment, NATO is really on the front foot. They're getting everybody to spend a lot more on weapons. They're putting new nuclear weapons across Europe, in Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Italy, Turkey, and here. Guided bombs that are designed for nuclear war fighting. So it's going in completely the opposite direction to the one that we're asking for. So right now, absolutely zero. But who knows whether things might change in the future. I mean, at the moment, I think NATO's concerns about the climate crisis would mostly centre around the fact that there are going to be parts of the world which are unlivable. So we're going to have far more refugees than we have now, desperate to find somewhere they can exist because their countries have become too hot, too dry. And NATO's main concern, I suspect, will be how can we shore up our borders to keep them out? So I don't see how NATO can ever be part of the answer to the climate crisis. They want us to spend more on the military, which draws money away from the desperate need for tackling carbon emissions and reparations to the countries that are already suffering so much. If we look at human security, at all our security needs, it's not just about defending us from a notional attack. It's about defending us from the ravages of the climate crisis, which obviously are going to change the climate in many parts of the world, whatever we do now. And it's so urgent to take action. And we need to be putting our resources and our political will and our technical skills into our security needs in terms of the climate and fighting pandemics. Preventing hunger and inequality, which is just increasing all the time, and which is such a cause of obviously death in itself, but a cause of conflict. And NATO just isn't the answer to any of those things. So I think it's very unlikely, but you could probably get somebody else from the working group who would say, well, NATO is a defensive alliance, and I'm sure that after some discussions, it could move more in the direction of our demands.
And I guess isn't that, I guess from my perspective, seeing the document and seeing how people have responded to the policy since it passed, I think your last comment there is a really interesting one, because I've spoken to lots of people over the last week about this, and it seems that the policy seems to mean all things to all people. So for someone like yourself who's very critical of NATO, you can stand by and say, well, actually, these reforms, NATO's never going to agree to them, so our position largely hasn't changed. We're still opposed to NATO because its fundamental essence is opposed to our values. And then other people who have a more positive view of NATO can say, well, actually, we're no longer opposed to NATO because we want to see it reformed, and we've deleted that line which says we will take Britain out of NATO. Isn't that kind of a problem in terms of clear messaging and policy for the party?
Well, I think some people thought that the clear message the Green Party wants to leave NATO would be damaging to us, particularly at election time, because it's something the media would pick on all the time. Just as Laura Kunsberg once said to Jeremy Corbyn, because of your morals, you would leave our country defenceless. That is how the media would see we want to leave NATO as soon as possible. Whereas if we are able to point out some of the problems with NATO, I think that will be quite an advantage, because it almost never happens in the media. There's a sort of blanket, NATO is here to defend us. And our politicians can still state that, you know, if we can't achieve those changes, then we would inevitably need to leave NATO. Adrian Ramsey has already said on Sky News, I believe, our policy is still to leave NATO, which is perhaps slightly overstating it. But I presume that he feels, as I do, that the demands we're making of NATO would be too great for it, unless we can turn it into a completely different alliance, which of course would be wonderful.
And so my last question for you is, at the end of the show, I'm going to be speaking to Lindsey from the Stop the War Coalition, who obviously have a very critical position on NATO. Mm-hmm. What would you say to Lindsey to reassure her that the Green Party still is a party of peace and an anti-war party?
Well, if she had a look through our policy, she would see that, you know, the whole policy is about reducing military spending. I didn't mention the arms trade, massive control on the arms trade, of which Britain plays a horrible part in at the moment. It's all about dialogue and cooperation and building trust. And NATO really doesn't fit into that. So she might be a little bit disappointed that we're not just saying out of NATO right now, but she could look at the fact that our policy is a million miles away from the Labour Party, where Keir Starmer is telling his MPs and members, I think, you can't criticise NATO, never mind discuss whether we ought to at some point come out of it. So anybody who wants to stop wars and is keen on promoting peace and justice, they can't do better than vote for, support and join the Green Party.
And I guess on that last point, it's worth reminding people that although some of the criticism I've seen of the Green Party's new policies have come from Labour Party members, in 2019 and 2017, even under Jeremy Corbyn, Labour went into general election saying that they wanted to keep the Britain's nuclear deterrent, and supported NATO as well. So I think kids in glass houses and all of that.
We can't blame Jeremy Corbyn for that. Obviously, he would have changed those policies, but he didn't have the power to do it. And under Keir Starmer, the Labour Party is almost as aggressive, well, possibly as aggressive in its military stance as the Tories. So people in Labour should not criticise Green Party policy. You should be extremely envious of it. And when you get to the point where you just can't take it anymore in the Labour Party, or you get suspended or expelled or exterminated or whatever the latest word is, then your home should be in the Green Party.
What a wonderful point to end on, Linda. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you, Chris.
So that was Linda Walker, who was the co-convener of the Green Party of England and Wales's Peace, Security and Defence Working Group. You can catch more of Linda's views on these issues on Bright Green's website. Linda recently wrote a comment piece on the party's new peace, defence and security policies, which you can read in depth on our website at your leisure. She also wrote a cracking article in the Morning Star on those issues as well. So coming up soon, later in the show, I'll next be joined by Jay Clark, who is a co-director at People on Planet, and we're going to be discussing People on Planet's campaign to get fossil fuel companies to stop recruiting students on university campuses, and why students across the country are organising to get the fossil fuel industry kicked off campus. So please do get questions for Jay in the chat as soon as you can. In the meantime, please do let me know what you thought of that conversation with Linda, what your assessment of the Green Party's new policy on NATO is, and any reflections you have on that conversation as well. For those of you who've joined us during that interview, you missed earlier on that we are playing a game of Guess Who throughout the show. I've got a prominent left-wing figure in my mind, and I'm going to be giving you a series of clues throughout the show as to who that figure is. The first clue I gave you earlier on was that this mystery person was born in Edinburgh. And the second clue I have for you is that this mystery person was a member of the Socialist Labour Party of America. So those are your first two clues to our first mystery person. I'm going to be taking a quick break in a moment. Whilst I'm gone, please do get your guesses in the chat as to who that mystery person could be. But before you do any of that, before you get questions lined up, before you guess the mystery person, please do the following things. One, share the show, the link to the show, on your social media. The reason I'm asking you to do that is because if you enjoyed that interview with Linda, if you're looking forward to the rest of our guests, other people you know will too. The best way you can make sure they see it is by sharing the link to the show. Number two, the second thing I ask you to do is the easiest of all, which is to hit the like button. It means the video will appear in more people's feeds. So again, if you're enjoying the show, other people will be able to see it. And we're aiming to get 50 likes by the end of the show. We're currently on 8, so we've got quite a way to go. Help me out and hit that like button now. And the final thing I have to ask for you to do right now is to hit subscribe. Again, we've got a target on subscribers. We're hoping to reach 550 subscribers by the end of the show. You can make that happen. If you haven't already, please hit subscribe. It means that you won't miss out on any of the videos we put out in the future. Every time we go live, you'll get a little notification, and it helps Bright Green out a massive deal too. So please share the show link, hit like, hit subscribe. Whilst I'm on my break, please do get guests in for our mystery person. To remind you, they were born in Edinburgh and they are a member of the Socialist Labour Party of America. I'm going to take a quick break now before we get into our next guests on the show. But please do hit like, subscribe, share the show link, get your guests in the chat, and get questions for our remaining guests lined up. I'll be back very, very soon. And we are back. For those of you who are just joining, you are watching episode 5 of Bright Green Live. The show isn't just shots of my bookcase. We will have interviews with people from across the left, from campaign groups, social movements, Green parties, the Labour movement, and much, much more throughout the show. Throughout the show, we are going to be playing a game of Guess Who, where I'm going to be giving you a series of clues of some prominent figures on the left. Could be historical, could be contemporary. I've given you 2 clues so far for our first mystery person. The third clue for our mystery person is coming your way now. But the first 2 clues you've had so far is that this mystery person was born in Edinburgh. The mystery person was also a member of the Socialist Labour Party of America. And in 1910, this person wrote a pamphlet called Labour, Nationality and Religion. Guesses in the chat, please, for who our mystery person is. Born in Edinburgh, a member of the Socialist Labour Party of America, and the author of a pamphlet in 1910 called Labour, Nationality and Religion. Guesses in the chat, please. So if you're just joining us, you can rewind the show and get and see the first interview we had today, which was with Linda Walker. Now, Linda is the co-convener of the Green Party's Peace, Security and Defence Working Group. We discussed the Green Party's new policies on defence, specifically in relation to their new policy on NATO. Now, you might have seen headlines, most of them written by me, but also by others, about the Green Party's position on NATO, which suggested the Green Party has abandoned its opposition to NATO. Now, the conversation with Linda, we discussed whether that was true and what the party's position actually is on NATO. And I think she has a really interesting perspective on what the party's policy is. So at the moment, the Green Party now has a policy which says that for now, the Green Party would like to see Britain remain a member of NATO, but would like to see major reforms of that alliance. Reforms including a commitment to a no first use policy on nuclear weapons, a commitment to upholding human rights, and a whole bunch of other reforms that the Green Party would like to see. Now, Linda's perspective was that actually those reforms are largely undeliverable, and that the reality is that NATO isn't going to be able to agree to those reforms. So actually, the party's position hasn't radically changed. The Green Party is still opposed to the basic principles of NATO, would seek to reform it, but if that failed, would seek other defence arrangements. I'd love to hear people's thoughts on that and whether that's your assessment of the policy and what your position is on NATO as well. Adriana has said in the chat that for want of a better phrase, we need to avoid being a shill for America. I assume that relates to the NATO policy and the argument that NATO is essentially a tool for US imperialism, US hegemony, and military interests. I'd love to hear other people's thoughts on that as well. If you're just joining us, if you haven't already, please do hit the like button, please do hit subscribe, and please do share the link to the show on your social media channels. If you've enjoyed the interview we've done so far and are looking forward to the other interviews, I'm sure other people will do too, and it means that other people will see them. Thank you to Dave Callow, who I've seen has shared the link on Twitter. You're a superstar. Be more like Dave. Now, I can see some guesses are coming through in the chat on our mystery person. There seems to be a consensus emerging as to who that person might be. I'm not going to give anything away until we rattle through a few more clues so people can still play along. In the meantime, I'm going to let you know what we've got coming up on the rest of the show, because we have got absolutely stacked lineup of guests still to come. And up next, I'll be speaking to Jay Clark, who is a co-director at the student campaigning organisation People and Planet. I'm going to be talking to Jay about the Fossil Free Careers campaign. That's a campaign which is trying to end the process whereby fossil fuel companies are recruiting students on campus So you go to recruitment fairs, you go to careers events, and you see big shiny stalls and information from from fossil fuel companies. We're going to be talking about why students are organising across the country to get those companies kicked off, and so the kicked off campus, and so that there isn't a recruitment process for university students into the fossil fuel industry. And we'll also be talking about how you can get involved in that campaign as well, because part of the purpose of the show is to present you with some social movements, some campaign groups and so on, and give you the tools and information you need to get involved with making a difference in the world. After Jay, I'll be speaking to Michael Kyriacou. Michael is the chair of the UCU branch at UEA. Many of you will be aware that UCU are engaged in a big national dispute at the moment on pay, on pensions, on casualisation, and a whole bunch of other issues. We're not going to be talking about that today. Instead, we're going to be talking about a really specific issue that has arisen at the University of East Anglia, UEA, which, for full disclosure, I was an undergraduate student at far too many years ago now. We're going to be discussing the financial crisis that is facing the University of East Anglia and how it is impacting on staff and workers. Following Michael, I'll be speaking to Chris Garrard, who is the co-director of Culture Unstained, and keeping with the fossil fuel campaigning theme that we will be speaking about with Jay, I'll be speaking to Chris about why Culture Unstained is campaigning to get cultural institutions to end their sponsorship arrangements with the fossil fuel industry. So there's been some pretty significant victories that campaign has had in recent times, including getting the Royal Opera House to end their sponsorship deal with BP after 33 years of that sponsorship deal being in place. I'm going to be talking to Chris about how that victory was won and why it is that Culture Unstained are continuing to fight for cultural institutions to ditch their sponsorship with fossil fuels. Later in the afternoon at 2:30, I'll be speaking to Etienne Stott. Etienne, if you're big on Olympics, he was a gold medalist in London 2012, but recently he's become more prominent for being an Extinction Rebellion activist. I'm going to be speaking to Etienne about the plans that Extinction Rebellion have in April for a mass mobilisation in London around the climate crisis. We're talking about why they are organising that mobilisation, and also we're going to be delving into questions around Extinction Rebellion strategy and how effective they have been as a campaigning movement. At 3:30, I'll be speaking to Tyrone Scott, who is the chair of Greens of Colour, the group within the Green Party of England Wales that seeks to represent people of colour within the party. I'll be speaking to Tyrone about his plans for that group, but also how the Green Party can improve its representation of people of colour. Our penultimate interview today will be with Benali Hamdache, who regular viewers will have already seen on the show on an earlier edition of Bright Green Live. I'll be speaking to Benali about the Green Party's migration policy. So at the party spring conference just last weekend, there was the major revision of the party's defence policy, but the other major change that happened in the Green Party policy was around migration. So I'll be speaking to Benali about that policy and what it means, why the Green Party is really keen on family reunification rights for all migrants, and why the Green Party wants to give voting rights to visa residents in the UK. Naturally, given the government is continuing its war on migrants, I'll be talking to Benali also about his reflections on the latest piece of legislation that's going through Parliament at the moment, which is the illegal migration bill. And finally, closing the show, I'll be speaking to Lindsey German. Lindsey is she's the sole convener of the Stop the War Coalition. If you're not aware of Stop the War was the group that organised the largest demonstration in British history 20 years ago against the Iraq War, and she is still the convener of Stop the War Coalition, an organisation which is deeply critical of NATO. So I'll be speaking to Lindsey to get her reflections on the Green Party's new defence policies, and also to discuss in a little bit more depth her assessment of NATO, whether it's reformable or whether it is intrinsically a military alliance that cannot be reformed. So that's our show throughout the day. I hope you agree it's a stacked lineup. Please do stick with us. We'll be streaming live until 6 p.m. and we'll have some fascinating conversations along the way. In the meantime, please do get questions for any of our guests in the chat. I'd love to put them to them. The best way to make sure that I can get questions put to them is if you pop them in the chat nice and early so that I can get them lined up in advance and put them to our guests. Also in the chat, I want you to get your guesses for our mystery person. So throughout the day, we're playing a game of Guess Who. You've had 3 clues already for the mystery person. The first of our mystery people from today, who is a prominent figure on the left. They could be well, obviously they're historical, given one of the clues we have already given you. So 3 clues we've had so far is this mystery person was born in Edinburgh, this mystery person was a member of the Socialist Labour Party of America, and this mystery person wrote a pamphlet in 1910 called Labour, Nationality and Religion. Get your guesses in the chat as to who that mystery person is. And of course, whilst you're watching, it would help us out massively if you could hit that like button. It means the video will appear in more people's YouTube feeds. If you could hit that subscribe button, that means that you won't miss out on any of our videos as we put them out now and in the future. And of course, if you could share the show link on your social media channels. All those things mean that more people get to see this show. It means that you won't miss out on any of the videos that we're putting out. It helps Bright Green out massively. So please do them all. We're aiming for 550 subscribers by the end of the day. We're currently on 524. We're aiming for 50 likes by the end of the day. We're currently on 10. So get those subscriptions and likes rolling in throughout the day. If you are just joining us, welcome to episode 5 of Bright Green Live. This is a monthly show where I speak to a range of guests from across the British and international left. We speak about a whole range of issues, and I get people on here from the Labour movement, from social movements, from Green parties, from the arts, and much, much more. We go out monthly. Traditionally on the second Sunday of the month. We're a little out of sync today, but that's fine. You can go back at any point and watch all of the previous episodes of the show on our YouTube channel. We have a full playlist of all the whole episodes of episodes 1 to 4, and we also have individual clips of all the interviews that we've done over the previous episodes. Previous guests we've had on the show include the Green Party member of the House of Lords, Natalie Bennett. We've had Maggie Chapman, who is a Scottish Green Party MSP. We have had representatives of Just Stop Oil. We've had representatives of No Sweat. We've had a whole range of guests. You can find all those interviews on our YouTube channel. Go back and watch them at your leisure. So I'm going to be joined in about 15 minutes time by our next guest, Jay Clark, who will be talking about the Fossil-Free Careers campaign. So stick around for that, which will be coming very, very shortly. I need to give my voice a little bit of a rest, so I'm going to take another quick break before we get on with the rest of the show. There'll be fewer breaks later on. I just need to make sure that I don't burn my throat out with all this talking. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes time. If you're just joining us, don't worry, you can scroll back, rewind through the video and catch the earlier interview with Linda Walker. I'll see you again Hello, hello, hello. I am back and we are rattling through the show today. Thank you so much for watching. If you haven't already, hit like, hit subscribe, share the show link, all of that jam. If you're just joining us, you're watching episode 5 of Bright Green Live. We will be having a range of guests throughout the remainder of the show from across the left, from across social movements, the Labour movement, and so on. I'm going to be speaking to a whole bunch of inspiring and interesting people, next of which is Jay Clark, who is a co-director for climate campaigns at People and Planet. I'm going to be speaking to Jay about the Fossil Free Careers campaign. That's a campaign that's seeking to get fossil fuel companies to stop recruiting students on UK university campuses. I'll be speaking to Jay about why it is that People and Planet is targeting fossil fuel company recruitment specifically, why it is that students are organising around this issue, and how people can get involved with that campaign. I'll then be speaking to Michael Kyriacou, who's the chair of the UEA UCU branch, about the financial crisis facing the University of East Anglia and how it's affecting workers. Chris Garrard from Culture Unstained, about the movement to get cultural institutions to end their sponsorship ties with the fossil fuel industry. Etienne Stott, an Olympic gold medalist and an Extinction Rebellion activist. I'll be speaking to him about why Extinction Rebellion are organising a mass mobilisation in April in London this year. Tyrone Scott, the Greens of Colour chair. I'll be speaking to Tyrone about his plans for Greens of Colour and also how the Green Party can improve when it comes to representation of people of colour. Benali Hamdache, the Green Party of England and Wales migration spokesperson, will be joining me to speak about the Greens' new migration policy, specifically why the Greens are in favour of extending family reunification for all migrants and also giving visa residents in the UK voting rights. And finally, closing the show, I'll be speaking to Lindsey, who is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. And I'll be speaking to her to get her reflections on the Green Party's new position on NATO and also get a sense of her wider critique of NATO as a military alliance. That's the stacked lineup we have still to come today. Also, throughout the show, we're playing a game of Guess Who, where I'm going to be giving you a series of clues for a prominent left-wing figure. I've got 3 mystery people that we're going to be going through throughout the show. We're on the first one of those right now. So far, you've had 3 clues that this mystery person was born in Edinburgh. They were a member of the Socialist Labour Party of America. They wrote a pamphlet called Labour, Nationality and Religion. And your 4th clue is that this mystery person was a key organiser in the Irish Transport and General Workers Union. Those are your 4 clues for our first mystery person. Please get your guesses in the chat now, or indeed get your guesses on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive, preferably whilst sharing the show link. Thank you to Lucy Pegg for sharing the show link with a wonderful photo of a dog who is watching the show too. Thank you so much for doing so, Lucy. Be more like Lucy. Please do share the show link, whether it includes a dog in the photo or not. And you actually get more marks if it includes a cat, because as we all know, cats are far superior to dogs. And if there were no dogs in the world, except those that are needed for, I guess, people with visual impairments, if there were no dogs in the world except those, the world would be a better place. Please do get your questions for our guests throughout the day in the chat, and I'll try and put as many of them to them as possible. And very, very shortly, I should be joined by Jay from People and Planet. Just keeping an eye on the old Zooms to see if Jay is joining. Can't see them right now, so in the meantime, get questions in the chat for Jay and tell me whether you share my militant anti-dog position. I hope you all very much do. So questions in the chat for Jay. If you're just joining us, tuning in for that interview, Jay is the co-director of climate campaigns at People and Planet, and we are going to be discussing the Fossil Free Careers campaign. and why students across the country are organising to stop fossil fuel companies recruiting students on campuses. I should be joined by Jay in just a couple of minutes' time. Please do get questions for Jay lined up in the chat, and indeed for any of the rest of our guests that we have throughout the day. And if you haven't already, please do hit like, please do hit subscribe, and please do share the show link on your socials as well, as of course Dave Callow and Lucy Pegg have done. Be more like Dave and Lucy. So just checking to see whether we have Jay. We don't currently have Jay, but I'm sure we will do very, very soon. In the meantime, do get questions lined up for them in the chat. As well as that, you can let me know your thoughts and reflections on the interview that I did earlier on today with Linda Walker from the Green Party's Peace, Security and Defence Policy Working Group. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that interview, Green Party's new position on NATO and wider defence issues, and yeah, any thoughts you had on that interview as well. I thought it was a really interesting conversation to get Linda's sense of the party's position as from the horse's mouth, so to speak, as from someone who wrote the policy, and what it means for the Greens' attitude towards NATO and other military alliances. What I'm going to do is, Jay is not currently joining the call, so I'm going to try giving them a quick ring. So please do bear with me. I'm going to try and find Jay, who's not currently with us, but hopefully they will be joining us very, very soon, and we will be discussing fossil-free careers. So bear with me one moment. Make yourself comfortable whilst I just try and get hold. Many apologies for the delay. I can't seem to get a hold of Jay. I'm going to keep trying, and hopefully I'll be able to get a hold of them and we'll be able to crack on with the interview. But severe apologies for the delay in the show. If I can't get a hold of Jay, I will try and figure something else out and try and get someone else on in their absence. But I'm doing all I can. This is the unfortunate nature of running a show where you are both the host, the interviewer, the booker, and the producer all at once. Sometimes, if something goes wrong, everything goes wrong because I'm responsible for everything. So I do apologize, but please do bear with me, and I'm going to do my best to find Jay, and hopefully we'll be able to get them on very soon. If not, then I'll try and find something else. I'll try and get someone else on so that we haven't got an overwhelmingly huge gap between now and our next guest, but please do just bear. Apologies if you're just joining us and you are hoping to see the interview with Jay Clark from People on Planet. I'm doing what I can to try and get hold of them. Hopefully I'll be able to get them to join very soon. But right now I'm struggling to get through to them. But when I do, I will hopefully be able to get them on the show. If not, I will try and find a alternative guest at very short notice. But please do bear with me. I sincerely apologize for the disruption to the show. So far, the first 4 episodes have largely been smooth running. Couple of last minute dropouts, couple of guests late, and a couple of technical difficulties. It happens, and I'm very sorry. And as I'm sure you know, I'm trying to run all things behind the scenes and in front of camera at the same time, which can be quite a challenge. So if something goes wrong, it goes wrong big time. But I'm doing what I can to try and find a solution. In the meantime, if anyone's watching has got something interesting to say, if I know who you are, let me know, and maybe I can get you on the show and we can do a little bit of a chat as well. But in the meantime, I apologize profusely, and hopefully we should be able to get going again with the show very shortly. I'm trying to get a hold of Jay as we speak, and hopefully I'll be able to get them on the show imminently. But if not, we'll try something else. Please do, even though you are just you're not experiencing what you're expected to, please do hit like anyway, because it helps the algorithm. In the meantime, if anyone is watching who might fancy a impromptu appearance on the show, drop me a message and we can have a chat. Still just trying to get hold of Jay. Many apologies. Hopefully I'll be able to get them on very soon. Right, I'm just going to go off camera again just to try and get hold of them. In the meantime, please do keep your eyes on the stream and hopefully we'll be able to find Jay. If not, we'll sort something else out. But in the meantime, apologies. I'll be back very Many apologies, everyone. I have failed to get hold of Jay. It looks like we are not going to be able to run that interview with them today, which is a big shame, but it happens. Sincerely apologise for the breakup in our interviews. We will be having another interview soon with Michael Kyriacou from UEA UCU, but I apologise sincerely for Jay not being available. In the meantime, what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Fossil Free Careers campaign, and hopefully that will stand in lieu of the conversation that I was going to have with Jay. But apologies that Jay can't be joining us now. So in the meantime, before our next interview, just to let you know about the Fossil Free Careers campaign. So Fossil Free Careers is run by People and Planet. People and Planet is a campaign group that runs in the UK higher education sector. It's a radical campaign group that organises students around campaigning on climate change, on social justice issues, and around international justice as well. The Fossil Free Careers campaign sort of was born out of the divestment movement. That's the movement that has been seeking to get universities and other public sector institutions to cut their financial ties with the fossil fuel industry. And Fossil Free Careers is really designed to be the next stage of that movement. And what it's seeking to do is to get UK universities to prevent fossil fuel companies from recruiting students on UK university campuses. Students have been mobilising across the country for a couple of years now around this campaign, and it's already been successful in getting 3 UK universities to ensure that fossil fuel companies don't recruit students on campus. The first of those was Wrexham Glendear, which is a university in Wales. There have also been 2 other universities that have committed not to recruit students on campuses across the country. One of them is University of Bedfordshire, and the other is University of the Arts London. So as a result of student pressure and campaigning, those 3 universities have already cut their recruitment relationships with the fossil fuel industry. Now, alongside that, 12 students' unions have also passed motions or agreed to stop allowing fossil fuel recruitment in their buildings or in their students' unions, and also to start pressuring their universities to stop that recruitment process as well. So in November 2021, Bristol Students' Union was the first student union in the UK to get a fossil-free careers motion passed. That motion pledged to boycott oil, gas and mining recruitment in the Students' Union. Other students' unions have since followed suit, including the University of Sussex, which was the second students' union in the country to do so. We've then seen the University of Edinburgh, the University of Cambridge, Sheffield University, all committing to end their recruitment of, they're allowing fossil fuel companies to recruit students in the Students' Union, and also to pressure their respective universities to end that recruitment process as well. The campaign has since been backed by the National Union of Students as well, and it's becoming a major movement on university campuses to end this process of fossil fuel recruitment across the country. And the context of this campaign is obviously, as I said, the divestment movement, where universities are being pressured to end their financial ties, to end their investments with the fossil fuel industry. But it also has longer roots than that as well. And students across the country have, for a long time, been pushing to end recruitment in, to stop career services from allowing the recruitment of students into socially damaging industries. So many years ago, People and Planet ran a campaign to get ESO, to be banned from career services. They were successful in getting that in many, many universities. And soon, at some point in the next couple of months, there's going to be an article on Bright Green specifically on that campaign about how students fought and won to get SO kicked off campuses. This campaign has a long history, a long lineage, and now many students are pushing hard to get the entirety of the fossil fuel industry off campus for the purpose of recruitment. It builds on the 100 universities that have divested from fossil fuels, so taken their money out of the fossil fuel industry, which has been a huge success and a huge movement to delegitimize the fossil fuel industry by removing the social license that universities investing in them offer the industry. Now, students can get involved in the fossil fuel careers campaign. They can get involved in their campus, setting up a campaign locally, or they can support initiatives across the country. So in lieu of Jay providing you with links, I'm going to pop a link in the chat to the Fossil Free Careers petition, which you can sign and share, encouraging universities to end their recruitment processes with the fossil fuel industry. I'm sure had we had Jay on the call, we would have had many more interesting insights, but I think that's probably the end of the knowledge that I can give you about the Fossil Free Careers campaign. Once again, I profoundly apologise for Jay not being able to join us today. I'm not sure what's happened there, but I will do my best to get Jay on a future show so that you can hear from them about the campaign in the future. But for now, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to speak to Jay today. We will be getting started with our next interview very, very soon. I apologise. Please do bear with us. Bear with me. It's a challenge to run these shows all by myself, given that I am both presenting, booking, and doing the production and everything behind the scenes as well. So apologies that that's caused a big gap in the show, but we will be joined shortly by our next guest, which will be Michael Kyriacou, who is from the UEA UCU branch. I'm going to give you another clue in our mystery person quiz. So far you have heard that our mystery person was born in Edinburgh. You've heard that they were a member of the Socialist Labour Party of America. You've heard that they wrote a pamphlet called Labour, Nationality and Religion, and you've heard that they were a key organiser in the Irish Transport and General Workers Union. The fifth clue for you is that this mystery person has a train station in Dublin named after them. So get your guesses in the chat for who that mystery person might be. And please do send me your love and solidarity for the stress that has been induced by a guest not materialising and having to redo part of the show on the fly with very little in the way of content. So as I said, our next guest will arrive, fingers crossed, touch wood, etc. That guest is Michael Kyriacou, who is the chair of UEA's UCU branch. And we're going to be discussing the financial crisis that is facing the University of East Anglia. They have a multi-million-pound black hole in their budget, and that has the potential to have huge ramifications for workers and staff across the university, and of course students as well. The crisis has already led to the resignation of the Vice-Chancellor, David Richardson. And I'm going to be speaking to Michael Kyriacou about the impact that this crisis is having on workers, the potential impact it could have on them, and what the UEA UCU branch is doing to fight for job security and a whole bunch of other issues. Following Michael, I'll be joined at 1 o'clock by Chris Garrard. Chris is a co-director at Culture Unstained. They're a campaign group that campaigns to get cultural institutions to end their sponsorship ties with the fossil fuel industry. And I'll be speaking to Chris about why Culture Unstained campaigns specifically around cultural institutions. I'll be speaking to him about a specific victory that Culture Unstained secured this year, which was to get the Royal Opera House to end its 33-year-long sponsorship relationship with BP. And I'll also be speaking to him about how you can get involved with campaigns around cultural institutions and fossil fuel sponsorship. At 2:30, I'll be speaking to Etienne Stott. Etienne is a Olympic gold medal winner, but he's also an Extinction Rebellion activist, and Extinction Rebellion are organising a mass mobilisation in London in April. And I'm going to be speaking to Etienne about that mobilisation, why XR have chosen to organise it, what their demands are, what they're hoping to achieve, and also I'll be asking some questions to him about Extinction Rebellion strategy and its efficacy. At 3:30, I'll be speaking to Tyrone Scott, who is the chair of Greens of Colour, and I'll be speaking to Tyrone about his plans for Greens of Colour. Now, Greens of Colour is the representative group in the Green Party of England and Wales for people of colour. I'll be speaking to him about his plans for that group, but also I'll be speaking to him about how the Green Party can be better when it comes to representation of people of colour. My penultimate interview will be with Benali Hamdache. Benali is the Green Party of England and Wales' migration spokesperson, and he's been on the show before. You can go back now and watch that interview with Benali if you wish. It's on our YouTube channel as a standalone interview. Benali will be speaking to me about the Green Party's new migration policy, which passed at the Spring Conference last weekend. And I'll be speaking to Benali about specifically why the Green Party supports family reunification for all migrants. And I'll also be speaking to him about why the Green Party's new policy supports voting rights for visa residents, as well as getting his take on the latest anti-migrant legislation going through Parliament, the illegal migration bill. And finally, I'll be speaking to Lindsey German. So at the start of the show, I spoke to Linda Walker, who is the co-convener of the Green Party's Peace, Security and Defence Working Group. That's the group that rewrote the Green Party's policies on peace, security and defence, including their revised position on NATO. I'm going to be speaking to Lindsey German, who is the co-convener of the Stop the War Coalition. Stop the War Coalition organised the largest demonstration in British history in 2003 and has been a long campaigner against imperialism, against war, and crucially against NATO. So I'm going to be speaking to Lindsey to get her reflections on the Green Party's new position on NATO and whether she thinks NATO can be reformed, and also getting a sense of her critique of NATO more broadly. So that's the rest of the show. Fingers crossed, touch wood, all those guests will materialise and we'll have a full show for the rest of the day. I apologise profoundly for the big gap in our interviews today. I apologise deeply for it, and I'm very, very sorry that we weren't able to speak to Jay. I will try and get Jay on a future show, but apologies for the delay and the wait and the interruption to your Sunday viewing. I'm sure you would much rather be doing other things than listening to me, and would prefer it if there was someone more interesting to speak to listen to, which would have been our guest today. But we still have those amazing guests to come. So please do stay tuned for all of that and more. And of course, while you're waiting, you can go back and watch any of the previous episodes of Bright Green Live. Those are much less chaotic. They had much less interruption. All of our guests, almost all of our guests arrived, and things went a little smoother. So you can go back and watch any of those at your leisure. They're all on our YouTube channel. We had some great interviews on previous episodes with the likes of Natalie Bennett, with the likes of Zach Polanski, the Green Party's deputy leader, Michael Chesham, the author of a new book on the left in Britain from the student movement through to Jeremy Corbyn. We have had interviews with the Scottish Green Party Trade Union Group, with Maggie Chapman, the Scottish Green Party MSP. We've had Vix Lowthian, the Green Party of England Wales education spokesperson. We've had Anthony Slaughter, the leader of the Wales Green Party, and much, much more. So please do go back and watch those episodes at your leisure. In the meantime, I'm going to take another break and see if I can find out what's happened to Jay. I will get them on another show if I can't get them on today. We'll be kicking off with our next interview at 12:15. I'm extremely sorry for the delay. Back very, very soon. Thank you everyone for bearing with me today. I know it's not been ideal and I apologise for the break in our interviews. We will be joined very, very shortly with the next of our guests, and I'm hoping the rest of our guests will all be with us. So we should have a full remainder of the show. But thank you so much for bearing with us. I apologise again for the issues we've had today. Nevertheless, the show must go on and will go on, and we still have a stacked lineup of guests to come. Next up, we have Michael Kyriacou, who is the chair of the UEA UCU branch. Michael's going to be joining us to talk about the financial crisis facing the University of East Anglia, UEA, and we will be talking about the impact that could have on university staff and workers. So if you haven't been following that story, the university is facing a massive financial crisis. And so far, during that turmoil that's been unraveling over the last few weeks, the Vice-Chancellor has already resigned. And I'm going to be talking to Michael, the chair of the UCU branch, about the scale of that financial crisis, what its impact could be on workers, and what the UCU branch are looking to secure for staff. I'll be speaking to Michael in a few minutes' time. After that, I'll be speaking to Chris Garrard from Culture Unstained about why they are targeting the cultural institutions and seeking to get them to end their sponsorship relationships with the fossil fuel industry. Following that, I'll be speaking to Etienne Stott, who is an Olympic gold medalist and also an Extinction Rebellion activist. I'll be speaking to Etienne about Extinction Rebellion's plans to mobilise hundreds of thousands of people on the streets of London in April. So stay tuned for that interview. At 3:30, I'll be speaking to Tyrone Scott, who stood in the last year's deputy leadership election for the Green Party of England and Wales, and is also now the chair of Greens of Colour. I'll be speaking to Tyrone about his plans for Greens of Colour and also how the Green Party can do better when it comes to representation of people of colour. My penultimate interview will be with Benali Hamdache, who is the Green Party's migration spokesperson. So earlier in the day, I spoke to Linda Walker about the Green Party's new policy on defence. The other major policy change that came out of Green Party's conference in Birmingham last weekend was around migration. The Green Party passed a massive new policy on migration. I'll be speaking to Benali about that, specifically why the Green Party supports family reunification for all migrants and voting rights for visa residents. I'll also, obviously, in light of the government's latest anti-migrant legislation, be talking to him about his take on the illegal migration bill. And closing the show, we'll be talking about NATO once again. And I'll be speaking to Lindsey, who is the convener of Stop the War Coalition, about their critique of NATO, whether they think it can be reformed, and the Green Party's position, getting her reflections on the Green Party's position on NATO. So all that is still to come. I apologise again for the gap in the broadcast and the gap in our interviews. Hopefully we will be back to normal from now on. And the best way that you can make sure that things like this don't happen again is by setting up a regular donation to Bright Green. Because at the moment, these shows are run solely by me. I present them, I do the interviews, I book the guests, I also do the production and the streaming and everything. And that means when something goes wrong, everything goes wrong. The best way that you can make sure this doesn't happen in the future is to set up a regular donation. So head to our website, bright-green.org/donate, because the more people that donate, the more people support Bright Green, the more likely it is that we'll be able to get someone else to do some of the behind the scenes work, which means that if a guest doesn't show up or something goes wrong on the show, everything doesn't fall apart. So apologies for what's happened thus far today. Hopefully we will be in a better position in the future. The best way you can ensure that is by donating if you can. Of course, you can also support the show in other ways. Easy peasy. Doesn't cost you a penny way is to hit that like button and also to hit subscribe. And please do share the show links. We've had a massive drop in viewers as a result of the gap in the interviews. We really want to recover that. So please do share the show link, because we're normally got 10 times as many people watching as we have right now. And it's a real shame if other people don't get to view the interviews because of a gap that we had early in the show. So please do share the show link so more people can see it, and so that we can get more people watching, more people experiencing the interviews that hopefully you will enjoy, even though we missed out on one of them thus far today. So please do, as I say, share the show link. So Michael Kyriacou is going to be joining me very, very shortly to talk about some of the issues facing the University of East Anglia. As always, please do get questions lined up for Michael in the chat. The earlier we get questions in, the easier it is for me to put them to our guests. So if you've got anything you want to ask Michael about what's going on about UEA, or indeed more broadly about the UCU's disputes that relate to pay, pensions, conditions, casualisation and so on, get them in the chat nice and early and I can put them to Michael very, very soon. Michael should be joining us in just a couple of minutes time, so please do get your questions ready. In the meantime, you can follow Bright Green on all the socials. We're on facebook.com/brightgrn. We are on Twitter @brightgrn. We're on Instagram @brightgreenonline. We're on Mastodon at Bright Green on the UK server, or however you find that. We're not that big on Mastodon anymore. It seems that Elon Musk's takeover, the initial exodus from Twitter, appears to have died down a little bit. So, but tell us if you think that we should do more on there, because I don't really understand it. But I'm sure some of our viewers do. And I know that some of our viewers find Bright Green through Mastodon. So yeah, let us know if we need to be doing more on there. But yeah, please do follow us on all the socials. It means that you won't miss out on anything we're doing. And yeah, you won't miss out on our articles that we put on the website, on the videos that we put out, and everything else. So yeah, in the meantime, get questions in the chat lined up for Michael. I'll put as many of them to him as I can. And again, I'm extremely sorry that we had that gap in our interviews earlier on in the day. Everything else should be much smoother with our remaining 6 guests throughout the day. So stay tuned, because they're all coming up very, very soon. Of course, the other way that you can find out and keep up to date with Bright Green is to sign up to our mailing list. So if you head to our website, bright-green.org, then you can sign up to our mailing list. We don't bombard your inbox. We send a weekly email out on a Sunday with a summary of all the articles and videos we've published that week. And we also send occasional emails in between that with some other bits and pieces. So if you are keen to keep on top of Bright Green, then please do sign up to the mailing list, and we won't bombard your inbox, I promise. I can see now that Michael has joined the waiting room, so we're going to get started with our second interview of the day. Apologies, we didn't get that other one in the middle, but I'm going to speak to Michael very, very shortly, so stay tuned. I'm just going to let Michael into the room now, and as Michael connects to the call, I'll just briefly introduce him so that you know who you are going to be hearing from. So Michael Kyriacou is the chair of the UCU branch at the University of East Anglia, UEA, and we're going to be discussing what is a major financial crisis that's currently hit the university, a crisis which seems to have led to the resignation of the Vice-Chancellor, and has potential major ramifications for workers at the university. And it's that we're going to be focusing on, the impact on staff and workers. Before we get into any of that, I just want to say a massive thank you, Michael, for joining us. And how are you doing?
Doing pretty well, Chris. How are you? I should have removed my cans from my window. Everyone can see how I live now. But I'm doing all right, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, doing very well, and no need to remove the cans, don't worry. So let's get into it then. So obviously, lots of viewers will be well aware of the high-profile national dispute that UCU is involved in around pay, pension, and so on. But you've got a particular set of concerns for workers at UEA at the moment. Could you talk us through the situation at UEA?
Yeah, and do you want me to talk and focus on the local situation, or do you want me to talk about the national situation? Because I could do either.
Let's start local.
Okay, awesome. So it's not awesome at all, really. So the employer made us aware back in January that their budget wasn't where they expected it to be. And this was to the tune of around £23 million deficit, rising to 30 million. It turns out actually it's worse than that. We're looking at a £30 million black hole in the finances, leading to £45 million. And they sent an email out to all staff, which they messed up the comms cascading on, which led to it getting reported in the press before people, basically saying that they didn't think they would be able to make all of the savings by cutting non-pay budgets. So, and I'll quote directly from the email because I don't want to be accused of saying something that isn't true in effect. So the university said, as you know, we've worked very hard to safeguard roles by continually reducing non-paid budgets. This is no longer sustainable. I'm sorry to say it's unlikely we can make all the savings without compulsory redundancies. Clearly, this will be a last resort after all other options have been considered, and we will work very closely with our campus trade unions on this. So what we're looking at in effect is a massive hole in the finances to the tune of £30 million of savings this year and an additional £15 million of savings next year if we don't right course. That could lead to what was said to me by a senior university figure as substantial and unpalatable redundancies. And that's a really worrying position for both academics and non-academic staff at the university. So there's a real big gap in the finances. The university is, I'll say, working with us to look at routes to close it. Their position is there are no redundancies, that they don't have the information together to know exactly what roles would be at risk. So redundancies aren't happening, despite, I think, it being clear to everyone involved in the process, a highly likely position. As the trade union locally, we've been working with the employer to kind of understand what's going on. That's been quite difficult. We've got some information from them that has been useful, but I would say nowhere near enough to realistically appraise and understand the detail of the situation. Our goal is always to avoid dispute, because obviously that would mean staff losing days' pay, but I think it's getting increasingly unlikely, given the way in which senior management is handling myself and the union, that we'll be able to avoid that. I mean, it borders on the unbelievable, to be honest, getting told that there are no plans for redundancy when I'm having school meetings in which we're discussing precisely the cuts that are being proposed on a budgetary level. This will affect every single department and service the university offers. I think we're looking at approximately 30% of the humanities budget going. That was confirmed by the Vice Chancellor in a meeting, which could be really significant. So there are some mitigations that have been put in place. The university has run a voluntary severance scheme. So some members will be opting to look elsewhere, or if they're closer to retirement, get a bit of a payout and go, but that won't make £30 million worth of savings, let alone the 45 needed. So basically, massive black hole in the finances, people extremely worried about their jobs. Most people I talk to are either looking for work elsewhere, or we're just really, really concerned about the pools that are going to come.
So, I mean, that's a very bleak picture. I guess, what's your understanding of how we got here, where the university's got this potentially £45 million black hole in its finances?
So I think there's a whole host of different factors that are impacting not just UEA, but the sector as a whole. So one of those things is rising energy prices. I think the university's bills have gone up to around 5 million a year. That's not great. Looking at the broader student recruitment pictures, and this is where the crisis has come from. So in effect, the university had predicted almost like an endless positive growth of students. So they've said, well, we'll continue to get more and more and more students. And they did so off the back of a data HE set of information, in effect. So saying, we're going to continue to grow, we're going to continue to get loads of students in. And they budgeted off the back of that. Now, we had a pandemic in there, which was an odd bit for the data set, but we can put the pandemic to one side for a second. If we want to come back to it, we can come back to it. But basically, the university over predicted student numbers and budgeted based on students that never turned up. And this isn't the first year of this. This is the third or the fourth year of basically failing to meet recruitment targets which were set, to my mind, unreasonably high. And that has resulted in the deficit, right? So it's a little bit of a paper deficit in the sense that it's the university's reappraisal of its budgets that has created the increase in deficit. So it's precisely within the gift and auspice of senior management to set those targets. They've set those targets extremely ambitiously and continue to set ambitious targets. Some people will say university managers should do that. Other people will say they should have been more prudential. There's a little bit of a discussion around how these targets are set, who sets them. University management will say schools set them. If you talk to any admissions director within the university, they'll know that they're told what targets to meet. And behind all of this, we think about academic income. So UEA's academic income, well, I say academic, UEA's net income has risen about 7.5% over the last couple of years. Expenditure on academic staff has gone up 18.6%. Expenditure on administration and non-academic staff is probably in the mid-20s, and executive pay has gone up around 30% in the same time frame. So you can see money's going out, income hasn't risen, and at the same time, shackles have been placed under the guise of CMA in some part, Competition Markets Authority legislation, but really the university's interpretation of that to kind of restrict the capacity of academic and support staff to be innovative, to grow new courses. I mean, if you wanted to propose a new module, there was a 2-year wait time to just get one new module on the books, as I'm sure you're aware, Chris. So it's been really difficult for staff to grow into new areas, to expand income. And to be honest, there's a real reticence to think about growth, to think about what kind of courses people want to study, and to make use of the expertise that UEA currently has amongst the staff base. So the real reason behind all of this, we can put aside pay and pensions costs. The university management loves to talk up, staff are expensive, but you do have to pay them, and you should be wanting to pay them well. So we can put aside that. We can put aside energy costs, that's hitting everyone. The main thing is this decision around student numbers, the decision to reevaluate, and the fact that the executive has been over predicting students without delivering the number of students on that predictive model. So that's increased expenditure, which has resulted in this now untenable black hole. But it's worth saying the university has run a deficit for many years. And they were happy with the deficit and confident with the deficit and the scale of it, and that we would recover. I mean, post-COVID, I was in negotiation with them to get through the crisis to avoid redundancy. And at the end of it, we agreed with our membership in the university to forgo increments on grade 8 and above. And the university said, we're in such robust financial health, you can have that back. And then come January, apparently we're not in robust financial health. So it's gone from recovery to crisis in a split second, really.
And so what do you think the impact of this is going to be on, I guess, well, first and foremost, staff, but then also on the kind of the wider academic outputs of the university? So you mentioned earlier, like, you're looking at potentially 30% of humanities going. Like, what's the impact of this going to be if the way that black hole is closed is through cuts?
Yeah, it's really difficult for me to say, because the university, by their own admission, doesn't have a business case or plan for this yet. So they've announced all of this in January to staff. It's been now 4 months. Coming up, well, it will be 4 months coming up to April, when they're supposed to have a case that they can share with us, a proposal, so we can actually understand how things look like. My understanding is they have no idea of what that would look like at all, and this is what they're telling me in our joint consultative committee. So I'm in the position now where I'm like, I can't really say what the impact will be, so I have to talk about what the impact is, I fear, basically. So what might be the case, and I'll talk through, if it's useful, different kind of scenarios. So one scenario is they say, okay, actually we're unwilling to look at any budget through reduction or any strategic priority. We want to save 30 million by September, and then a further 15 million the year after, to make sure everything's lined up, and we're going to hit staff to do that. And that would effectively result in mass cuts in HUM and SSF. Now, I don't know this is the case. Let's imagine we get a good saving from VS, which is itself a tragedy, because that means staff are leaving. We'd still see significant potential job loss through either voluntary or compulsory redundancy in HUM and SSF. So HUM is the humanities, UEA's got a bit of a weird academic structure, so that would include politics and other kind of departments you might not necessarily think within the humanities. And SSF is the social sciences faculty, which includes the business school, psychology, law, social work, in effect. So those faculties, to my understanding, are ones where larger proportionate cuts are being proposed. There would still be cuts in the science faculty and in the medicine faculty as well, so what we call Sci and FMH, as well as divisional savings. If we would see 30% of HUM's budget go, a lot of this would depend on the individual staff that are put into redundancy pools, but that would be a significant reduction in output. I mean, the way in which I think about it is like an amputation. And if you're going to do an amputation, you need to have all of the tourniquets in place to make sure the patient doesn't die of blood loss. I've said many times in the media, I fear a death spiral. And I think if we made that amount of saving 10% of the total university's turnover in one go, by September, which would be basically like 6-7 months, that would be inordinate. And I can't see a path to recovery there, because we know from bitter experience, where you run redundancy pools like that, the staff that remain have a form of survivor's guilt. I think it's likely that the deficit's going to grow if we have a bad clearing. I think it gets increasingly likely that we're going to have a bad clearing if you've got staff who are in redundancy pools carrying out that clearing. And I'm really concerned that if the university opts for that model, then we would be in real trouble as an institution. But that's the worst case scenario, right? And I said I'll talk about multiple ones. There's a kind of a middle way, and I don't want to present it as an Aristotelian golden mean kind of thing, because it isn't that at all, really. That's where they kind of work with us a little bit, but not really. And they say, we'll move some stuff around here or there, but it's going to be majority staff costs that are going to make up this budgetary saving. And then we would see, through moving some money out of other budgets, maybe pushing back a strategic priority or two, savings to be made, and then reorienting the structure over the longer term. And that I think would be a better case scenario, in which we'd see less job loss or less potential job loss, and that might be mitigatable. And obviously the best case scenario is the position which the branch has taken, which is a zero redundancies position, and any trade union worth its salt is going to argue for a zero redundancies position. There's strategic, there's tactical, and there's grand strategic objectives behind taking that position. It's one I really hope we can achieve either through agreement. And the university said to me, of course, Michael, there aren't going to be the wide scale redundancies. We don't know anything. We don't know anything. My line, of course, in response is, well, you could agree a zero redundancies position then. And then, of course, they say no, because really redundancies are coming. We both know that. So I would hope we could achieve that. I think trying to get this done by September, and any organisation as big as UEA trying to save effectively 10, 15, 13% of its budget, depending on when you take the figures, should do so over a long-term plan. And my hope is that we can understand, yes, we have to watch out for our banking covenants. If we breach those, the interest rates on the loans that the university's taken out for all of its fancy buildings go up, and then we've got to supplant that interest cost, which would mean further job loss. And that's where part of this death spiral stuff comes from. Because if you breach those covenants, it's game over. Universities have income, predominantly that's student tuition. The university likes to make a lot of the tuition fee cap. And this is where kind of the government looms in picture as something which is failing to support higher education, as in universities effectively. We can have a chat about that if it's useful. But I think partly the best case scenario is the university looks at those strategic budgets, takes its VS saving and reorientates it. It pivots and it says, okay, actually, let's try and make this over as long a timescale as we can. Let's say we're not going to do some of the fancy strategic flashy bits and pieces we want to do, and let's focus on providing for our core business, that of educating students. We can look at cost reduction, but we also need to put forward an effective recovery plan and put forward a plan for growth. And those latter two things are completely missing from many of the conversations I've had. And I think, according to our numbers, they're down badly, and they're down badly comparatively, but there's space for growth there. And I think the university needs to take seriously, why aren't students coming to UEA? And they can't just blame Norwich like they have done historically and say, no one knows where Norwich is. No one's going to come to Norwich for university. I think that talks ourselves down, talks down the local community. So in terms of impact, if we look at significant job loss, that's really problematic for the region locally. Complete failure to offer what I think UEA's purpose vision is, which is to provide, is a provincial university, is a university for working people. It's one of those 60s universities that came up with the idea of giving working people access to higher education. And that means access to a wide range of subjects. And my concern is that when staff leave, it takes years and years and years to rebuild academic expertise and understanding in a course offering. And my concern is that if we end up with large amounts of staff leaving the institution, whether through attrition, whether through voluntary severance, voluntary redundancy or compulsory redundancy, then we end up in a situation in which the offering for the local community, the national, international community is significantly reduced. that because of the loss of staff, operationally, the university won't be able to continue within a safe workload. And there's a debate about whether or not we're safe on workload at the moment. That's why we have the national dispute. But whether we're able to offer what people want, but not only what people want, a robust offering to students of all walks. And that would mean changing course offerings around so that staff left could deliver. And there's been a whole host of different models touted about what that might look like. We really don't know because we're not on the other side of this yet. But my worry is that those darker managerial interests towards large classes of students with one staff member responsible for delivery to lecture theatres of 200, 300 is a way they can go because they view it as an efficient model of teaching. And we could see changes to course structure that would strip out what I would call choice. The university has its own definitions of student choice. That would mean pathways become more determined for students, and therefore what students are learning becomes different, because operationally that makes sense. Pedagogically, I think there's huge problems there. But sorry, I've kind of rambled on a little bit for you.
Not at all. That's incredibly helpful. I guess since when I first wrote to you to invite you on the show, I guess like a major thing has happened in the last couple of weeks, which is that the Vice Chancellor, David Richardson, has resigned. What's your assessment of what this means for, I guess, your negotiations in the union branch, but also how the university will handle this black hole?
Yeah, I think David Richardson's resignation is in some ways, I think, commendable. I think respect to anyone that takes accountability, that recognises it's their circus and their monkeys, and kind of says, yeah, this is on me. Our branch no confidenced the Vice Chancellor, the now acting Vice Chancellor, and the Chief Resource Officer of the institution. We determine those three to be what we would call politically accountable. They're members of staff that are accountable for the running of the university. And we said this is unacceptable. So we don't have confidence in the current acting Vice Chancellor, and we continue to not have confidence in the Chief Resource Officer of the institution. It's a heavy decision to take to do that, and I don't know whether that had any bearing at all on the Vice Chancellor's resignation. I think, as we both know, David Richardson really cared about UEA. He's someone who's given vast majority of his career to the institution. So there's a part of me which is very sad to see him go. I think he's someone that would have really tried hard. What does it mean for the future? Well, that will be looking to what's called the interim Vice Chancellor, whoever they hire in. And I really hope it's someone that will understand working with us is important, someone that's going to bring fresh eyes to the crisis, and someone that will be willing to push towards that better solution rather than getting in a hatchet person that's just going to swing the axe and be like, I'm here to do your cuts for 18 to 12 months. I'm willing to take the flak because I'm not someone who's growing onto the institution, someone that's fond of it. So I think there's two paths in front of us. One is if they get in someone from the darker areas of the sector, someone who's going to come in and say, like any business, universities are businesses, we need to chop. And then once we've chopped, suddenly the tree will grow if we just cut all the roots off. Doesn't seem like a way I would think about it. Or whether we get someone in that's willing to be like, okay, how are we going to grow? How are we going to feed this? How can we push this out? I think there's a real opportunity in the interim Vice Chancellor to get someone in who isn't bound by the old received logics of management at UEA. Someone, because it's not their circus and monkeys, they'll be coming into it. And hopefully we can get someone that understands actually protecting staff livelihood is worth more than loyalty to a troika of managerial decision making focused around finding pay budgets as the most important thing to cut. That is a large proportion of our expenditure, but you would hope that any university would be spending a lot of money on staff, because that means you're getting good staff and you're giving them a good position. And what I would hate to see is an interim Vice Chancellor that came in and was just unwilling to work with us. And by us, I mean the trade unions there, but also more broadly staff generally. And someone that came in and said, I'm here to make these cuts, and viewed all of this as a fait accompli, because I think that would be disastrous for not only staff, but for Norwich as a city, for Norfolk as a region.
And so whilst I've got you, I want to ask you something about the national disputes. But before I come on to that, to wrap up this conversation, how can our viewers support the UEA UCU branch and the other trade unions on campus?
I think getting in touch with us. So your viewers know, we have three trade unions that are recognised on campus. We've got UCU, which represents academic staff, and ALC staff, so people basically above grade 6. And then we've got Unison, which represents kind of the rest of the pay spine, predominantly catering and cleaning. And then we have Unite, which represents technical staff. And my apologies to Unison and Unite if I've got your remit slightly mixed up there. Obviously, I'm UCU focused. And all three of us work very closely together. We meet regularly. We all have interests of each other's members at heart because we're about the people that perform UEA, the people that make UEA a university. So how could your viewers help? I think getting in touch, solidarity messages are always appreciated. I think getting in touch with management and letting them know this is disastrous, that this is going to have an impact and that they need to work with us to find a better path than just devastating loss of livelihood. And I do think that is the correct terms to put this in, because 10% of the university's total budget is a lot of money. We're above 10% now. We're looking at 13, 15%. That's a lot of livelihoods. And I'm concerned the university is going to try and make savings that are going to disproportionately impact people lower on the spine, disproportionately impact people on precarious contract. So I think getting in touch with the chair of council, getting in touch with the acting vice chancellor, the chief resource officer, and letting them know this impact is untenable. And of course, get in touch with the local branch. And we're always happy to have that conversation with people.
And finally then, so to zoom out a bit to the wider context in which this is happening in, you're obviously in a national dispute at the moment, both around the USS pension scheme and also the forfights around pay, casualisation and so on. There's been, I guess, a bunch of news that's taken place within the union over the last couple of days. What's your assessment of the state of play in terms of negotiations and the dispute?
I think it's a really complex question to unpick it. And I don't think UCU nationally knows what the state of play is with regard to national negotiations at the moment. Because like you say, we're right on the cusp of this. So negotiations have concluded, is my understanding, with both UCEA and USS. They've come to what they've considered their final offer, and they've moved to implement the pay award. This is the same pay award which was rejected by the membership at large. UEA has exempted itself from that pay award. So within new Jinches, there's an 11-month basic agreement where you say, I can't afford this. If you force me to expend more on staff, I would have compulsory redundancies. This isn't something the university or the employer has to consult with us on. They did seek our opinion. We had a back and forth with them, which was constructive to an element. We said, we need to put this to our members. They said, we are going to do it as is our legal right. So no staff member at UEA will benefit from the pay award for 11 months. Basically, UEA has bought itself 11 months as it can do under new Jinches to get its affairs in order, and then it will have to implement the pay award. So where are we at in national negotiations? Well, my understanding is the offer was put to HEC. So HEC is our elected decision-making body. At the same time, there was a poll run of kind of the wider membership saying, do you want to pause action and consult on this ballot? And the question was put together. And it appears to my knowledge that the poll said, yes, we want to pause action and we want to consult on the ballot. Locally, we took a poll of our membership, and my understanding is that skewed towards yes for pausing and consulting, but we kept the question together. At the HEC meeting, my understanding is they took the question of pausing and the branch delegate meeting. There's so many of these meetings. So we send delegates who inform the branch position. My understanding is they took it in parts, basically. So said, okay, on the whole, we don't want to pause action, but we would like to put it to members. HEC have taken the decision for various reasons and I'm not on HEC, so I don't know all of the litany of political, non-political reasons why they might make this decision, not to put it to members and not to pause the action. So they've said, we're going to continue with the dispute. So that means that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday's action is on. We'll run picket lines at the university. We'll continue to talk with our membership. And the offer we've received is quite a complex one. So obviously there's two separate disputes here. There's the forfights dispute. Pay, there's been no movement. I think to present that as anything else is untrue. There's been no movement on the previous offer we rejected. But there has been movement on the other three fights. And basically they've agreed to time-limited negotiation to establish national framework, which is actually a win in of itself, because UCEA said they would never do that. So I think it's useful that some progress has been made there. Whether or not that's enough for members to accept, we won't know, because it's not going to the membership. On USS, we've basically got what we wanted in terms of benefit restitution. But also we've got a commitment to look at how the valuation of the pension scheme would be. So looking really closely with the employer about the methodology used to conduct evaluation, which is a big win in of itself, because the valuation has been the sticking point for a lot of this dispute on pensions. Now, my understanding is HEC might want to disaggregate them. We have policy which ties the two disputes together. And if significant progress is made in one, HEC can choose to disaggregate them, to break them back apart and say, well, we want to maybe put the pension offer to members but not pay. That's difficult because the pension scheme we're debating and kind of negotiating on only affects a proportion of universities, those that existed before 1992. So there's a lot of politics in this. There's a lot of industrial strategy in this. Where we go forwards, I have to take my steer from my membership because we're members led and find out what the members want to do. Part of this is we have an active reballot. So we're looking to extend our mandate out, which would run out in April because of the anti-trade union laws. We should win that reballot. We're encouraging everyone to vote in it. And it's my hope, and I'd like to say my understanding, that we're going to do well in that reballot. And that would send a really clear message to employers you need to push. Now, my understanding on the other side of this is we're a university that can't afford the pay award. It's several millions. And I wouldn't pretend it's not several millions. It would be jobs at UEA. If we pushed beyond 5% of a pay award, then there might be, say, let's imagine like 30 universities that could be pushed to a similar position to UEA where they consider compulsory redundancies of some form. So that's a backdrop to the national kind of organising. We also have national bargaining. My understanding is, as they always do, a lot of employers are making noises about national collective bargaining, whether they want that, how that's going to operate. So we're in that position where we need more on pay. We need more for the sake of staff's livelihood. We need more for the sake of staff up and down the spine on pay. We need to find a way we can get that doesn't lead to redundancies. But also we've got this progress on pensions that we want, that we need, that we fought hard for 5, 10, 15 years, depending on where you cut that pie. And otherwise we've got these kind of non-pay elements that we need to have a discussion on. So where we're going is really in the hands of HEC here. We've got a SHESC coming up, which is a special higher education sector conference, where this will be debated through branch delegates. My understanding is there's going to be a whole host of different motions going to that meeting. And my hope is that SHESC will be used to kind of shape this out. Broadly, there is a bit of a gap that's been produced now by the decision to run the poll, by the decision from the branch delegate meeting, and HEC are at odds here. HEC is saying, we don't want to put this to members, it's an offensive offer, we must continue with the action. And a large proportion of our membership wants to hear that offer, wants to have the chance to vote on it. Now, I'm not on HEC. I would have put it to the membership, maybe with a reject kind of outline thing, but we'll have to see how that goes. My understanding is UCU and UUK want an end to industrial action, because employers always want an end to industrial action. Very rarely will they offer you a square deal though, but they want that end to industrial action. So I think they're going to try and aggregate the two together. And I think the union has a very clear position of aggregation unless significant progress is made. So there's a technical decision there as well. Where we're at locally is for members to decide. We're hoping to run a branch meeting sooner rather than later, so we can get member input, so we can inform our position with regard to SHESC, and we can make a claim which UEA members are happy with regard to the future of the action. I know that's probably a bit of a washier answer than you hope for, Chris, but I hope it's useful nonetheless.
That's incredibly useful. I think for a lot of people, you know, they've seen their Twitter feeds filled with certain sides within UCU who've taken particularly strong views, and so I think you've put that very helpfully in setting out what's really going on there. Right, I'll let you get on with the rest of your Sunday, but thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Cheers, thank you very much. Really good to talk to you. I'll draw you to leave now. Now you find out I'm moving with computers, basically.
Yeah, please do just leave the call, just drop off. Yeah, that'd be great.
Cheers, take care.
Nice one,
weekend, Chris. Good to speak to you.
Thanks so much, Michael. So that was Michael Kyriacou, who is the chair of the UEA UCU branch. If you're just joining us now, we had a really fascinating discussion about the issues currently facing the University of East Anglia in terms of their current financial crisis, its potential impact on staff and workers, and what the UCU branch there is doing to support staff through those challenges. Let me know in the chat what you thought about that conversation. And if you're just joining us and you haven't already, please hit like, please hit subscribe, and please share the show link. We're down on viewership quite considerably right now because we had a big gap in our interviews at the start of the day. I apologize for that. We want to get more people watching this stream. We want to get more people hearing the fascinating guests that we have on and listening to the interviews we have throughout the show. So please do share the show link on your socials to make sure that people see them. Coming up very, very shortly, we will have our next guest, who is Chris Garrard, who is a co-director of Culture Unstained. I'm going to be speaking to Chris about the reasons why Culture Unstained is seeking to get fossil fuel company sponsorship of cultural institutions ended. So I'm going to be speaking to him about that, and also specifically a victory that Culture Unstained have had, which has been to get the Royal Opera House to end its sponsorship arrangement with BP after 33 years. So stay tuned for that conversation. Later on in the show, I'll also be joined by Etienne Stott from Extinction Rebellion to talk about their mobilisations that are taking place in April. I'll be joined by Tyrone Scott, who is chair of Greens of Colour, about what he's doing with that group and how the Green Party can improve its representation of people of colour. I'll be joined by Benali Hamdache to talk about the Green Party's new migration policy, why the Greens support family reunification for all migrants, and why they're now supporting voting rights for visa residents. And finally, I'll be speaking to Lindsey, who is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition, to talk about NATO, the Green Party's new defence policy, and her assessment of it. So all that is still to come in the show. Please do stick around. Please do stay tuned. You can rewind through the video and watch the interviews we've had on previously. And of course, you can stay around till 6 p.m. to hear all of the rest of the show. But please, as I said before, hit like, hit subscribe, and share the show link. It will help us out massively. If you've enjoyed this show, other people will too. So make sure to hit all the shares, all the likes, all the subscribes, and we'll get more eyeballs and viewers watching. We're going to take a very, very, very short break because I'm going to be back on with Chris Garrard very, very soon. So please do stay tuned. I'll be back shortly. And in the meantime, you can share all the links. You can click subscribe and you can click like on the video. I'll see you all very, very Welcome back. We are just about to get started again with episode 5 of Bright Green Live. We've still got a stacked lineup of guests to come throughout the day. We've got 5 more interviews to go as we roll through until 6 p.m. Our next guest is going to be Chris Garrard, who is the co-director at Culture Unstained. I'm going to be speaking to Chris about why it is that Culture Unstained is targeting cultural institutions in the UK and trying to get them to end their sponsorship deals with fossil fuel companies. I'll be speaking to him specifically about a recent victory they've had, which is to get the Royal Opera House to end their ties with BP, which has been a sponsorship deal that's been in place for 33 years. And I'll be speaking to Chris throughout in about 5 minutes time. Following Chris, I'll be speaking to Etienne Stott, who is an activist for Extinction Rebellion, also an Olympic gold medalist. We'll be talking about Extinction Rebellion's plans for mobilisation in London in April. And at 3:30 p.m, I'll be speaking to Tyrone Scott, who is the chair of Greens of Colour. I'll be speaking to Tyrone about what his plans are for that group and how he thinks that the Green Party can improve its representation of people in colour. My penultimate interview of the day will be with Benali Hamdache. Benali is the Green Party of England and Wales spokesperson for migration. I'll be talking to him all about the Green Party's new migration policy, which passed at the Green Party Spring Conference earlier last week. That policy includes a commitment to family reunification for all migrants and for voting rights for visa residents. I'll also be talking to him about the government's new illegal migration bill and what that means for migration in the UK. And finally, I'll be speaking to Lindsey, who is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. I'll be speaking to Lindsey about the Green Party's new policy on defence, specifically in relation to NATO, and why her organisation, Stop the War Coalition, is critical of NATO. Please do get questions for all the guests that I have today lined up in the chat, and I'll try and put as many of them to them as possible. In the meantime, you can rewind to the video and watch any of the interviews that we have been doing throughout the show. And of course, please do hit the like button. It means the video will appear in more people's feeds on YouTube. Please do hit subscribe, which means that you'll never miss out on any of the videos that we are putting out. And please share the link to this video on your socials. It means that more people will see it, because if you're enjoying these interviews, other people will too. Now, throughout the show, we've been playing a game of Guess Who. I've been giving you some clues to a mystery person who is a prominent figure on the left. I've got 3 of these people that I'll be getting through throughout the show, but the first of them, we have so far had 5 clues, and I'm about to give you the 6th, and I want to see your guesses for who this mystery person is in the chat. So my first clue to you this morning was that this mystery person was born in Edinburgh. My second clue was that the mystery person in question was a member of the Socialist Party of America. My third clue was that this person wrote a pamphlet called Labour, Nationality and Religion. The mystery person was a key organiser in the Irish Transport and General Workers Union. The mystery person has a train station in Dublin named after them. And my final clue for you is that this mystery person was a participant in the Easter Rising. So there's your 6 clues for this mystery person. Please do get in the chat your guesses for who that is. I'm guessing that the last clue is a bit of a giveaway, which hopefully will mean that everyone will get it, and I'll reveal the answer after our next interview. Now, if you're new to Bright Green, you may not be aware, but we do not have the backing of billionaires and big business. We rely solely on the kind and generous donation and support of people just like you. So if you are able to, please do head to our website, bright-green.org/donate. We ask people to set up a regular donation of just £5 a month, and that is what keeps these shows running. It's what keeps all the articles we publish on our website being published, and it means that Bright Green can remain fiercely independent, can maintain our reporting free from the influence and the interests of big business, of billionaires, and it means that we can put out all the news, the reporting, the commentary that you are interested in. So if you are able to, please do head to our website right now, bright-green.org/donate, and please do set up a donation. It will make the world a world of difference. In the meantime, please do get your comments lined up in the chat for our guests. Coming up very, very shortly, we have Chris Garrard, who is from the organisation Culture Unstained, which campaigns to get cultural institutions to cut their ties to cut their sponsorship relationships with the fossil fuel industry. They've recently just had a big victory earlier this year with the Royal Opera House. So we'll be talking to Chris about that and why Culture Unstained is targeting cultural institutions. So please do stay tuned. Chris will be joining me very, very soon. In the meantime, as always, please do share the show link, because we had that unfortunate gap in the middle of the show. We're a little bit down on viewers. It would be hugely appreciated if you could help us out massively by sharing the link to the show on your social media channels, and help get more people watching, because we normally have about 10 to 15 times more people watching than now. Sadly, we lost a lot of viewers in that period, which is a shame, but we can get them back if you help us out. And so imminently, Chris Garrard will be joining us. Following Chris, I'll be revealing the first of our mystery people, and I will also be then interviewing a series of other people throughout the show. So very, very shortly, I'll be joined by Chris. Get yourself comfortable, get yourself a cup of tea, get sharing the link, and of course, please do like and subscribe as well. Just checking to see if Chris is with us. Can't see them on the call just yet, so bear with us for just a couple more moments and we will get started with our third interview of the day. In the meantime, do like, do share, do subscribe, and keep people watching. You can also tweet along, of course, on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. Any questions for Chris, get them in the chat and I'll do my very, very best to put them to him. So imminently, I'll be joined by Chris, talking about fossil fuel sponsorship of cultural institutions. Get your questions lined up. Hit that like button. That means that the video will appear in more people's YouTube feeds. It means that if you enjoy the show, other people will too, and hitting like means that people will see the video. And of course, if you hit subscribe, it means that you won't miss out on any of our future videos, any future episodes of Bright Green Live, the next of which will be taking place on the 9th of April. We're in the process of booking guests for that as we speak. Well, not literally as we speak, because I'm sat here, but we're booking guests for that show very, very soon. So please do get suggestions for me as to who you'd like to see booked on that. And I can see that Chris has now joined the call. So as Chris connects to the call, I'll just do a brief introduction so that you know who you're going to be hearing from. So I'm absolutely delighted to next be joined by Chris Garrard, who is a co-director at Culture Unstained. And we're going to be talking about the campaign to get cultural institutions to end their sponsorship arrangements with the fossil fuel industry. Before we get into any of that, Chris, it's an absolute pleasure. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
Good. A little tired, a little stressed. It's always a bit busy on these days, but we're getting there. So to kick us off, nice and straightforward, could you talk us through why Culture Unstained targets cultural institutions to end their sponsorship with fossil fuels?
Sure. So the campaign to end fossil fuel sponsorship of cultural spaces, be it museums, galleries, theatres, and so on, has been around for quite a long time. There are other organisations that were doing it before us, but I guess the main reason for doing it is cultural sponsorship by the fossil fuel industry is not philanthropy in the way that we sometimes think of it. They are not giving money to the arts and culture sector out of the goodness of their heart. It's a very calculated strategy to try and make their brands look acceptable, that they are these kind of generous supporters of the arts. And so basically when we encounter a BP or a Shell logo, rather than associating them with climate impacts or the impacts of fossil fuel extraction on sort of frontline communities, we instead are associating them with being this kind of responsible cultural sponsor that cares about society and its future, when nothing could be further from the truth. And it's much cheaper and much more affordable to give your loose change as a fossil fuel company to the arts sector, to try and associate yourself with these progressive values, rather than do the hard work of working out how you're going to transition away from fossil fuels and actually behave responsibly as a company as well. I guess the other piece of it, so that on the one hand, it operates a bit like a form of cheap advertising, I suppose. And in the past, we had this shift away from tobacco companies sponsoring the arts as well. So again, companies that had a major image problem, when there was scientific evidence about the impacts of their product, they deceived, spread disinformation, very similar to the fossil fuel industry there as well. So it's coming out of the same kind of playbook. But the other thing that happens in some cultural spaces is when you sponsor somewhere, you get to use the galleries or the kind of theatres or the foyers and so on for your own private events. So before an opera, you might invite along some politicians or policymakers, and it's probably a bit easier to kind of shore up those relationships with a kind of key politician over a glass of wine at the opera than in those kind of more formal meetings and government spaces where it's a little bit more accountable. So those kind of soft power kind of cultural spaces can really help these fossil fuel companies to keep drilling and further their business plans as well. So that's sort of the overview of why we need to challenge them, why we need to expose what's really behind these sponsorship deals.
That's a helpful summary. So I guess one of the arguments that someone might put to you is that, well, that's all well and good, but we have a crisis of arts funding in the UK with cultural institutions strapped for cash. Is it not the case that when you've got sponsorship agreements with companies like this, that enables those institutions to exist and to flourish and to finance the arts sector?
Yeah, it's a really great question, and it's one that we're sort of responding to often. So I guess the first point is the amount of funding that will come from these major polluting companies is actually proportionally very small. So somewhere like the British Museum, which has had this long-standing sponsorship deal with BP, based on the information we have access to, it's around 0.5% or even less than that of the museum's overall income that comes from BP. So when they sort of say, oh, we rely on a BP or a Shell in order to deliver what we do and keep the doors open, that's actually really misleading, because the core funding is coming from the taxpayer, other sources, other kind of potentially more kind of ethical or acceptable corporate sponsors as well. So we don't rely on that fossil fuel money in the way it seems. I guess the other piece of it is, yes, there is a real challenge for funding in the arts sector at the moment. That's long been the case. But I guess one of the things we would point to is the kind of tax breaks and the subsidies and that kind of piece that means the fossil fuel companies are essentially giving this kind of loose change again to help boost their image. Whereas actually, if we were taxing them more effectively, we would have more money coming into the Treasury that could sustain arts funding to a much better level. We sort of did an infographic about 5 or 6 years ago just to illustrate the kind of difference in scale of like what the tax breaks and incentives to the North Sea were like, and it was far outstripping anything these companies were giving back to the arts sector as well. So again, it really showed that this was a form of kind of brand management and cheap advertising for them as well.
So quite recently, you've had a pretty substantial victory, which is the Royal Opera House has ended its sponsorship arrangements with BP, which I think was in place for over 3 decades. How did you get that victory?
So the Royal Opera House, the British Museum, the National Portrait Gallery and the Royal Shakespeare Company it was back in 2016, it was announced they were signing up to a 5-year sponsorship deal with BP. And that kicked off in 2018. So they announced it a few years ahead. And that had become the pattern, because by grouping them together in this way, BP could kind of big itself up as this big kind of cultural sponsor. And there are, so, I mean, I work for Culture Unstained, but there are all these various other groups that make up the Art Not Oil coalition, so groups like BP or Not BP, Liberate Tate, Shell Out Sounds, Platform, goes on, who kind of work in collaboration, but a lot of the activism was using these creative protest tactics, and they were being sort of dispensed across these different cultural institutions, challenging their BP sponsorships. And so specifically at the Royal Opera House, which was in some ways quite surprising that it shifted, because that relationship was so entrenched. But over the years, there had been protests popping up inside the Opera House during the interval. So again, not disrupting the opera itself, but trying to raise those issues in that space. And the particular thing that BP sponsored was the BP big screens. So these live relay broadcasts across the country. And again, by BP sticking its name on it, it kind of gave this impression that BP was sort of paying for the whole thing. And, you know, again, that way of really promoting its brand identity with the artwork. But that offered a really lovely kind of forum for creative activists to go into those spaces. There were musicians from Extinction Rebellion one time. There were people from Art Not Oil who went into Trafalgar Square. There were dance-based protests. So people really using these kind of whole range of creative tactics to disrupt, engage, provoke conversation in quite imaginative ways. And that really ramped up the pressure. And then at the same time, some of the work that I was doing with Culture Unstained was getting composers and musicians who were really passionate about climate and the environment to kind of back letters, to kind of raise these concerns on social media and really put that pressure on the management and leadership of the Royal Opera House as well. And I guess one thing to mention is one of the board members of the Royal Opera House is the former CEO of BP, John Brown. So again, that's why it was like, when we finally found out about this, we were like, okay, this is quite a significant shift here, because again, you often get these kind of individuals from leading corporations sort of on the boards of these institutions. He used to be the chair of trustees at Tate as well, when it was sponsored by BP as well. So the rule of these kind of interconnections behind the scenes as well. So yeah, it's a really significant win, really significant shift. And it came almost a year to the day after the National Portrait Gallery announced it was ending its BP sponsorship as well. So it's really seen the dominoes start to fall.
So in relation to those dominoes and the kind of swathe of cultural institutions that you're targeting at the moment, what other institutions are you seeking to get to end their ties at the moment?
So since 2016, there have been 14 kind of major cultural institutions that have cut their ties to fossil fuel sponsorship. So some of the ones I've mentioned, but also the South Bank Centre, British Film Institute, National Theatre, National Gallery, National Gallery Scotland. Again, it's a growing list, but we still have this kind of odd situation at the British Museum right now, which is that on paper, according to their sponsorship contract, their 5-year sponsorship deal with BP ended in February, but the logo is still on their website. And when approached, they are just saying, we have a partnership with BP that runs until this year. So they're currently staying tight-lipped and not saying anything. Either this means they're trying to stage manage the whole thing so it doesn't kind of give the activists and all the campaigners and all of the people who've been a part of that campaign the win that they've been working really hard to get, or they've signed up to some kind of new partnership with BP. So that's one of the main ones. And the other one being the Science Museum, which maybe people have seen or witnessed some of the controversy around it, because they've got relationships with BP and Shell and Equinor, and then most recently Adani, which is this major Indian conglomerate which has huge investments in coal. That was controversial enough in itself, but very recently there's been this major report from Hindenburg, who basically have exposed examples of fraud and mismanagement. And I guess crucially for us is that the Science Museum is saying, oh, we're not taking sponsorship from Adani as a whole, we're just taking it from this bit of the company, Adani Green Energy, which is involved in renewable energy. But what this report has drawn attention to is actually that company is being used to kind of generate investment funds, and those funds are potentially being channeled to the Carmichael coal mine in Australia as well. So there is not this separation between these parts of Adani. Adani is a fossil fuel producer. It is building coal-fired power stations as well. So yeah, this is a very effective way of Adani trying to present itself as a green company, and then through this sponsorship deal with the Science Museum, again, trying to, you know, textbook form of greenwash, basically.
And so finally then, for our viewers watching, how can they get involved in these campaigns?
I guess there's a whole kind of range of ways. I think one of the most kind of useful things right now is to be keeping the pressure on these cultural institutions, so both the British Museum and the Science Museum. But there, I think also to keep an eye out on these other relationships, whether it's with sport teams, picture houses, cinemas, have a partnership with INEOS, for example. So to be challenging them in kind of creative and imaginative ways, whether that's just like in the social media spaces, whether that's by talking to the people that work in those spaces. And often we've found over the years that people who work in these sponsored institutions, they might not be comfortable with the sponsorships as well. So we've had a really good relationship with the PCS union, for example, who represent front of house staff. So what are the alliances that we can build there? What are the creative ways we can use our activism to open up that space for conversation? And yeah, I guess to be writing to these institutions, to be challenging them in all of these different ways. We've got this real opportunity to kind of maintain the pressure, and I think really bring about a big shift in the cultural sector, will really change the narrative if these two kind of major museums will finally kind of cut their ties to fossil fuel production as well.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Chris. I'll let you get on and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Great, thank you for having me.
So that was Chris Garrard from Culture Unstained. I'd love to hear what you thought about that conversation and what you think about the need to end fossil fuel sponsorship of cultural institutions, particularly if you've been involved in any of those campaigns. I would love to hear about that too. So let me know about all of that in the chat. If you're just joining us, please do make sure that you hit like on the video. It helps Bright Green out massively. Make sure you hit subscribe, which means that you won't miss out on any of the videos that we put out in the future. And please, please, please share the show link on your social media channels. We had an unfortunate gap in our show earlier today, which meant that we lost a lot of viewers. We're about 10% of our normal viewership. So please do share the show link, which means that more people will see this video. If you've enjoyed the interviews we've been putting out throughout the day, then other people will too. The best way to make sure that they see them is to share the link on your social media channels, and of course hit like as well. So if you are just joining us, you can see a range of the interviews that we've already had throughout the day. So you can scroll back about 15 minutes to get to the start of the interview I just did with Chris Garrard from Culture Unstained. If you rewind back about an hour in the show, you can hear the conversation I had with Michael Kyriacou from the UEA UCU branch about the crisis, the financial crisis hitting the University of East Anglia, and how the UCU branch is fighting to support workers at that university. And if you rewind back, nearly 3 hours now, you can hear the interview that I did with Linda Walker, who is the Green co-convener of the Green Party's Peace, Security and Defence Working Group, to hear from her about the Green Party's new policies on peace, security and defence, specifically the policy that has caused a lot of interest over the last week, which is the Green Party's new stance on NATO. Please feel free to rewind through the video and catch any of those interviews. Now, before that conversation with Chris, I told you that I was going to reveal the answer to our first Guess Who quiz, and I gave you 6 clues to who that individual might be. I'd love to hear any final guesses coming through before I reveal who that person was. So we're looking for a significant figure on the left. And the 6 clues I gave you were that this mystery person was born in Edinburgh. The mystery person was a member of the Socialist Labour Party of America. They wrote a pamphlet in 1910 called Labour, Nationality and Religion. They were a key organiser with the Irish Transport and General Workers Union. They have a train station in Dublin named after them, and they were a participant in the Easter Rising. A range of clues going from the very difficult to hopefully the very easy. And if you've got any final guesses, get them in the chat as soon as possible. I can tell you that 2 of our viewers have already got the answer right. They did successfully identify our first mystery figure from the left with those 6 clues. And the correct answer was, of course, James Connolly. So full marks and praise go to Alexander Ishmael, who got that answer from the very first clue, which was just that the mystery person was born in Edinburgh. Of all the people throughout history born in Edinburgh, Alexander managed to get James Connolly on the first clue. And special mention to Finn White, who I think got the answer on the 3rd clue, which was the clue around the pamphlet Labour, Nationality and Religion. So full marks to both of you for getting our mystery person, which was James Connolly, the Irish Republican Socialist Revolutionary, who played a key role in the Easter Rising in securing independence for the Republic of Ireland. We've got 2 more mystery people who I'll be giving you clues to throughout the day. I'll be giving you another one of those very, very shortly. But please do, in the meantime, click like on the video if you're just joining us. I can see a trickle of people who are just joining us now. Click like, it means that the video will appear in more people's feeds. Click subscribe, which means that you won't miss out on any of the other videos we're putting out in the coming weeks and months. And please, please, please share the link to the show on your social media channels, because that's the best way to get more people watching the show. If you've enjoyed the interviews we've been putting out, other people will too. And the best way to make sure that people see it is if you share the link to the stream. I can see a few people are trickling in to catch the interview with Chris Garrard. Unfortunately, Chris has just left us. You can rewind in the stream just 15 minutes if you wanted to catch that conversation. So throughout the rest of the day, I still have 4 amazing guests yet to join me. I'm going to be joined soon by Etienne Stott, who is an Olympic gold medalist, but more recently has become known for being an activist with the climate campaign group Extinction Rebellion. I'm going to be talking to Etienne about Extinction Rebellion's plans for a mass mobilisation in London coming up in April. I'll be talking about why they are mobilising in London in April, but also crucially discussing some of the questions people raise about Extinction Rebellion strategy and how effective it is in winning the group's demands. I'll be joined then after Etienne by Tyrone Scott, who is the chair of Greens of Colour. He also came second in the Green Party of England and Wales deputy leadership election last year. I'll be speaking to Tyrone about his plans for Greens of Colour, which is the group within the Green Party that represents people of colour. I'll be speaking to him about that, but also how the Green Party can improve its representation of people of colour. Following Tyrone, I'll be joined by Benali Hamdache. Benali is a friend of the show. He came on I think it was the very first episode of Bright Green Live to talk about the various anti-migrant policies the government is pushing forward. Since then, the Green Party has undertaken a massive rewrite of its policies on migration. So I'm going to be speaking to Benali about what those policies are, why the Green Party now supports family reunification for all migrants, and why it supports voting rights for visa residents in the UK. And closing the show, I'll be joined by Lindsey, who is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition, and we'll be discussing NATO, reflecting on the Green Party's new policy on NATO and getting her assessment of that. Just going to take a look at the chat and Twitter. So a reminder that you can get questions in the chat for our guests, please do pop them in there. Also, love to see your comments and thoughts on the interviews we're putting out. Get them in the chat and also on the hashtag Bright Green Live. So Tom Adams has just says, regarding the change of policy on NATO, our local Green Party was dismayed when it first heard the announcement of the softening of the existing policy, with some members even threatening to leave the party. Thank you so much for sending that comment through, Tom. I'd be really interested to hear your thoughts. I don't know whether you caught the interview with Linda at the start of the show, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that interview and whether that assuaged any of the concerns that you or members in your local Green Party have had. And you popped a question in there, Tom, as well, which is your principal question is, how reformable is NATO? NATO might be advocating further expansion, input of weapons conflicts, inclusion of new countries, all while we were trying to reform it. So I specifically asked Linda at the start of the show about that question as to whether NATO is reformable. She gave a really interesting response, which essentially she argued that she's of the view that actually the kinds of reforms that the Green Party would like to see in NATO are very likely undeliverable. And therefore, ultimately, a Green government would see the UK leaving NATO. That's her perspective. That's not the perspective of all the people in the working group. But you can go back and if you go back to around 3 hours in the show, you can find the interview with Linda, and she will to get her take on that question as to whether NATO is reformable. She's also written an article on Bright Green, specifically about the new policy on peace, security, and defence, including the question around NATO, and she's put some interesting views in there as well. The question of reformability of NATO is going to be central to the conversation I'm going to be having with Lindsey German at the tail end of the show, because Stop the War Coalition and Lindsey have always been very, very critical of NATO, and Lindsey has spoken prominently saying that she's disappointed to see the Green Party's position change. So I'll be asking Lindsey what she makes of the prospects of NATO being reformed and whether that's a realistic prospect given the Green Party's new policy. So you can catch all that at the tail of the show. I'll be speaking to Lindsey at about 5:30 today, so in quite a few hours time. In the meantime, please do get questions and comments like Tom has done in the chat. Please do get them on the hashtag Bright Green Live. Please do hit like, please do hit subscribe, please do share the link to this stream so that more people can see the interviews. We can see we get a few more people coming onto the show again, which is great. For those of you who are with us earlier today, I am still extremely sorry that one of our guests didn't materialize, and that caused a big gap in our interviews and in the show. I'm going to try and get Jay, who was supposed to be back on the show at a later date. But in lieu of Jay, we still have 4 absolutely amazing guests to come, so please do stick around to see all of those. I'll be speaking to Etienne Stott from Extinction Rebellion next, but before I do that, I am going to take another quick break because I'm getting quite tired. I've actually only had 1 coffee today. Regular viewers will know that I'm normally on about 5 by now, so I'm going to take a break. I'm going to make a coffee, and I will be back very, very soon. Before I take that break, I wanted to give you the first clue for our second mystery person. So our first mystery person was James Connolly. Well done to Finn White and Alexander for getting that. Our second mystery person was born in Poland. Now remember, we are looking for a prominent figure on the left. Could be alive today, could be historical, could be contemporary. The important thing is that they are prominent, and this mystery person was born in Poland. You'll have to stay tuned for the remaining 6 clues I will give you about that mystery person. But whilst I'm on my break, please do get questions for our upcoming guests in the chat, reflections on the interview so far, and crucially, some guesses as to who that mystery person could be. I'll be back very, very Hello, and welcome back. You're watching episode 5 of Bright Green Live. If you're new to the show, this is a show where we bring you interviews with some of the most exciting, inspiring, and interesting people from the left of politics, whether that be people from social movements, the Labour movement, Green parties, the wider left as well. We have still got 4 amazing guests still to come on today's episode. We're going to be speaking to Etienne Stott, who is an Olympic gold medalist and Extinction Rebellion activist. I'm going to be speaking to him about why Extinction Rebellion are organising a mass mobilisation in London in April. You can see why I needed to break for coffee. My coffee is here. I will be back to normal levels of appearance very, very soon. Following Etienne, I'm going to be joined by Tyrone Scott, who is the chair of Greens of Colour. Greens of Colour is the group within the Green Party of England and Wales, which represents people of colour. I'm going to be speaking to him about his plans for that group and also how he thinks that the Green Party can do better when it comes to representation of people of colour. My penultimate interview will be with Benali Hamdache. Benali is the Green Party of England and Wales' spokesperson on migration. He's been on the show before. You can check out that interview on our YouTube channel if you wish to. But today I'm going to be talking to him about the Green Party's new migration policy. Specifically, I'm going to be speaking to him about why the Greens support family reunification for all migrants, and also why they support introduction of voting rights for all visa residents in the UK. And closing the show, I'm going to be speaking to Lindsey German. Lindsey is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. That's the same Stop the War Coalition that organised the largest demonstration in British history, when 1 million people took the streets of London to campaign against the Iraq War. I'm going to be speaking to Lindsey about the Green Party's new policy on defence, specifically the policy on NATO, given Stop the War Coalition's position on NATO. It's deeply critical of NATO, and Lindsey has spoken publicly and said that she's disappointed by the Green Party's position. So we're speaking to her about that at the end of the show, which ties into the interview I did at the start of the show, which was with Linda Walker, who co-convened the Green Party's policy working group on peace, security, and defence, and helped write that policy on NATO and wider defence issues. You can rewind in this show to about 10:30 a.m. or about 3 hours ago to find the interview with Linda. Following Linda, I then spoke to Michael Kyriacou, who is the chair of the University of East Anglia UCU branch. I spoke to Michael about the financial crisis currently facing the University of East Anglia and what UCU members are seeking to get to defend their members and staff at the university in the context of that financial crisis. And then just now, about 1 o'clock, I spoke to Chris Garrard, who is the co-director of Culture Unstained campaign group, which campaigns to get cultural institutions to end their sponsorship relationships with fossil fuel companies. We spoke about the big victory that they've had recently, which was to get the Royal Opera House to end their sponsorship ties, and also some of the other institutions they're going to be targeting in the future. Those 3 interviews we've done so far are part of more than 24 that we've now done on this show. You can go back and watch any of the interviews that we've put out in previous shows on our YouTube channel. You can watch whole episodes if you want to watch them back in full, or you can watch individual clips of the interviews. The best way that you can make sure that you don't miss out on any of the episodes of Bright Green Live we're putting out and the other content we put out on our channel is to hit the subscribe button. It means you'll get a little notification that'll pop up in your feed every time we go live, every time we put out a video, and you won't miss out on any of the other stuff we're putting out, including the next episode of Bright Green Live, which will be on March the 9th. I would love to get your thoughts on who you would like to see us speak to on that episode. I'm booking guests right now, so it'd be great to get your thoughts on who we should get in to speak to. We've had some great suggestions already on previous episodes and on various places, so please do get those in. Please also do get questions lined up for our guests that are coming up throughout the rest of the day. I'll try and put questions that you put in the chat to our guests. I can see that Tom Adams, for example, has put some questions in around NATO, which I'll hopefully be able to put to Lindsey. And you can also put questions to me as well. I'm happy to answer any of your questions about the show, about Bright Green in general, about my views on politics, on wider things. So please do get your questions in for me as well. I'm happy to answer any of those that you wish to have answered. Now, throughout the show, we've been playing a game of Guess Who, trying to identify significant figures on the left, whether they are historical or contemporary. We had a series of clues at the start of the show, which some eagle-eyed viewers identified as relating to the Irish Republican Socialist Revolutionary James Connolly. I've given you one clue for our second mystery person. That clue was that this mystery person was born in Poland. I've not had any guesses come through in the chat yet, which is disappointing. Of the entirety of human history of people born in Poland, none of you have guessed one of them yet. So please do get guesses in for our second mystery person. My second clue for you on this mystery person is that they founded 2 newspapers in their life. Those newspapers were called The Red Flag and The Workers' Cause. Now, you are not allowed to Google. That is the golden rule of the Guess Who game. But get your guesses in the chat for somebody who was born in Poland and founded 2 newspapers in their life. In the meantime, get questions in the chat for our guests who are coming up soon. Questions in the chat for me. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're aiming to have 550 subscribers by the end of the show. We're currently on 526, so we've still got quite a few to go. If you haven't already, you can be one of those people. And we're trying to get to 50 likes by the end of the show. So if you haven't already, please do click like. We've got 36 likes to go, so still some way to go. You can help out massively by clicking those 2 buttons. And you can also help out the show by hitting share. If you share the stream on your social media channels, it means that more people will see the stream, more people will get to hear the interviews with our amazing guests throughout the day. Now, we've been talking a little bit about the Green Party of England and Wales conference that took place in Birmingham last weekend on the show so far. So at the start, we spoke to Linda Walker about the Green Party's new defence policies. I'm going to be speaking to Benali Hamdache about the Green Party's new migration policies. And I also spoke to Lindsey German. I haven't yet spoken to her. I'm speaking to her at the end of the show, again, about the defence policies. You can find comprehensive coverage of Green Party conference on Bright Green's website, bright-green.org, where you can find articles covering the speeches that took place at Green Party conference. You can find articles, news pieces covering the motions, the policies that were passed. You can also find very soon, you can also find some commentary on that. So Linda Walker wrote a piece on the defence policy, which you can find on the website. Very soon, I'm going to be publishing an article on the website that I've written, which is the 5 biggest takeaways from that conference, which I'll be looking at some of the big policy decisions, some of the interesting dynamics in the party. I'm going to have that published probably tomorrow or the day after, so you can read all about what I think are the biggest things that came out of that conference. But crucially, when it comes to Bright Green, we aren't only interested in covering the Green Party of England and Wales, we also provide coverage of the other Green parties that are active in the United Kingdom. And so next weekend, we're going to be covering the Scottish Green Party conference, which is going to be taking place on Saturday. So keep your eyes on Bright Green's website on Saturday to find out everything that's been going down at the Scottish Greens conference. Obviously, that conference is taking place at a really interesting time in Scottish politics, when the Greens have been in government in Scotland for over a year now, I think. My memory is a little hazy on that, but over a year now. And we're also right in the middle of the SNP leadership election. That leadership election could have huge ramifications for the future of the government in Scotland, because, of course, the Scottish Greens are at the moment hold ministerial office. They have a written agreement with the SNP for that government. The winner of that election, the SNP leadership election, who that turns out to be, could shape whether the Scottish Greens remain in government. So, for example, the agreement between the SNP and the Scottish Green Party, that has within it a series of legislative things that the Scottish government is committed to doing. One of them is the reform of the Gender Recognition Act. And of course, the Scottish Parliament has already legislated for reform of the Gender Recognition Act. However, the Westminster government overruled the Scottish Parliament decision. Now, there are two candidates in the SNP leadership election who are, let's say, lukewarm at best when it comes to gender recognition reform. So you have Ash Regan, who resigned as an SNP minister because she didn't support the reforms. And you've got Kate Forbes, who has been revealed throughout the campaign to have, let's say, some more socially conservative views when it comes to things like gender recognition, when it comes to things like gay rights, when it comes to things like abortion. And if either of those two candidates win the SNP leadership election, and if they seek to row back on the commitment to introduce reforms to the Gender Recognition Act, it's incredibly likely that we will see the Scottish Green Party pulling out of government in Scotland, which will have a huge impact on how Scotland is governed in terms of the stability of that government, but also will have an impact on the legislative agenda, because the Greens have been pushing for a number of key planks of the legislative agenda, whether it be rent controls, whether it be things around circular economy, so the what's now being dubbed the controversial deposit return scheme in Scotland, and of course also the gender recognition reform. So the conference next weekend is taking place in that context. So it's really, really interesting to see what comes out of it in terms of the kinds of soundings we're getting from the Scottish Greens about their relationship with the SNP. So the best place to find all the coverage of that conference is going to be on Bright Green. So please do head to bright-green.org and find the articles there when that conference takes place next weekend. If you want to make sure you keep up with all the articles we publish on Bright Green, you can do so by following us on all the social media channels at facebook.com/brightgrn, on Twitter at brightgrn, on Instagram at brightgreenonline, and on the Mastodons at brightgreen on the UK server. Now, in addition to our coverage of the Green Party of England Wales Conference and the Scottish Green Party Conference, in the coming weeks we are going to be ramping up our coverage of the local elections which are taking place in May this year. This, particularly with a lens of the Green Party on, is a really fascinating set of local elections. Now, the reason that I say that is because they're taking place in 2023. That's 4 years after the 2019 breakthrough that the Green Party had in the local elections. So in 2019, the Green Party more than doubled the number of councillors that it held overnight, and won just shy of 200 seats, gained just shy of 200 seats in those elections. And what that means is, because of the way the local election cycle works, those seats that were won in 2019 are now being defended in 2023. So in 2019, in 2021, and in 2022, the Green Party saw major gains in local elections. That means that in every election year from now on, the Greens are defending more seats than the Greens have ever defended before. So in 2023, the Greens are going to be defending over 200 council seats, which is more than ever before. That presents a real challenge, because normally the Greens are only historically the Greens have only been defending, a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen seats at one time. Over 200 seats being defending at once is very, very difficult. Not only that, but the Green Party is also seeking to make massive gains in those elections. So at the Green Party Spring Conference, Carla Denyer, the party's co-leader, said that she was expecting the Greens to gain around 100 more council seats. So if this were to come off, this would be a huge moment for the Green Party. From my perspective, more significant than the initial breakthrough in 2019, because what it would mean is that the Green Party is not only capable of making significant gains in local elections when they're starting from a relatively low base, but also that they're capable of defending those seats and getting additional gains on top of it. Now, crucially, this is happening at a time when the Labour Party is 20 points ahead of the Tories in the polls. Now, historically, the Green Party has done best when the Labour Party has been when the Labour Party has been weaker, and a strong Labour Party that is well supported, that has high levels of public support, often presents a challenge for the Green Party, because historically, for a long time, the Green Party was primarily gaining seats in Labour, in primarily Labour areas, so places where often there'd be a relatively sizable university, where you'd have lots of renters, private renters, where you would have university students, academics, a degree of lots of young people, a lot of transients often in these places as well. So I'm thinking in particular about places like Brighton Hove, I'm thinking about places like Norwich, I'm thinking about places like Oxford, where I am. And traditionally, historically, the Green Party's done very well in those places. And when Labour is doing very well in the polls, it becomes more challenging to for the Greens to maintain support in those kinds of areas. What's really interesting, I think, about this set of local elections is actually when these seats were last fought in 2019, the Greens were winning masses of seats from the Conservative Party. So if you look at places like Mid Suffolk, that was where the Greens made significant gains at the hands of the Tories. There are other places in the southwest where similarly that was the case. And in 2023, this set of local elections, it looks like the Greens could be making really substantial gains in a lot of those places again. So there's a lot of energy and excitement about the prospect that the Greens could take control of Mid Suffolk Council. They don't need to win many more seats than they currently hold in order to do that. So at the moment, I think there are 12 Greens on the council. I think they would only need around 16 or 17 seats in order to take control. And there's also the prospect that the Greens could win a majority on Mid Suffolk Council, which would be unprecedented. There is nowhere in the country where the Green Party has ever had majority control of a local authority. So at the moment, in Brighton Hove, the Green Party is in administration, but it's a minority administration. And so what that means is it has more seats than all of the other parties, but it doesn't have more seats than all the other parties combined. And what that means is it can, when the administration is seeking to get things through, it relies on votes from other parties. And that means that in Brighton Hove, there's lots of negotiation and horse trading about what things can and cannot happen. In other places across the country, the Greens are in administration, but they're administration in coalition with other parties. So you look at somewhere like Lancaster, where the Greens are in administration. You look at somewhere like Herefordshire, where the Greens are in administration. The Greens aren't in administration on their own. They're in joint administration with other parties. If in Mid Suffolk, the Greens were to take control of that council and also be a majority party there, it would be absolutely unprecedented and would be a real historic moment for the Green Party. So Mid Suffolk is a really interesting place to watch. I know that Caroline Lucas has said that she thinks there's a real prospect the Greens could take control of the council there as well. And there are really interesting other places across the country that have got elections this time, which we really should be looking out for. One of them is indeed Brighton Hove. So in Brighton Hove, the Greens are the largest party on the council, but they're only the largest party on the council because since the last set of elections, a number of Labour councillors have been kicked out or resigned from the party. So there are a number of seats up for election this year, which Labour won last time, are now no longer Labour seats, but they're seeking to get back. They've also had boundary changes in Brighton Hove. So there is the political dynamics of that city has changed significantly. And what this means is it's going to be really interesting to see what happens because the Greens could well hold on to administration. They could well lose the administration. And there aren't many seats that need to switch one way or the other for either of those scenarios to happen. And I've spoken to people in Brighton Hove who feel relatively confident that they're going to still be in administration after the election. But crucially, this would be the first time where the Greens have been in sole administration anywhere, gone into an election and come out of that election still in administration afterwards. Because whilst there was a Green administration from 2011, that administration was formed after the 2011 local elections. And then come 2015, when the next set of local elections happened, the party lost a lot of seats and the council went back under control of Labour. So in Brighton Hove, you could see the first time in history where an administration, a single Green Party administration, where the Greens are the only party in that administration, go into an election administration and come out the other side in administration too. There are some other interesting places across the country, like Lancaster, which has a very unique set of political circumstances, but the Greens are looking to make gains there. There are places like East Hertfordshire, which again, the Greens could be seeing big gains in as well. And there are councils across the country where there is a real prospect of major Green gains, even in spite of the fact that the Greens are defending an unprecedented number of seats. So this set of local elections is going to be really, really interesting. I spoke about this on one of these shows. I think it was on the first or the second of these shows. And I said that I thought you're going to be looking at probably somewhere in the low double figures of gains, somewhere in the region of 20 to 30 gains, 50 at tops. That's not the noise that's coming out of the Green Party nationally at the moment. The leadership is talking about 100. We don't yet know whether that is hubris. And actually, we're probably looking at something much lower than that. Or it could well be expectation management, and we could be seeing something much bigger than that. But nonetheless, for the Green Party, this set of elections is going to be very, very interesting, especially because it's incredibly likely that the Labour Party will be making massive gains nationally as well, particularly in some of those towns and cities, small cities in the north of England and in the Midlands, which are described as the so-called Red Wall, where Labour candidates lost their seats in the last general election, but there's actually been a long-term trend away from Labour, and they've been losing seats on the councils there for a long time, first to UKIP and then to the Tories. So we could see massive Labour gains. And of course, the Liberal Democrats have historically been very effective at winning local elections as well. And so this Tory wipeout that is probably going to happen in 6 weeks' time in local elections across the country could see major gains for Labour, major gains for the Liberal Democrats, and crucially also major gains for the Greens. I think that's a fascinating set of elections that are coming up very, very soon. And Bright Green is going to be running a series of articles throughout the next few weeks, specifically about those local elections. In the run to those local elections, we're going to be looking at the places where the Greens could have real success. We're going to be looking at some of the trickier defences for the Greens, and we're going to do some analysis of what the elections could mean for the party as well. So please do check out all of that on our website, bright-green.org, as those elections come nearer and nearer. On polling day itself, on I think it's the 7th of May or the 6th of May, I can't remember, the 4th of May, I think it is this year, we will be doing on Bright Green our traditional annual live blog, where we will be bringing you all the results as they come in through the night. I'm aware there are lots of places that do this. Obviously, you can tune into the BBC. You can't watch David Dimbleby do it anymore, unfortunately, but I think it's Hugh Edwards who tends to do that coverage now. Obviously, other broadcasters are all available and they do that as well. But we'll be running a live blog specifically looking at the Green Party and also other left parties and left candidates across the country as well throughout the night. So if you want that specific news and that specific insight, then Bright Green's the place to do that. We'll be running that live blog all throughout local election night and the following day, and possibly the day after, because I think there's some counts that are happening later as well. And we also have the Northern Ireland elections, which are through STV. So who knows how long some of those will take to count. And on the next episode of Bright Green Live, we're going to be having lots of analysis of those elections. I'm going to be getting some guests in who will be saying some really interesting things. And also on election night, we're going to be doing a live stream at about 3 a.m. in the morning, when most of the overnight results are in, to do some analysis. I'm hoping to get some big guests from the Green Party to talk to about all those election results. So you've got all that to look forward to for our local election coverage. Thank you for listening to me ramble on about that for quite some time. If you haven't already, please do hit subscribe. Please do hit like on the video. We're aiming for 550 subscribers by the end of the show and 50 likes on the video by the end of the show as well. And please do share the link to the stream, because if you're enjoying the interviews we're putting out through the day and my ramblings, other people will too. The best way to make sure that they can see these interviews is to share the link to the stream. So just to give you a rundown, well, firstly, before I give you a rundown of what's to come, let me know what you thought about all that, about the local elections. I'd be really interested to get your thoughts and insights. But please also do get questions in for me and for all of our upcoming guests in the chat. or indeed on the hashtag Bright Green Live. To run down what we've still got to come on the show, very soon I'll be joined by Etienne Stott, who is an Olympic gold medalist and an Extinction Rebellion activist. We'll be talking about the planned mobilisation that Extinction Rebellion has later this year in April, where they'll be taken to the streets of London as part of the wider climate campaigns they're involved in. I'll be talking to him about why it is that XR are engaged in that mobilisation, and also delving a little bit into XR strategy and how effective that is. Following that, I'll be speaking to Tyrone Scott, who some of you will know as the second place, the runner-up candidate in last year's Green Party of England Wales deputy leadership election. He's now the chair of Greens of Colour, and I'll be speaking to him about Greens of Colour, what his plan is for that group, and how the Green Party can improve its representation of people of colour. I'll then be speaking in my penultimate interview to Benali Hamdache, who's the Green Party's migration spokesperson, about the Green Party's new policies on migration. And I'll be closing the show with Lindsey from the Stop the War Coalition to talk about NATO and the Green Party's position on it. An amazing array of guests still to come, so make sure you stay tuned. I'm going to take a very, very short break, just for a couple of minutes. Please do stay tuned. Please do get your comments and questions in for our future guests. And crucially, get your guesses in for our mystery person. So throughout the show, I'm giving you a series of clues of a mystery person who is someone of significance on the left. Might be historical, might be contemporary. And the first clue I gave you was that they were born in Poland. And the second clue I gave you was that they have founded 2 newspapers in their life. The third clue I'm going to give you is that this mystery person wrote a pamphlet in 1906 called The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions. Those are your first 3 clues for our mystery person. Please, 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 no Googling. Keep this honest, keep it clean, and keep within the spirit of the game. Get your guesses in the chat for who that mystery person is that was born in Poland, founded 2 newspapers in their life, and wrote a 1906 pamphlet called The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions. Get your guesses in the chat while I'm gone. I'll be back very, very soon. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. You're watching episode 5 of Bright Green Live. Very, very shortly, I'll be joined by our fourth guest of the day, Etienne Stott. Before we get going, just wanted to issue another apology for the gap in our interviews earlier on in the day. I'm very, very sorry for that. But all of our guests, all of our remaining guests are definitely coming, so there shouldn't be any other issues of that ilk. So before I went on my break, I gave you the third clue to our second mystery person. We're looking for a significant figure on the left. The first clue was this mystery person was born in Poland. The second was this mystery person founded 2 newspapers in their life, The Red Flag and The Workers' Cause. And this mystery person also wrote a pamphlet in 1906 called The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions. Get your guesses in the chat as to who that mystery person is. And if you haven't already, hit subscribe so that you don't miss out on any of our future videos, including future episodes of Bright Green Live. And of course, make sure that you hit like on the video. That means that the video will appear in more people's feeds on YouTube. More people will see it, more people will watch it, more people will hear from our great guests, and more people will be able to hear from Bright Green. So it helps us out massively, as well as getting more people watching this show. So very, very soon, I'll be joined by Etienne Stott, who is the Olympic gold medalist and also an activist with Extinction Rebellion. I'm going to be speaking to Etienne about Extinction Rebellion, or XR's, planned mobilisation later in the year in April. They're seeking to get 100,000 people on the streets of London. And I'll be talking to him about that mobilisation, why XR are organising it, and what their demands are. I'll also be speaking to him about XR's strategy and how effective it is at delivering the action that they want to see on climate change. Following Etienne, I'll be joined by Tyrone Scott, who is the chair of Greens of Colour. I'll then be joined by Benali Hamdache, the Green Party of England and Wales's migration spokesperson. And finally, I'll be joined by Lindsey, who is a convener of the Stop the War Coalition. I'd love to hear your thoughts on our interviews and our guests so far. If you haven't seen them, you can rewind through the video and watch them at any point. So Linda Walker kicked off the show, the co-convener of the Green Party's Peace, Security and Defence Working Group. We had a pretty lengthy conversation about the Green Party's new defence policy. Particularly, we spoke about NATO because the area that's generated the most interest when it comes to that new policy is NATO and the Green Party's position on it. So historically, the Green Party has taken a position which says that we want Britain to leave that military alliance, to leave NATO. And the policy that was passed the weekend changed that to instead say that the Green Party wants to see the NATO instigate a series of major reforms, including committing to a no first use policy when it comes to nuclear weapons, including upholding human rights, and a series of other reforms. Otherwise, alternative security arrangements would be considered. I spoke to Linda about the policy broadly, which includes a whole bunch of other areas around the arms trade, around other things, but also very specifically about NATO and what her assessment is of the party's new position on NATO, how it came to be, and whether the institution of NATO is reformable. She had a really interesting perspective on all those things. You can go back to 10:30, just shy of 4 hours ago, to find that interview. I then spoke to Michael Kyriacou, who is the chair of the UCU branch at the University of East Anglia. Now, obviously, the UCU is engaged in a major national dispute at the moment, dispute over pensions. So there's a big dispute over the valuation of the USS pension scheme. That's the pension scheme that the majority of the older universities are part of. So that's universities like Oxford, Cambridge, the Russell Group, also the universities that were set up in the 1960s. UC are also involved in a national dispute over pay, over casualisation, and over conditions, and a whole bunch of other things. There's been some developments in that dispute over the weekend, or not over the weekend, over the last few days, with UCU having concluded negotiations with the employers. They're still involved in a dispute. They're still involved in industrial action. I spoke to Michael about that dispute, but I also spoke to him very specifically about what's happening at UEA. So UEA, the University of East Anglia, currently has a massive black hole in their finances. Michael described it as being up to £45 million, or 13% of their budget. And I spoke to Michael about the impacts that could have on workers in terms of if they are seeking to find savings through cuts, through compulsory redundancies, and that kind of thing. I spoke to Michael about that, and also what the UCU branch is looking to secure from conversations with the university. You can go back about 2 hours in the show, rewind to find that interview with Michael. At 1 o'clock, I spoke to Chris Garrard, who works for Culture Unstained. They're a campaign group that's part of the wider Art Not Oil coalition, which targets cultural institutions and seeks to get them to end their sponsorship relationships with fossil fuel companies. So I spoke to him about that in general, and also specifically about the recent victory that they've had, which was to get the Royal Opera House to terminate their 33-year-long sponsorship agreement with BP. And I also talked about some of the other institutions that they're targeting. Those 3 interviews are fascinating. At least I think they're fascinating. I hope you do too. You can rewind in the video and watch those at your leisure. You can, on our YouTube channel, also find every previous episode of Bright Green Live, which has included interviews with the likes of Natalie Bennett, the Green Party member of the House of Lords, Zach Polanski, the Green Party deputy leader. I spoke to Natalie about the role of the Green Party in the House of Lords. I spoke to Zach about the how we democratise the UK. I've also spoken to Maggie Chapman, the Scottish Green Party MSP, about the campaign to get free travel home for late night hospitality workers, and specifically the work that she's doing in the Scottish Parliament to get legislation through on that. I've spoken to Michael Chesham, who is an activist and author who wrote a book which was published late last year. It's called "This Is Only the Beginning: The Making of a New Left," which is all about the emergence of a new left force following the 2010 student movement and through to Corbynism. We spoke at length about his book. I've also spoken to Chris Saltmarsh, who's a founder of Labour for a Green New Deal. I've spoken to Joe Bird, who is a councillor in the Wirral, who was previously in the Labour Party, has defected to the Greens, about why she made that jump. I spoke to Mark Sawatka, the General Secretary of the PCS Union, about the ongoing disputes that union is engaged with nationally with civil servants, passport officers, driving examiners, the whole shebang. All those interviews you can find on our YouTube channel at your leisure, and watch them back whenever you want. The best way that you can keep on top of all of those kinds of things, the interviews we're putting out as part of Bright Green Live, and also the other videos we're putting out, whether that be interviews, or also very, very soon we're going to be starting to do some other forms of content on YouTube, including some list videos. In the next few weeks, we'll be publishing a video on 10 things you didn't know about Caroline Lucas. We're also going to be running videos which explore different areas of British politics in different ways. The best way you can keep on top of all of those videos is to hit that subscribe button. It means that every time we put out a video, it will appear in your feed, in your subscriptions feed. You'll get a little notification on your phone, and you won't miss out on any of the content we're putting out. So please do hit subscribe. We're trying to get to 550 by the end of the day. Please do hit subscribe. One of the reasons we're really pushing people to subscribe to the channel is because we are sadly saddled with the YouTube algorithm. And the more subscribers we get, it not only means that those who've subscribed get to see the videos because they get notification or it pops up in their feed, but it also means that more people get to see these videos too. It means that our videos are more likely to appear on the YouTube homepage, on the suggested videos section, in a whole bunch of other places on YouTube. So please do subscribe, because if you enjoy these videos, if you enjoy this show, if you enjoy the other stuff we put out, other people you know will too, and other people who have the same interests as you will too. And so they will be able to get access to them as well. We'll reach more people with the kinds of politics and the kinds of people and the interviews that we're putting out. over the course of Bright Green Live and all the other videos that Bright Green puts out. So in about 10 minutes time, I'm going to be joined by Etienne Stott from Extinction Rebellion to talk about their planned mobilisations coming up in April. Before we get to that though, I've given you 3 clues so far for our second mystery person. So if you're just joining us now, throughout the show, we are doing a little game of Guess Who, where I'm going to be giving you a series of clues to a mystery person who is a significant figure on the left. They may be historical, they may be contemporary. We had earlier on a series of clues for James Connolly, which both Finn and Alexander, I think was the name of the other person who got it in the chat, managed to get. We have our second mystery person now. I'm going to give you the first 3 clues and a brand new 4th one. And I want to see your guesses for this person in the chat. But the crucial thing is you cannot Google. Keep with the spirit of the game. So our second mystery person was born in Poland. This person founded 2 newspapers in their life, the Red Flag and the Workers' Cause. They also wrote a pamphlet in 1906 called The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions. And the 4th clue I'm giving you now is that this mystery person was a contemporary of Lenin and wrote critically of the Bolsheviks' dissolution of Russia's post-revolution parliamentary body, the Constituent Assembly. Who is that mystery person? You may have guessed that this one is most certainly historical because if they'd written a pamphlet in 1906, they're unlikely to still be around today. Yes, so who is that mystery person? Guesses in the chat, please. Also, questions for the rest of our guests in the chat as well. I want to put your questions to our guests, not just mine. So get some questions in the chat lined up for our remaining guests. Tom Adams has already put some in the chat. And also, please share the show link on social media, preferably using the hashtag BrightGreenLive so that more people can see the show and can hear our wonderful guests as well. That's especially important today because we had a really unfortunate bit earlier on in the show where one of our guests wasn't able to join us. And so we had a big dip in viewership around that time and it hasn't yet recovered. So we're getting about 10% of the viewers that we would normally have on the show watching today, which is a real shame because we've got some amazing guests. And it's a shame that people dropped off then and haven't returned. So please do share the show link so that people do return and people do get to hear from our amazing guests. Because if you like our guests, if you like the show, others will too. So please do share it. We're joined by our next guest in just 5 or so minutes time. So get yourself comfortable and we'll be joined with them soon. If you're new to Bright Green Live, we broadcast every month, normally on the 2nd Sunday of the month, but Green Party Conference last weekend scuppered that. But we're every other month, we're on the 2nd Sunday of the month, which means that the next show is going to be broadcasting on April the 9th. And I've got 2 really exciting guests that are penciled in but aren't confirmed. I can't reveal their names just yet, but what I can tell you is that they are both members of Parliament. So 2 really high-profile guests set to come up on April the 9th. I'd love to hear who else you think we ought to book for that show as well. So please do get suggestions in the chat. And also get April the 9th in your diary because it's a show that you absolutely won't want to miss. And if you don't have a diary or if you don't plan that far ahead, hit subscribe. And then when we go live on the 9th, you won't miss out on the show. So yeah, we've got 2 members of Parliament hopefully joining us on the 9th. I'm also hoping to speak to some electoral analysts to chat about the local elections and to talk about what is likely to happen in the local elections in May. What are the Green Party's prospects? What are the Labour Party's prospects? Are the Tories heading for wipeout? I'm hoping to speak to them in April. I will also hopefully be getting some guests from the Scottish Green Party on the show to sort of debrief what happened at the Scottish Green Party conference. So in the same way as today, we've been talking to some people who are involved in policy making at the Green Party of England and Wales Spring Conference last weekend. Next weekend, the Scottish Greens are hosting their conference, and so I'm going to hopefully get some guests from the Scottish Greens on to talk about what happened. I believe in Glasgow. It might not be Glasgow. It may be somewhere else. So don't get a train to Glasgow unless you're certain. But hopefully we'll have a couple of Scottish Greens guests on as well as those two members of Parliament that I spoke of, and also some election analysts. As well as naturally, we'll also hopefully have guests from the trade union movement as we try on each show, and various campaign groups and social movements, which are also crucial to the show as well. If you haven't already, hit subscribe, hit like. I know if you've been here since the beginning, you're sick of being told to hit subscribe and like because you've been doing it all day. But for those of you who are new, please do hit subscribe, please do hit like. We're aiming to get to 250 subscribers by the end of the day. We're aiming to get to 50 likes by the end of the day. You can be part of that if you haven't already done so. You could also, while you're waiting for our next guest, head to all of our social media channels to catch up on everything Bright Green related. So on Facebook, we're facebook.com/BrightGRN. On Twitter, we're @BrightGRN. On Instagram, we're @BrightGreenOnline. And on Mastodon, we are @BrightGreen on the UK server. And of course, Bright Green does not have the backing or the support or the funding or the financing of billionaires or big business. We rely solely on the kind, generous support of people just like you. If you are able to, please do head to bright-green.org/donate and set up a regular donation, because all the coverage we've talked about on the show so far, all the interviews we've done on the show so far, all the things we want to do in the future, like our local elections coverage, like our conference coverage, all of that stuff is only possible because we have amazing readers, viewers who are willing to chip in a tiny amount each month to make everything happen. One of the things that we're really keen to move towards very, very soon is having some better audiovisual equipment so that this show is slightly more professional, high tech, and a little bit smoother. So that's the sort of thing your money would go towards. It'll also go towards paying for our coverage of conferences. It will go towards all of our ongoing coverage of the British left, and it supports everything we do at Bright Green. So if you are able to, please do head to bright-green.org/donate to set up a regular donation and support everything that we do. Now, very shortly, I'll be joined by Etienne Stott from Extinction Rebellion to talk about their planned mobilisations in April, where they're seeking to get 100,000 people on the streets. I'll also then be talking to Tyrone Scott, who is the chair of Greens of Colour. I'll be speaking to Benali Hamdache, who is the Green Party of England and Wales's migration spokesperson. I'll be talking to Tyrone about what his plans are for Greens of Colour, and also how the Green Party can improve its representation of people of colour. And I'll be speaking to Benali about the Green Party's new migration policies and getting his response and reaction to the latest anti-migrant legislation that's going through Parliament at the moment, the illegal migration bill. Both of those conversations I'm really looking forward to. And then we'll be finishing off the show with Lindsey German, who is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. I'll be speaking to Lindsey about NATO. We'll be reflecting on the Green Party's new policies on defence, specifically its new policy on NATO, and also getting a sense of her wider criticism of that military alliance. So the Stop the War Coalition, for those of you who don't know, organised the largest demonstration in British history in 2003 against the Iraq War, and it's deeply critical of NATO as a military force and a military alliance. So I'll be getting her take on the Green Party's policy on that. But that will all come after Etienne Stott from Extinction Rebellion, who will be with us imminently. For those of you just tuning in to catch that interview with Etienne, please do hit subscribe so that you can keep on top of all the videos we're putting out in the future. And please, of course, do also hit the like button. By hitting like, it means this video will appear in more people's feeds, and it means that more people get to see the interviews with our amazing guests and hear from the people that we are speaking to. And of course, share the link to the stream, because we had a glitch earlier. We lost a lot of viewers through that. Lots of them haven't returned. So please do share the link on your social media to get more people watching, because I think these guests are amazing. You clearly do, because you've sat here for 5 hours or however long it's been watching these interviews. So other people will too. And you can get more eyeballs, more people watching. Get more eyeballs is a terrible phrase. You can get more people viewing the show and hearing from our amazing guests if you share the show link on your social media channels, or indeed on WhatsApp, on email, fax it to someone, do whatever you can to get more people watching the show, because I think the guests are amazing. I think people deserve to hear from them. So please do. And after our next interview with Etienne, I'm going to be giving you another clue for our mystery person, our second mystery person of the day, to see whether you can guess who they are. But in the meantime, please do get any questions you have for our upcoming guests in the chat, including Etienne, who will be joining us imminently. Questions that you put in the chat, I will do my very best to put to our guests. So get them flowing in. And I can see now that Etienne is just joining the call. So as I let Etienne into the call, and as they connect to audio and get their bearings, I will just give you a brief introduction so that you all know who you're about to hear from. So I'm absolutely delighted now to be joined by Etienne Stott, who is firstly an Olympic gold medalist, but secondly, and most importantly for our conversation today, is a Extinction Rebellion activist. We're going to be talking about Extinction Rebellion, or XR's plan for mass mobilization later this year in April. Before we get into any of that, firstly, I just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us today, Etienne. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much. It's nice to be here, and I don't know who's watching, but I hope you're all having a good time, and I hope I'll be able to say some interesting things.
I'm sure you will. So to kick us off then, nice and straightforward, why is XR organising this mobilisation in London in April?
Well, I think the main reason is that we are in time of crisis. We are in a time of climate and ecological emergency, but also now I think the issues are being revealed as being connected. You know, we're seeing the cost of living crisis being blown apart, you know, exposing how come we are so vulnerable to this? Why has the government done such a bad job of allowing this to happen? We're seeing the discontent in various different places in society, and I think the main reason is that people are feeling that their government is not listening to them. They're not listening to the voices of ordinary people, and Extinction Rebellion is asking for an end to the fossil fuel era, but not to be, you know, these decisions to be made by ordinary people, not put in the hands of the government and the politicians who so far are either very, very much asleep at the wheel and incompetent, who are corrupt, or perhaps a bit of both. Because right now it seems, you know, so many people are realizing the connection to these issues more and more. You know, so many people realizing the danger, the peril that we're in. And we're trying to, you know, propose a pathway to make some change happen. And it seems like there is a lot of people are realizing, this is something they don't want to just stand by and watch on the TV.
And so you said there that you're trying to propose a pathway. What is the kind of concrete demands that XR have got that they're trying to put to the fore in this mobilisation?
So the demand is for an end to the fossil fuel era, but I think that's the kind of the what. But what we really want is for citizens' assemblies on climate and ecological justice to be instigated by the government, and for the government to listen to those voices, and for them to be run in a proper way, so that they have that legitimacy, that, you know, citizens' assemblies, the voice of ordinary people, are heard, and the decisions that can come out of that will be almost inconceivable that they would be worse than the decisions that are being made now. I think the citizens' assemblies are a very, very powerful way of actually bringing the voices of ordinary people in to make this plan that we so desperately need. Things are really bad. The lives of so many people in this country and certainly around the world are being made worse by the incompetence and the lack of a sensible plan. And it's completely scandalous. Our future is being ripped away from us. There's people who right now who are never, not even going to get the chance to vote on any of these things, whose futures are being literally destroyed by the decisions that are being made now. And that's completely wrong. And we don't think that our political system can deliver the changes that are required. Our political system is oppositional by its very nature. We need to be working together right now. It's unrepresentative because the people that need to make, the people who are most affected by these decisions aren't in the room when these decisions are made. And the fact is, our government our political system is being captured by the interests of really powerful interests in the fossil fuel industry, animal agriculture industry, and many others besides, that are actually stopping us making the progress that we need. And if we were to have a citizens' assembly, these matters would be brought into focus by, not with slogans, not with kind of short-term thinking. People would be making decisions based on the really solid information and making it in a just and fair way, because it would be about how it affects them. People would be thinking about how it affects everybody, rather than at the moment decisions seem to be made about how it's going to affect a few people who are close to those decision makers. And that's not going to work. We are approaching the time in human civilization where that we can't afford that. Something has to change.
So for our viewers, some of them might not be familiar with the concept of a citizen assembly. Could you just talk us through what that looks like in practice?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry, it's hard to know exactly. Citizens assemblies are sometimes some known about in some places and sometimes not. So citizens assembly is a collection of ordinary people, but they're chosen through a process called sortition. So it's basically like a jury where you're randomly selected, and it'd be across, random selection from across the UK. But then there's a process called sortition, which basically sorts out that random selection of people into a representative sample of their kind of demographics in all different ways and all different kind of methods, all different measures, I suppose. And what you end up with is basically something like 100 people. It could be bigger, it could be a bit smaller. The exact nuts and bolts of it, I don't know exactly how many. But you end up with a representative sample of people of this country. And of course, in that room, you would have people, with from all sorts of demographics, social backgrounds, educational backgrounds, cultural beliefs. You'd even have people in there who are potentially, climate skeptics, maybe even denialists. But almost certainly you wouldn't have many millionaires and billionaires in that room, because they're not representative of us. So the ordinary people in this room, much more ordinary than the people who govern us these days, it would seem, and they would get to hear the facts from the scientists, from the social scientists, from the engineers, the people who know the solutions. The solutions out there exist. It's a matter of weaving them in so that no one gets thrown under the bus. No, in industries that are, particularly carbon intensive, for example, this isn't about just shutting them down. It would be like, right, it's sensible that we need to downscale these businesses, these industries, but what we're going to do, those people need to be retrained, and we need to work out ways of doing things that are fair and do not, respect people's lives, respect people for their qualities, not just for their particular job that they're doing at the time. So I think citizens assemblies are very, very powerful, and they're used in different places all around the world. On Extinction Rebellion's website, there's quite a lot of good examples actually of where they're used to kind of tackle kind of thorny, complicated problems that can't just be reduced to something written on the side of a bus or a 30-second radio or TV interview. They are a way of, it's sometimes called deliberative democracy. It's where people talk and work things out together rather than just fighting and shouting at each other.
Brilliant. That's a really helpful explanation. So just jumping back now to the April mobilisation, what's going to be happening in London in April?
So we're hoping for 100. Well, our target that we've said, we want 100,000 people, but this is just a kind of number that sounds interesting and draws people in. But we want a lot of people. We are focusing this time around, in contrast to some of the other large-scale uprisings that we've had, on making it really really easy for people to get involved. So instead of the overnight occupations, which are probably like the main bone of contention with the police or the authorities, as it were, we're just going to come back day after day. We're going to pack up in the evening. So it's kind of some way slightly different from the way we do things, because I think Extinction Rebellion has always said, we don't think marches and rallies are particularly effective at making change. The Stop the War in Iraq march was, a huge number of people, but they went home after one day. The politicians weathered the chat for a little while, and then they cracked on, and with terrible consequences. But we're saying here, we're going to come back the next day, and come back the next day, and come back the next day, to make sure that our voices are unignorable. And so the priority has switched. There's this kind of phrase, attendance over arrest. It's going to be a really safe space for everybody to come along. There's lots of work being done in the background with organizations to make it so that it's going to be, well, Extinction Rebellion actions, in my experience, I've been to loads, are always very controlled and calm, and people understand what's going on, and there's people, it's generally very easy to kind of figure out what's going on even if you're new to it. But this will be much more easy for people just to come and get involved we're hoping people who basically know about this issue, who care about this issue, but have not felt able to protest. They'll feel able to come along and say, yeah, I'm going to have my voice heard, because we need now, we're saying we need all those people. I think it's something like 8 out of 10 people in the UK now are seriously concerned about the climate emergency. We need only a tiny fraction of those people to come down to London and say, actually, this is enough. I'm not standing for this nonsense anymore, because it is nonsense. It's completely outrageous. And we just need people to come for the day on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And each day there's going to be different activities. I think they're working out the different things. But broadly speaking, it's a simple thing. Bring your butties, bring some water, and bring a friend. Join up with either your local group, or come with some of the organisations that we're hoping are going to be there. And just be there, stand there, be counted, and make sure that we are heard. And that is, to me, it's pretty simple. It may take a few days out of your precious time, which I know we all know is precious, but we think we can do something very interesting if we get a large number of people who are not going to be ignored. That would be cool, I think.
So one of the things I wanted to put to you is, you look at the history of Extinction Rebellion, the relatively short history of Extinction Rebellion, it must be said. In 2019, when XR sort of really first sort of burst onto the scene, I think most people would agree that it had a pretty profound impact on public consciousness around climate and political consciousness around the climate, probably jointly with the school strike movement, which was really taken off at that
absolutely.
time. I guess since 2019, what we've seen is that the government is still very much accelerating with the licensing of new oil and gas fields. We're seeing very much business as usual when it comes to energy, when it comes to transport, when it comes to all the issues, agriculture, all the issues that are driving the climate crisis at the moment. And we've seen Extinction Rebellion and other groups like Just Stop Oil or Inside Britain over those last 4 years engage continually in I guess series of kind of big mobilizations or of like small scale disruptive actions. And yet that energy that was around XR in 2019 and the shaping of political and social conversations around climate that it drove has kind of dissipated. And we've seen, I guess, we've not seen the tangible change in policy on a kind of top level, or indeed a move towards your kind of like broader political demands around citizens' assemblies and so on. What would you say in response to that as a critique of XR's approach so far?
Yeah, there's so many little things to pick up on this, and I mean, it's a really important question. I think first of all, I wouldn't even the word headwinds popped into my mind, but I hate that word. It's so horrible. But we can never underestimate the fact that the opposition, those people who gain most from the status quo right now, have upped their game. You know, the misinformation, the disinformation, the greenwash, that has absolutely become amplified, and actually a lot of people can see through this and see that it exists, but that's a sign as well that there's something to push against. Our mainstream media has done a very, very poor job of communicating the issues, and that's what means protests are necessary. I think it depends. You know, we can't say that we've been successful in forcing the government to the table on these matters. You know, that's manifestly true, and that's part of the reason why we're trying to change the way we're doing it, to bring more people into the game, hopefully. But what I think we have been certainly very successful in terms of expanding the conversation and increasing the level of scrutiny and accountability. I mean, can you imagine what would be going on if we hadn't have been around? It beggars belief, really. And the fact that I actually think, you know, the absolutely huge credit to groups like Insulate Brit and Just Stop Oil, who have pushed the boundary in terms of the, you know, the level of sacrifice that their members have been willing to go for. You know, the question is on the public's minds, like, why haven't we insulated our houses better? You know, that leaves us particularly vulnerable at this time. It's absolutely brutal. It makes perfect sense that we should have done this 10 years ago, 20 years ago. We could have started it 3 years ago. And I think that's, you know, why are we licensing new oil and gas projects when the United Nations Secretary General said that's moral and economic madness? More and more people are learning that what the government is doing is at odds with all of the best thinking and all of the most sensible thinking. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to realize that, you know, destroying your own home is a really stupid thing to do. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're hoping that more and more people will be realizing it. And it's like, I sometimes think it's, you know, like the lightning, you know, needs to join in the middle, doesn't it? And whether that happens this April or in the future, I'm hoping it happens like now when people start. And April is building towards the next big thing, and we are building more and more all the time. Extinction Rebellion doesn't claim to have like cracked the theory of change that is going to do this. We're just pulling a lever that we feel is sensible and a good try, because we know that, you know, Sir David King, the former chief government scientific advisor, said the next 2 to 3 years will govern, you know, the fate of human civilization, and we don't have an election until, you know, whenever we get it. We need to make something happen. And I think, and I am very hopeful, because change is a non-linear thing. People's minds are changing behind their eyes, as I kind of say. And at some point, I think this is already, we're achieving this point, is that people realize that there's something grossly wrong. And a lot of people will be thinking, well, what am I going to do about this? Because I can't just do nothing. And hopefully people will be acting in lots of different ways. There'll be all sorts of things going on, but certainly Extinction Rebellion, I'm hoping, will be offering something that is, you know, really good. And for sure, when Extinction Rebellion announced in the new year, there's quite the famous "We Quit" message that was, you know, obviously I think it was kind of a bit clickbaity, because it was "We quit public disruption," which we have not really done for actually quite a while, you know, directly targeting public disruption as a kind of theory of change. We said we were going to, you know, mobilize people based on attendance and just coming down and make things easy for people to get involved. I think that, you know, the time is right, and the idea that you're saying, yeah, has our theory been tested fully? I'm still not sure as well. That's probably my final point. You know, COVID really affected us. It affected society really horribly. And it certainly made working, you know, in the grassroots super difficult. And we kind of broke momentum. But I think that the pandemic also did a lot of important work of showing how dysfunctional our current setup is, how the people that we most rely upon to keep our, you know, communities working are so undervalued and left so often out in the cold, literally as we speak right now. You know, it's the most vulnerable people in this country who are very, very important to it. And our economy, this, this engine of growth that everyone, that government tells us is the only thing, just can't work if people aren't healthy. And if our world isn't healthy, if our planet's not healthy, if our societies aren't healthy, then we're not going to, the economy isn't going to work. And so I think there's all sorts of reasons, and I guess history will yet to be written, but all I can say, I'm an athlete, and my background was from sports, and I just know that you don't get better at canoeing by sitting at home playing tiddlywinks. You get better by going to the gym, lifting some weights, and going canoeing. And this is what we're saying now to people. We don't know whether this is going to work, but it's going to feel better than just watching this unfold on TV, that horrible, powerless feeling that a lot of people have. We're saying, come and join lots of other people who don't want this to be the case either. Let's get together. Let's at least feel good that way. And let us see if we can build enough pressure on the government to make it do its job, because it is in gross dereliction of its duties these days.
I've got two final questions I wanted to put to you. The first of them is, we've been talking about the climate crisis, and the scale of what we're up against is huge. And you talked about this at the beginning. You've got the massive influence of the fossil fuel industry, you've got government inertia, you've got all these different things. In the face of that insurmountable challenge, what gives you hope?
I'll tell you simply, for me, I think it's a rebellious act of defiance to believe in the quality of human beings and to connect to the beauty of life itself. I see in people, again, this is from my sporting background, but I think this is true. People are incredible. People can do terrible things, but they can do amazing things. And people can choose at the flip of a switch or the flick of a coin to do something different. We have got potential. We've got, our brains are incredibly powerful. We've got lots and lots of potential to figure this out. We've got lots of reasons to figure this out. We're highly incentivized. I think it's just a matter of figuring out how we can dismantle the barriers that are stopping common sense from prevailing. It really isn't rocket science, people, and I think that to me, the thing that gives me faith is that I do believe that people are good. I do believe that people aren't selfish, that they are willing and able to cooperate and to sacrifice for a greater good. We are in times now that I believe require some of these attitudes, and I think we can, and I think we will. And we're at the stage now, 1.3 degrees towards the 1.5 degree kind of, very danger line. And I say that, there's lots of people out there who have already crossed that danger line, in Pakistan and in the Horn of Africa. But what I'm saying, 1.3 degrees, every little thing that we do from now on is going to make it less bad. And every little thing that we do now is an opportunity to prove to ourselves that human beings are actually a force of goodness on this earth. I reject the idea that we're terrible and an awful bunch. I think we can do something very lovely, and we can create a fairer and happier, better world, a better society in the process of facing this down. And if not, at least we'll have tried, rather than just going, oh, well, we're just rubbish. I'll just sit back and just, get ready to defend my house or something. I think that's completely, I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to try my best.
And in light of that, then my final question to you is, how can our viewers get involved with the XR actions in April?
Thank you. That's a really good question. So go onto the Extinction Rebellion website. There's different, you can search it out. You can find it yourself. I normally use extinctionrebellion.uk, and you can find out about the big one there. There's groups all around the country, and there's tons of information out there. But basically, put in your diaries, 21st or 24th, come to London, to Westminster area. On any of those days, you'll find a great number of very kind, lovely, good, decent citizens who want something very sensible to happen. And I think you'll be happy to have tried it. And yeah, the website tells you all sorts of information. You can sign your name up, and you get put on the mailing list to receive information about what's going on. And it's as simple as that. Turn up, and yeah, you're gonna have a good time. I'm gonna be there, and I want loads of you lot to be there too.
Fantastic. I have stuck a link in the YouTube chat so that people can click through and find that and sign up if they wish to. But I will let you get on with the rest of your Sunday now. But it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Chris. And
So that was Etienne Stott, who is an Olympic gold medal winner, but crucially now is a key organizer and activist within Extinction Rebellion. I would love to know your thoughts on that conversation. Please do let me know your thoughts in the chat on YouTube and indeed on the hashtag Bright Green Live. We still have an array of amazing guests to come on the rest of the show. In the remaining 3 hours I have with you all, I'll be joined next by Tyrone Scott, who is the chair of Greens of Colour. We'll be talking to him about the Green Party and how it can improve its representation of people of colour. I'll then be joined by Benali Hamdache, the Green Party of England and Wales's migration spokesperson, who I'll be talking to about the Greens' new migration policies. And finally, closing the show, I'll be joined by Lindsey. In our last interview, Etienne mentioned the Stop the War demonstrations in 2003. Well, Lindsey is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition, who organised those demonstrations that took place then. And I'll be speaking to her. We might get onto that, but we're mostly going to be speaking to her about NATO and what the UK's position within NATO should be, particularly in relation to what happened at Green Party conference last weekend. So we've got a very Green Party heavy end of the show with the social movements kicking off earlier. Etienne, I can see you're still in the call. You're more than welcome to leave as soon as you're ready.
I couldn't decide when to shuffle off.
The whole time.
Good luck. Thank you so much, Chris. And I wish all your viewers a good Sunday as well. And I'll see you on the streets in London in April.
Thank you so much for joining us. Nice one. Brilliant. So that was Etienne Stott from Extinction Rebellion. So before I interviewed Etienne, I gave you another clue of our second mystery person. So throughout the show, we're playing a game of Guess Who. We're trying to get you're trying to guess a significant figure on the left. They could be contemporary, they could be historical. I've given you 4 clues to our second mystery person so far. They were born in Poland. They founded 2 newspapers in their life, the Red Flag and the Workers' Cause. They wrote a pamphlet in 1906 called The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions. And they were a contemporary of Lenin and wrote critically of the Bolsheviks' dissolution of Russia's post-revolution parliamentary body, the Constituent Assembly. And my 5th clue for you on this mystery person is that in 1914, they founded a revolutionary Marxist movement in Germany. Who is that mystery person? Get your guesses in the chat for me, please. So as I said, we've got 3 amazing guests still to come on the show. Please do get questions in the chat for those guests. There's some already in the chat for Lindsey. I'd love to get questions for Tyrone and Benali too. But please get questions in the chat and I'll try and put as many of them to them as possible. In the meantime, you can rewind and watch any of the previous interviews we've had on the show so far. But before you do any of that, hit the subscribe button, hit like and share the show's link on social media. If you hit subscribe, you won't miss out on any of the future interviews and videos we're putting out in the coming weeks and months. I also think you can only comment in the chat if you subscribe. So there's that extra incentive. If you want to guess our mystery person, you have to hit subscribe. Please hit like as well. We're trying to hit 50 likes by the end of the show. We're trying to hit 550 subscribers by the end of the show as well. So please do both those things. And you can make me really happy by doing both those things. And of course, you can make sure that other people see this video and that you don't miss out on anything we're doing in the future as well. It's really important today that you do those things and share the link as well, because we had a gap in our show at the beginning, which meant that we lost a huge proportion of our audience. We're got about 10% of the number of views that we normally have, which is a real shame, because normally these shows are really well enjoyed by lots of people. We want to get those people back on the show watching it. So please do hit subscribe, hit like, share the show link on socials, and more people will see it. I'm going to take a very brief break because I've been talking for a very long time. So I'll be back very shortly, and we're soon going to be joined by Tyrone. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back very soon. Get your guesses in the chat for our mystery person. I've got another coffee. We are 5 hours into the show. We're getting towards the end, but I have been flagging. But my third coffee of the day, hopefully, will keep me going for the rest of the show. If you're just joining us, you're watching episode 5 of Bright Green Live, a monthly show where we bring together guests from across the left, from Green parties, from social movements, from the Labour movement, from the arts, and much, much more. And we talk about some of the biggest issues of the day, some of the most inspiring campaigns and social movements that are going on at the moment, and some of the thorny issues in politics and on the left. We have had an array of amazing guests so far. We kicked off the show with Linda Walker, who is the co-convener of the Green Party's Peace, Security and Defence Policy Working Group. She was one of the authors of the new Green Party policy on defence, which included a shift in the party's policy on NATO. That conversation that I had with Linda, I found really interesting because we talked about the party's position on NATO and where it sits in relation to the rest of the party's defence policies. We also, we went into a bit more depth as to what the NATO position actually is. She has a really interesting analysis as to what it means, and also in relation to how it relates to the wider defence policy the Greens has. You can rewind back to 10:30, which is like I can't do the maths now, 4 and a bit hours ago, when we had that conversation. I then spoke to Michael Kyriacou, who is the chair of the UEA UCU branch, and we spoke about partially about the national UCU disputes that are ongoing at the moment over pensions, over pay, over conditions of casualisation and so on. But we also talked about the concerns that the UCU branch at UEA has over the massive financial black hole that the University of East Anglia finds itself in. So that institution is currently looking at £45 million black hole in its finances. Michael and the UCU branch are naturally concerned about how that will be filled and whether it will come through cuts, whether it will come through compulsory redundancies and so on. So I talked to Michael about the situation at UEA and what UCU there are doing about it. I then spoke to Chris Garrard, who is the co-director of Culture Unstained, a campaign group which is pushing for cultural institutions to end their sponsorship relationships with the fossil fuel industry. We spoke about that in general and why they're specifically targeting cultural institutions, and then we also delved into a recent victory that campaign has had, which is to get the Royal Opera House to end its sponsorship agreements with BP, which it had had for over 3 decades. So a huge victory. We delved into how that happened, what it means for the wider campaign and so on. And then just recently I spoke to Etienne Stott, who is Olympic gold medalist and an Extinction Rebellion activist, and we discussed the upcoming Extinction Rebellion mobilisation that's taking place in April. We talked about how you can get involved. We talked about the strategy. We talked about citizens' assemblies and what they are and how they feed into Extinction Rebellion's demands around the climate. All those interviews you can rewind through and watch back if you wish to. But coming up very, very soon, we have 3 more incredible guests to speak to. Apologies. So first up, in about 20 minutes time, I'm going to be speaking to Tyrone Scott. Tyrone is the chair of Greens of Colour. I'm going to be discussing with him what his plans are for that group. So Greens of Colour is the representative group within the Green Party of England and Wales that seeks to improve representation of people of colour within the Green Party. And I'm going to be talking to him about that. Also, I'm going to be talking to him about how he thinks that the Green Party can improve its representation of people of colour. I'll then be speaking to Benali Hamdache, who you may know because he's been on the show before. He's the Green Party's spokesperson on migration, as well as that big review of the party's defence policy earlier this year, last weekend, at the Green Party Spring Conference. The Green Party also passed a new migration policy, which includes a commitment to family reunification for all migrants and for voting rights for visa residents. I'll be speaking to Benali about that policy and what it means, but I'll also be discussing with him the government's latest attacks on migrants through their newest set of legislation that's currently going through Parliament, the illegal migration bill. So I'll be getting his reflections on that as well. And finally, I'll be speaking to Lindsey German, who's the convener of the Stop the War Coalition, the campaign group that organised the biggest demonstration in British history in 2003 against the Iraq War. I'll be speaking to Lindsey about NATO and the Green Party's new position on NATO and getting her thoughts on that. So that's all still to come. But throughout the show, we've been playing a game of Guess Who, where I've been giving you a series of clues to a significant figure on the left. And it might be contemporary, it might be historical. As our first mystery person was James Connolly, the Irish Republican Socialist Revolutionary. Our second mystery guest, we've had no guesses for so far. So I'm going to read through all the clues we've had so far and give you the final clue for this person. And I want to see in the chat or on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive the answer to who the mystery person on the left I'm looking for is. So this person was born in Poland. So you are looking for somebody who was born in Poland. To narrow it down a little bit more, this person founded 2 newspapers in their life, the Red Flag and the Workers' Cause. Your third clue is that this mystery person wrote a pamphlet in 1906 called The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions. Your fourth clue is this mystery person was a contemporary of Lenin, and they wrote critically of the Bolsheviks' dissolution of Russia's post-revolution parliamentary body, the Constituent Assembly. Your fifth clue is that in 1914, this mystery person founded a revolutionary Marxist movement in Germany. And your final clue for this mystery person is that they were extrajudicially murdered by a paramilitary in 1919 following their participation in the Spartacist uprising. So who is that mystery person? Get your guesses in the chat, please. They were born in Poland. They founded 2 newspapers. They wrote the Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions. They were a contemporary of Lenin and were critic of some of the actions of the early Bolshevik government. They founded a Marxist revolutionary government in Germany, Marxist revolutionary movement in Germany in 1914, and they were extrajudicially murdered by a paramilitary in 1919 following their participation in the Spartacist uprising. Who is that mystery person? Please get your guesses in the chat, and no Googling, strictly no Googling. We'll have one more mystery person to finish off the day as we rattle through the last few interviews, but get your guesses in the chat, please. And while you're mulling over who our mystery person could be, you can also hit that subscribe button. By hitting subscribe, it means that every time we go live with these shows, every time we put a video out, will appear in your subscriptions feed on YouTube. You'll get a little notification on your phone if you enable that, telling you that we've gone live, telling you that we put a video out. You won't miss any episodes of Bright Green Live. It also helps us out massively. We're trying to get to 550 subscribers by the end of the day, so please do hit subscribe if you haven't already, and also click like on the video. We're trying to hit 50 likes on the stream, and what that means is that not only will, by subscribing, will the video appear in your feed, but by hitting a like, the video is more likely to appear in other people's feeds. So if you've enjoyed today's show, if you've enjoyed the interviews we've put out, other people will too. Clicking like means that they'll see it. But the best way to get more people seeing this video is to share the link on your social media channels. We had a glitch earlier in the show where one of our guests wasn't able to join us. We had a big drop off in viewers as a result of that gap in the show. I want to get us back up to where we normally are. We're currently getting about 10% of the viewers that we normally would. That's a real shame because we've got some amazing guests. So if you like, subscribe and share the show link, it means that more people will be able to watch the show. So if you're just joining us, I spoke earlier about Bright Green's wider coverage beyond our YouTube channel and these shows. And one of the things that I wanted to let you all know about is our upcoming coverage of the Scottish Green Party conference. So last weekend, the Green Party of England and Wales held their spring conference in Birmingham. Bright Green provide comprehensive coverage of that. So we ran stories on all of the policy motions that were passed and all the speeches, all the gossip, and we'll be having some sort of post-match analysis of conference going up on our website, I think, tomorrow. We're not just interested in the Green Party of England and Wales, we're very much interested in the Scottish Green Party. So on the 25th of March, the Scottish Greens will be meeting for their spring conference, and we're going to be covering that extensively on our website too. So please do head to our website to catch all of that coverage there. You can also sign up to our mailing list there, which means that you won't miss out on those articles because they'll land in your inbox. Every Sunday, we send an email with the best stories of the week, some other little tidbits and bits and pieces that have been going on with Bright Green. So if you want to catch all our Scottish Green Party coverage, conference coverage, go to our website, sign up to the mailing list, and have a wonderful time. We'll also, on the next episode of Bright Green Live, which will be on April 9th, we'll be doing a similar thing to what we're doing today, whereas today we're discussing some of the policies that passed at the Green Party of England and Wales conference. We'll be doing the same thing with the Scottish Green Party conference next time on Bright Green Live. So on April 9th, get that in your diary now. I'm hoping to speak to some of the key players in the Scottish Greens about the policies and so on that passed at the Scottish Green Party conference. That conference is taking place at a really interesting time because obviously the Scottish Greens have been in government for the last year. Now the SNP, the lead party in government, are having their leadership election following Nicola Sturgeon's resignation. And that leadership election could have profound implications for government in Scotland. In terms of the policy platform the Scottish Government is engaged in, but also crucially in terms of the Scottish Green Party's participation in that government. Because at the moment, the Scottish Green Party has a written agreement with the SNP on the platform and the policies that the Scottish Government will introduce. That includes a whole bunch of things where there's agreement between the two parties, and there are some areas where they've given each other room for disagreement. Apologies. But crucially, that sets out a whole bunch of stuff that the Scottish Green Party have been beavering away doing in government, like things like rent controls, things like circular economy initiatives, like the deposit return scheme, a whole bunch of stuff. One of the things that's in that written agreement between the SNP and the Scottish Greens, the Butte House Agreement, is reform of the Gender Recognition Act. Now, you may recall that the Scottish Parliament legislated to reform the Gender Recognition Act a few months ago. That legislation was then vetoed and blocked using an unprecedented use of powers from the Westminster government. And it's not yet clear whether the Scottish government is going to challenge that ruling or that decision from the Westminster government in the courts. Two of the candidates in the SNP's leadership election, Kate Forbes and Ash Regan, have a hostile position on gender recognition reform. So Ash Regan resigned from her ministerial post in the Scottish government over this issue because she didn't support the Scottish government's push towards gender recognition reform. Kate Forbes, amongst the many things that she's come under criticism for since announcing her leadership bid, whether it be her views on abortion or same-sex marriage, has been her views on gender recognition reform. So she has previously said that she has reservations about this. Now, if either of those two candidates were to win, Ash Regan or Kate Forbes, it puts the Scottish Green Party in a very difficult position because their agreement with the SNP included legislating for gender recognition reform. If the Scottish government is not going to push back against the Westminster government's veto on that legislation, that's going to be very challenging for the Scottish Greens to stay in government. So the conference that's taking place this weekend is taking place in a really, really, really interesting context. It's obviously also taking place in an interesting context for another reason, because of that SNP leadership election. Because in that SNP leadership election, what we've seen is, firstly, these revelations about SNP membership numbers having dropped significantly. We've seen massive disagreements, not just on these social issues, but also on the path to delivering Scottish independence. And we've seen the SNP really in a kind of civil war that it's never really been in properly for quite some time, really until, like, you can go back to the 80s as the last time the SNP properly had a bust up like it's having in this leadership election. And what that means is, for the Scottish Greens as being one of the two primary parties that support Scottish independence, the the fallout of the SNP leadership election has really interesting ramifications for support for the Scottish Greens, but also it has really interesting ramifications for support for Scottish independence and the route through which Scotland might go down for Scottish independence. There's lots of these conversations that will be happening, and that's the backdrop into which the Scottish Green Party Spring Conference is taking place next weekend. So I think there's some really interesting conversations that will be happening at that conference and things that will come out of it that I think you would be really interested in reading. So if you want to, please do go to our website, bright-green.org, and find that coverage next weekend when the conference is taking place. And of course, tune into the next episode of Bright Green Live, where hopefully we'll be discussing some of these issues with the Scottish Green Party, key people in the Scottish Green Party, as well as anything else that comes out of that conference as well. Also, I talked about this earlier as well, but we have coverage coming up of the upcoming local elections. So in May, voters across the country will be going to the polls. Across England and Northern Ireland will be going to the polls in local elections. We're going to be providing news coverage and analysis in the run-up to those elections and also in the aftermath of them. Obviously, these elections are taking place at an interesting time because the Tories are absolutely tanking in the polls since Boris Johnson's resignation, but also accelerated since the disaster that was Liz Truss's premiership. Labour are 20 points ahead. The Tories look like they're heading for electoral oblivion. You know, some of the latest general election polls have put the Tories on track to receive their lowest ever vote share in a general election. So low, in fact, that it could lead them in fourth place in terms of number of seats behind both the SNP and the Liberal Democrats. The Tories are going into those local elections with that kind of poll rating. But these elections are really interesting because the seats that are up for election this time were last up for election in 2019. So for the Green Party, they pose a really interesting set of challenges and opportunities. On the one hand, the challenge is huge because in 2019, the Green Party won more seats than it had ever won in a local election. In fact, so big were the Green Party's gains, the number of council seats that they held doubled overnight. They gained nearly 200 seats in a single night in 2019, and 2023 is the first time they're going to be defending those gains. So the last two sets of local elections, 2021 and 2022, the Green Party were defending only a couple of dozen of seats. This time they're going to be defending over 200 seats, which is unprecedented. Plus, if you listen to the sounds that are coming out of the Green Party leadership, people like Carla Denyer, who spoke at the party Spring Conference and said the party was on track to gain over 100 more council seats, what you're looking at the Green Party trying to do is defend over 200 seats, more than it's ever defended before, and gain over 100 on top of that. So the opportunity there is huge, but the challenge is huge too. And so I think this is probably the most interesting set of elections for the Green Party ever, in terms of local elections for certain, probably beyond that, in terms of whether that 100 additional seats claim is hubris, whether it's actually expectation management. Whatever happens, it's going to be interesting to see the Greens' prospects. So we're going to be bringing you some analysis in the next couple of weeks about where are the kinds of places we could start to see major Green gains in this set of elections. There's been a lot of talk about Mid-Suffolk, which could be the first council in the country ever to have a Green Party majority if the elections go the way that the Greens are hoping for. So in Mid-Suffolk, most of the seats the Greens are targeting are Tory seats, with the Tories plummeting in the polls, an effective ground campaign in Suffolk. You could see the Greens taking majority control of that council. You've also got places like Brighton and Hove, where the Greens are already in control of the council but don't have a majority. They're going to be looking to defend and make gains. They're also fighting these elections with new boundaries. So that's a very interesting election going on there. And there are places like East Hertfordshire, Lancaster, Herefordshire, where there are really interesting prospects for the Greens in lots of different ways. So we'll bring you analysis of all that, what the Greens' chances are in the next couple of weeks. On the next episode of Bright Green Live, I'll also hopefully be talking to some statisticians and election analysts about their assessment of those local elections, both in terms of the Green Party's prospects, but also the other parties, particularly Labour, and how many seats we might see change hands at the moment, whether we're going to look at a massive Tory wipeout in local government this year, And on election night, for those of you who are relatively new to Bright Green, we run an annual mammoth Bright Green Elections Night live blog where we bring you all of the news of the local elections across the country, particularly as is relevant for the Green Party, but also as is relevant for other parties of the left. We'll be bringing you that live blog, which will run throughout the night on polling day, and it will run on throughout the next couple of days as results come in from across the country. And hopefully at about 2:33 in the morning, we're going to be doing a live stream on our YouTube channel where we will be providing analysis. We're hoping to get some big Green Party guests to talk about the results and more around 2:33 in the morning. So if you're up late, getting the results in, get on Bright Green's YouTube channel because we'll be doing a mini little live stream as well as our live blog. And then, of course, following the elections, we'll be having lots of analysis from there. We'll be speaking to newly elected councillors. In some instances, we may be speaking to newly elected council leaders and getting a sense of what these set of local elections means for the state of play of British politics, for the state of the left, and for Green parties in particular. So that's all to come with our local elections coverage in the future. But right now, you are here for Bright Green Live. You're here for the interviews that we have coming up with our 3 remaining amazing guests. The first of which, who I will be joined by very, very shortly, is Tyrone Stott. For those of you who don't know, Tyrone is the chair of Greens of Colour. He also was the runner-up in the Green Party's deputy leadership election last year. We're going to be talking about his plans for Greens of Colour and how the Green Party can improve on its representation of people of colour. If you're interested in looking forward to that interview, please do hit the like button on the video. That means it'll appear in more people's feeds. And if you are able to, please do share the stream on your social media channels so that more people can get sight of it. And I'll be putting my questions to Tyrone throughout our conversation, but I would love to put your questions to him as well. So if you have any questions for Tyrone, please do get them in the chat right this second, and I will try and get as many to him as I can once he is with us. And the earlier you get your questions in, the more likely I am going to be able to put them to him. In the meantime, if you haven't already, hit subscribe, hit like whilst we wait for Tyrone to join. There's a trickle of people coming into the live stream now. So welcome. You're watching episode 5 of Bright Green Live. We're just going to get started with our next interview in a couple of seconds, as I can see that Tyrone has joined the call. And so whilst I let Tyrone connect the call, get his bearings, I will just do a brief introduction so that everyone watching knows who you are about to hear from. So next up, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Tyrone Stott. So you may remember Tyrone as the runner-up in last year's deputy leadership election for the Green Party of England and Wales, but now he is the chair of Greens of Colour, and we're going to be talking about a number of things over the next 20 minutes or so. But before we delve into any of that, I just wanted to give a massive welcome to Tyrone. Thanks so much for joining us. How are you doing?
Hi, Chris. Yeah, really good. Thank you. Really happy to be here. Hopefully you can hear me okay and everything. But yeah, no, I'm doing well. Nice, relaxing weekend compared to conference weekend of last weekend. So it's nice to be a bit more chilled out this weekend.
Good. I'm glad you are chilled. We can hear you loud and clear. We can see your backdrop. Everything is beautiful. So let's get on with it. Let's keep things off nice and easily. What are your plans for Greens of Colour over the next year?
Yeah, good question. I mean, we've got loads of exciting plans and plans that we still have yet to establish. You know, we've got a really exciting committee that we've recently just filled out. Even more so, we were running sort of at half capacity for the first couple of months of this year. And we've just, as of last week, really filled out a committee. We've got just over a dozen members now, which is really exciting. So one of the first things we're doing is really coming together and think about our collective plans for the year ahead. But even looking at conference just gone last weekend, we made an effort to really try and have a strong presence there and ensure that we had a good store there, a clear presence, a welcoming place for any members of colour to easily find us, identify us, and find that place where they can feel comfortable and feel welcomed at conference. And that was really important to us, and really want to replicate that, but increase those plans, for autumn conference is a big thing. We want to make sure we've got a really big presence there, not just our store, have a big number of people of colour who are members of the Green Party there, and also have a real impact on policy as well. We've got a really, really talented and diverse sort of committee now, and never mind our membership, who also will contribute to sort of policy plans, and we really want to have a strong impact there, both on the writing of policy, but fringe events to discuss policy matters that are both important to us as a committee, to the party as a wide, and for wider society when it comes to inclusivity and representation, and amongst other things that affect people of colour and wider society. So really, really excited to have a really strong presence, even stronger at Autumn Conference this year, and just want to have more ways to engage with our membership. We had a meeting last week, a general meeting to sort of engage with the wider Greens of Colour membership. We want to have sort of really exciting, sort of dynamic, different types of events over the year, not just sort of online, in person, where we can really get together in sort of a large number of Greens of Colour within the party, and have an opportunity to interact with each other, to learn from each other, to grow with each other, and discuss both successes we've had in the party collectively, but also the challenges that we face are unique to our demographic, both in society and the challenges we face within the party. So really making sure there are those clear opportunities for the members of the Greens of Colour to engage with each other and with us as a committee, and that extends to ensuring there's a place for support, support for members of colour who are looking to, whether it's continue growing within the party, run for election, they are already elected and want support on how to continue and succeed and thrive in those roles, and also try and look for support for local parties and other parts of the parties, how they can look to increase diversity and representation, whilst at the same time acknowledging that is not something that is the responsibility on the shoulders of the Greens of Colour as a group, or members of colour, which I guess we'll touch on as well, but still looking to ensure that we are moving forward that conversation as a committee at the same time, because as I would have spoken about many times in the conversations in my deputy leadership election, I really have a desire, I think as a party does, but a real personal desire to increase our representation within the party and ensure that it is a home for everyone in society that we're looking to represent, both from a personal perspective and my sort of 8-9 years in the party now, and still maybe not reflecting society in the way that I'd like it to, but also acknowledging that as much as I would want that as a thing, it's not something that I'm going to solve individually, and even as the Greens of Colour as a group, it's something that comes from the party, as a membership, but also from the leadership and from the party in itself, having initiatives and programs that really look to increase representation in our diversity. But I'd like to be a part of driving the move towards that direction, whilst acknowledging that change is going to come from the party itself, rather than just the group or individual members. But yeah, I guess in a nutshell, there's some of the plan, but we've got so many still to put together. Like I say, our committee is new, half of it is new, really, really exciting. There's so many ideas already, just in our initial meeting that we've had this week. So yeah, basically just keep tuned really to see more of these plans develop over the coming months. But we're all really excited to have so many really engaged and excited members on the committee and the wider membership. And I think it can be a good year for our group over the next sort of 8 to 12 months.
So I'm going to pick up on some of those points you made around representation. But before I do that, one thing she mentioned early on was around policy. And I just wondered if there's any particular areas of policy that you think need to be looked at.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that's part of our conversation we're going to have internally, as Degrees of Colour, but which bits of policy we can really influence. That's not just internally facing, it's externally facing too. So I think that's going to be better for the wider society and people of colour within society, but also our internal structures too. And I think we've got to have some policies that look at that. So yeah, top of the head, maybe not some absolute clear direct ones right now, but I think just collectively as a group, things that really look to address our representation, but in a sort of really full and holistic way. So maybe it's a bit of diversion, but sometimes we have really good policy or well-intentioned policy, but it's about the follow-through behind that as well. So it's also looking at existing policy or policy that is being proposed. So this conference, a motion that didn't get to be debated in the end and voted on, which is a very good motion sort of on paper around avoiding all male and all white panels and the people who put themselves forward for election, especially in leadership positions, which on paper is absolutely fantastic. Of course, we want to ensure that we don't just have all male or white candidates for election. But I think at the same time, we can put that kind of policy on and vote all through, but we kind of think that's the job done. We can't just have a policy that says, okay, now we need to have a person of color, and a non-male in every single leadership election. I think, well, now we've got that written down on paper, that's brilliant, and now we've sort of solved the issue. So I think even trying to really support these kind of policy proposals and the things that are there already, and some of our existing initiatives that are good and are well-meaning on paper, but don't necessarily go far enough, and can sometimes, in effect, which is absolutely not the intention, could almost appear tokenistic in a sense of, well, we've written this down now, and therefore we've found a solution to the problem. So I think that's one of the key priorities as well. Is yes, we want to write new policy, but it's also about looking at the existing policy and see where where it necessarily doesn't go far enough, or where does that policy sit nice on its own, but how do we actually put that into practice? What does that actually mean, and how we feel that, again, even just going back to that policy, we can have a policy that says there has to be a non-white person or who puts themselves forward, or we have to reopen them. But that in itself is not going to get a glut of candidates. The reason that we don't have, okay, this last deputy election alone separate, we did have a couple of people of colour on there, which was, again, everyone was male and everyone was from London, so it had its own separate problems. But there was that kind of representation. But again, the reason why generally and predominantly that isn't the case isn't because there isn't a policy that says there has to be. It's because of wider issues around representation within the party. So that's something that we're going to look at a little bit deeper too, is things around that are very well meaning and well written, but then actually what we're doing in the background to really get to the root cause of the problem.
That leads me nicely onto what I want to ask you next, which is there's, I guess, a perception or reputation that the Green Party has of being a sort of predominantly white and middle class party. To what extent do you think that reflects reality?
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, yeah, of course, it's kind of not stating the obvious, but it's something that, is commonly said about in politics in general, about the Green Party, about the environmental movement, if you want to lump it within the Green Party. So on one hand, you can say there's not really too much more to add to that. It's something that people do speak about. I think it's hard to deny, to turn around and say that isn't necessarily what the view of the party is. Of course, being in the party for such a long time, that's not necessarily the full case. There's many people within the party who don't come from that demographic. But at the same time, if generally most of our leadership or most prominent positions, outwardly facing positions in which the general public see, have been filled by people who do fill that demographic of being white and middle class, that is how the party is going to be viewed from the outside, which affects us and harms us in many ways. It firstly won't make those in the party who don't fit that demographic necessarily feel too welcome sometimes, because they're not seeing themselves reflected within the leadership and within those in prominent positions, and that has its own problems, of course. And for those who aren't our members, when they look in, they don't think, well, that's necessarily a party for me. I don't see myself in the leadership or in the wider membership if when I look over the membership. Now, of course, just to say that the Green Party is a white middle class party, I wouldn't necessarily just make that statement, because it would do potentially discredit to the amazing work that's done by our activists, campaigners, and some of the elected people who are definitely not in that demographic. We have great people of colour who are elected and doing brilliant things in their communities, great activists and campaigners who aren't elected doing excellent things both for our party and and outside of our party, and so yeah, it would be a discredit to say that. And just to disregard all the work that they're doing. Not everyone is necessarily middle class who I know and have worked with, but the general thing is, on a general scale, a general sense, that is how the party is viewed. I can understand why that's the party is viewed. That's the way I felt sometimes, and I think the party, similarly to wider society, is easier to do well if you come from that demographic and you're white and middle class, and that is a reflection of wider society in general. I'm not breaking new ground by saying that you generally have an easier time if that's a demographic that you come from. So the party has to do work to ensure it doesn't just mirror those same structures that are outside of the party, the institutional structures, the institutional racism that isn't the obvious kind of racism, and things that is people saying something to somebody that's like very clearly overtly racist, but it's the more subtleties, the institutional barriers that are there, or the similarities that are there that are in society that we don't necessarily differ from sometimes, not again in the very clear and obvious ways, but just in the sense that we're just discussing this point here, that it's not a secret. That's how the party is viewed from the outside from a large number of people. So yeah, you have to do a lot of work to combat that, but that's not just about, again, like I said before, maybe putting a quick line in policy every now and then, or even sometimes having really well-written policy. We've got some policies that are absolutely fantastic, and sometimes it's frustrating when you're in the party to hear, oh, the party's, you know, just for white middle class people, when you know when you're inside it, oh, we've got these absolutely brilliant policies that are really, you know, for everyone, most marginalized communities, not just people of color, that are really fantastic and inclusive and accessible policies. But at the same time, it's all good and well just having policies written down. You know, I've discussed this a little bit when I was running for deputy leader and the hustings and the interviews that we'd had, that it's all good having things written down, but the actual action orientated things around them. So yeah, I think as a party, we need to make sure that we don't just have well-written policy. If we have well-written policy, then we need to share that in communities. We need to connect with different communities, sometimes go outside of our comfort zones, you know, to go into communities that we're not too used to going into. But these, you know, we're never going to grow as a party and have representation of, you know, the wide society and varying different communities if we're not speaking to them and engaging with them, or waiting for them to come to us. You know, that's just not going to happen either.
And so you mentioned a few things there that I guess, you know, you talked about the Green Party being part of a kind of wider environmental movement, which has its own challenges when it comes to race. You've talked about it sitting within wider society, which obviously is, you know, fundamentally built on racism, and those, I guess, are you know, one of the many factors that's led to these issues of representation with the Green Party. But I wondered what your view is as to why the Green Party has struggled when it comes to representation of people of colour for such a long time, beyond those kind of wider situational things it sits within. Is there something deeper going on within the party there?
It's a good question. You know, it's difficult sometimes to get to the answer. I think sometimes, not saying this reflects what's happened now, but I think sometimes there's been a tendency in the past to, you know, if there was a member of colour, or even the Greens of colour in general, a member of colour, that's where the solutions and answers will come from, you know, and there's ideas and, you know, there's lived experience within those groups and with those individuals, but that's not where the, you know, firstly, just capacity reasons, it's not where the solutions are going to come from. And I'm not sure, maybe in the past, has a party really invested enough into trying to overcome this issue, you know, beyond just words and conversations and you know, writing things down and having some policy positions, but actually really generally invested. And, you know, the Diverse Matters report is obviously a key investment that's been done to start to look into these issues, and that's something that's really positive, and hopefully that looks to continue. But it's about that genuine investment into, you know, have they brought somebody in to really train people in how to engage with different communities, how to enter different communities, you know, have we really worked with too many outside groups that are on policy and inclusive policy in a collaborative manner, in a co-production manner, that really brings in communities of colour to work on these policies, and then they become our Green Party policies. That's been done in a collaborative manner with communities, and we've done that, you know, by embedding ourselves within those communities and working collaboratively and just things like that. I don't think we've necessarily put in that real genuine investment, you know, that it requires to increase representation beyond just the words. And I think, yeah, like I said before, and it is money, you know, money at the end of the day is money that needs to go into it, you know, money that needs to go into a bit of the research, which we've seen, but that continuing into training, into support, into things like mentoring programs, but actual putting in these programs in place that are going to support representation, that are going to support people who are trying to grow in the party and become more prominent in the party, not just looking to put the burden of that onto, you know, the Greens of colour as a group, or, you know, it's same with the representation of the liberation groups to solve that misrepresentation, or members of colour to find those answers. You know, bring in outside consultants to find this out, you know, who are experts in this field, experts in increasing representation, in diversity issues, in communicating with communities of colour in a genuine way, in a holistic way. That's not just lip service, you know. And I'm not saying the party's necessarily done these things, especially not on purpose, you know, set out like we're going to just try and shortcut our way to better representation at all. But I think the genuine, the fact of the matter is, it has to be a concerned effort that takes money, takes investment, takes time, takes a real program, and a genuine desire to actually want to overcome these issues. And I think that is existing. I think it's becoming more clear. Even the outcomes of Diverse Matters report, where it's repeatedly in there that pretty much everyone that was spoken to the focus groups was like, yeah, you know, we have this real issue with representation of non-white members, you know, and that's spoken about all the time. So I think it's now turning those words into sort of genuine genuine action, and beyond initiatives that we could be able to do as Greens of Colour. I mean, one thing that we did at conference, which was really fantastic, and it was sort of Akira, our brilliant communications officer's idea, which was the local party challenge. And that was, we had our Greens of Colour badges, we were selling for 50 pence each, but we did sort of 12 badges for £5. And there was 10 of those badges over the next year, look to recruit 10 members of colour to your local Green Party. And we got 20 different Green Party sign-ups to that challenge, with the potential of 200 members if everyone is to fill that out. We'd offer support for people and how to reach out to those communities and everything, which I think is a great initiative. That's something we're never really proud of that we've been able to do as a group. But again, that's brilliant that we'll do that, but there needs to be these real sort of initiatives that go beyond that actually has the capacity, that because we're doing this as everyone is sort of as volunteers and everything, but these initiatives that are led by the party, different kind of initiatives, not things like that or anything that's off the top of my head right now, but that's why you get people in to who are experts in this field, and this is the kind of things that if it's being taken seriously, that's what you do. And I think just to really look to take it seriously, have proper initiatives in place, not just for local parties like that one there, but real initiatives that are going to support members of colour, people of colour, access the party in the first place, never mind then go through and look to become prominent and get into leadership positions or elected positions.
So before I ask you how people can support Greens of Colour, I just wanted to ask you about one of the initiatives that the party has been doing for a while on this issue in particular, which is the Deca Fund. And this was something that I think Greens of Colour were promoting quite heavily at conference, which is essentially a fund that supports candidates of colour in local elections and other elections. Lots of people watching this won't be aware of this fund, so I just wanted to invite you if you wanted to talk about that fund and what it seeks to deliver.
Yeah, thank you. A really good opportunity to speak about this. So I appreciate that because I hadn't mentioned it. The Deca Fund is a great initiative and something that any sort of members of colour that are watching should get in touch with us about and look to apply for. It's available there for our members of colour who are seeking to get elected within internal or external positions. We can help with a whole number of things. Deca Narubi was a member of the Manchester Green Party, former chair of the Manchester Green Party, and good friends with our communications officer Kura, and the fund is helped and supported many people already, and we encourage more applications all the time. It's a brilliant fund, and it's there to really support our members of colours to get elected, both into internal positions or external facing positions as well. So really keen to get more applications, more inquiries about that as well. And as you say, that is a really a brilliant initiative that has been set up, and something that praise and encourage anyone to apply for all the time. At the same time, this was set up after the very sad passing of Deca in 2017 during their campaign, and is a result of that, and it's a fantastic legacy to leave. But again, that initiative was that set up sort of after the initiative of the Green Party in themselves. Again, we need to set up a fund. This was set up in the memory fantastically of Deca. But even then, I wouldn't necessarily say it was just a Green Party initiative. It's an initiative that's been led by the sad passing of a member of colour. So I still think that there are many more sort of Green Party themselves led things to be done. And we want to work with the party to try and figure out what these could be.
Definitely, that's a really good point. Apologies if I implied that was in any way like job done with the Deca Fund. I just wanted to give people some awareness of that as one of the things that is being done, notwithstanding all the challenges that you've pointed out. So finally, before I let you go, how can people support the work of Greens of Colour?
Yeah, thank you. Always good to end on that. I mean, just speaking about the Deca Fund, then we always encourage donations to this. We get a lot of applications, and hopefully, as the party continues to grow with representation and have more members of colour, we're going to get more applications to this, as we'll encourage, and we continue to encourage all our members to apply for this very much needed support in a lot of cases. So that would be a really big one. And ourselves as a Greens of Colour, not to make it about finances, but we don't have loads of money in the bank, as neither does the main parties, I'm sure, but we don't have a massive amount of finances, and we've got a lot of plans this year, which includes trying to get as many members of colour to conference, an autumn conference, which is going to be a big event this year in Brighton. So we imagine it'll be an even sort of more well attended. So we want to make sure there's enough members of colour who can get there. And it is, quite south. If you're from outside of London, you'll have to travel to London and travel down there as well. So we want to be making sure that members of colour can get there, and we can support them to get there. So that's going to initiate a fundraising drive that we'll be looking to sort of speak about more and more detail in the coming weeks, but that's always going to be a very, very useful support. The local party challenge, which I mentioned, you can get in touch with us on Twitter, get in touch with me on Twitter, get in touch with Akua on Twitter, and if you've got any questions, but please do sign up to that. We'll be doing live updates on our newsletter and on Twitter, making it a bit of a challenge. But like I say, we've got 20 parties, maybe a couple more now since we last checked. And if we can keep raising that, then it would be brilliant. We're doing it here in Hackney because even in Hackney, where I'm living now, we're the same issues. One of the most diverse boroughs probably in the country, and yeah, our party locally doesn't reflect that either. So we've all got these challenges to face, and hopefully we could do that together and sign up to the local party challenge, where we can all sort of feedback with each other on how it's going, get tips, and really look to make this a collective effort. That's one of the biggest supports you can give, and then just keep an eye out on what we'll be doing over the year. We'll be having events to speak about varying bits of policy that we want to get involved in, and speaking around sort of ideas around increasing representation and some of the challenges that we have, and also some of the successes that our many councillors and other activists and campaigners currently have too. But yeah, just keep an eye out for future events. We'll be trying to engage with membership loads over the coming months.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your time today, Tyrone. It's been an absolute pleasure as always.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And is it Benali next?
Benali's on next, yeah, talking about the new migration policy and also the government's latest anti-migrant bill, which every time I speak to Benali, there seems to be a new piece of awful anti-migrant legislation. So yeah, Benali's up next in about just shy of an hour's time. So yeah.
Oh, great. Well, I'll make sure I stay tuned for that. It's always good to hear from Benali, especially with the awful migration policies that are coming out of government. But the shining light, I guess, is ours that I'm sure Benali will speak about in an hour's time. So that's good. But yeah, thanks again for having me. And yeah, look forward to catching up soon. Nice one. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. So that was Tyrone Stott, who is the chair of Greens of Colour. We've already got some comments in the chat about that interview. So Tom Adams says it was good to hear that input from Tyrone, some good ideas to implement locally. I'd love to hear other thoughts and comments on that conversation too, which I found really insightful and interesting, as I always do my conversations with Tyrone. So please do let me know what you thought in the chat. If you're joining us just now, please do also hit subscribe. We're trying to hit 550 subscribers by the end of the day. And we're also trying to hit 50 likes on the stream as well. So hit subscribe, hit like, and please do share the show link. We've had a little bit of a resurgence in our viewership, but we're still below what we'd normally be thanks to that gap in our broadcast this morning. So if you are able to, please do share the show link. We still have two amazing guests to come today. So at 4:45, I'm going to be joined by Benali Hamdache, who's the Green Party spokesperson on migration. We're going to be discussing the new policy that the Green Party passed at its spring conference last weekend, and also, as I was just talking with Tyrone there, the latest piece of anti-migrant legislation that's going through Parliament at the moment. We're going to be discussing his take on that. And then at the end of the show, I'll be speaking to Lindsey, who is the convener of Stop the War Coalition. We'll be reflecting on the Greens' new policy on NATO, and also getting her wider views on NATO as well. Before we get through any of those interviews, though, we're still playing our game of Guess Who. I'm looking for a significant figure on the left of British politics. I've given you all the clues to this one, and yet I've had no correct answers in the chat. So I'm going to give you the clues one last time. I'm looking for a significant figure on the left of politics, and I want to get your guesses in the chat. And the clues I have for you are that this mystery person was born in Poland. This mystery person founded two newspapers in their lifetime, The Red Flag and The Workers' Cause. This mystery person wrote a pamphlet in 1906 called The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions. This person was a contemporary of Lenin's and wrote critically of the Bolsheviks' dissolution of Russia's post-revolution parliamentary body, the Constituent Assembly. They also, in 1914, founded a revolutionary Marxist movement in Germany, and they were extrajudicially murdered by a paramilitary in 1919 following their participation in the Spartacist uprising. So, folks, who is the mystery person that I'm looking for? Put your guesses in the chat. Once we've got some correct answers, I'll move on to our final mystery person, because we have one more to squeeze in before the end of the show. So get your guesses
on today's second mystery person in the chat right now. And please do get any thoughts on that interview with Tyrone and any questions you have for our guests at the tail end of the show, Benali and Lindsey, in the chat as well. I'd love to put as many questions to them as possible. So please do get in the chat and I'll try and get them to them. And of course, like and subscribe as well. So Zoe has just commented in the chat that Zoe Garrard, who's the Green Party's newly selected candidate for Mayor of London. Zoe says it's great to hear what Tyrone thinks we could be doing as a party to address diversity issues, stressing that we all need to be actively involved. Thank you so much, Zoe, for that comment and for your praise for the interview with Tyrone. If people are interested, on a previous episode of Bright Green Live, we interviewed Zoe Garrard following her selection as the Greens London mayoral candidate. So you can go back on our YouTube channel and catch that interview and watch what Zoe had to say in that as well. Please do keep your comments coming through on that interview. Any questions for the remaining guests that are still to come? And also any guesses of our mystery person, the significant figure on the left that we are looking for. Not any correct guesses yet, but please do keep them coming in. I'll just give you a recap. They were born in Poland. They founded 2 newspapers in their life. They wrote a pamphlet called The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions. They were a contemporary of Lenin and were critical of some of the Bolshevik government's early policies. They founded a revolutionary Marxist government movement in Germany, and they were extrajudicially murdered by a paramilitary in 1919 following their participation in the Spartacist uprising. That's our second mystery person of the day. I'm going to take a little break in a moment or two. When I do, I want to see loads of guesses for that mystery person coming up in the chat. And I'm also going to give you the first clue for my third and final mystery person of the day. And my first clue for that is that this mystery person grew up in Cheltenham. So guesses for mystery person number 2 and mystery person number 3 in the chat, please, whilst I have my break. Also, please do get questions and for questions in the chat for our remaining 2 guests, any comments on the interviews you've had so far, and also any questions you have for me. As always, happy to answer them. But for now, get those guesses in for our mystery people, and I'll reveal the answer of the second one when I'm back, as well as give you a couple more clues on the third one. I'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. I'll see you very, very shortly. Hello, 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 and welcome back to episode 5 of Bright Green Live. If you're just joining us, the show isn't just shots of my bookcase. You will be hearing interviews with some of the most interesting, inspiring, engaging people on the left in the UK. We're running a game of Guess Who throughout the show, where I give you a series of clues to a prominent left-wing figure, either contemporary or historical. And the second figure I gave you clues to was born in Poland, founded 2 newspapers in their life, wrote a pamphlet called The Mass Strike, the Political Party and Trade Unions. They were a contemporary of Lenin, and they founded a revolutionary Marxist movement in Germany, and they were murdered by a paramilitary in 1919 following their participation in the Spartacist uprising. Full marks go to Paul Bezic in the chat, who has correctly identified that person as Rosa Luxemburg. Well done to Paul. You get all of the cookies. I am now going to move us on to the second clue for our third mystery person of the day. The first clue was that this person grew up in Cheltenham. And the second clue is that this mystery person has a degree from Trinity College, Oxford. So who is that mystery person that we are looking for? A significant figure on the left, historical or contemporary? Get your guesses in the chat throughout the show. So we are coming towards the end of the show now. We have just under 2 hours left, and we have 2 final guests who will be joining me throughout the rest of the day. Just to give you a rundown of what's already happened so far, in case you are just joining us, so that you can rewind and watch through anything that you want at your leisure. We kicked off the show at 10:30 with Linda Walker. Linda is the co-convener of the Green Party of England and Wales's policy working group on defence, peace and security. She was involved in the rewriting of the Green Party's policies on those issues, which included an area which has generated a lot of interest in the last week, which is around NATO. We discussed that NATO policy in depth, what it is in practice, what it means, and where the Green Party sits in relation to that military alliance and how that fits in to the rest of the party's defence policies. Really interesting interview, which you can find. It was at 10:30 a.m, so you're going to have to scroll back just shy of 6 hours to find that interview. That's how long I've been sitting here. We then spoke to Michael Kyriacou, who is the chair of the UCU branch at the University of East Anglia. We talked a little bit about the big national dispute that UCU are engaged with at the moment, but we also talked specifically about some of the issues that UEA is facing financially at the moment. He described there as being a £45 million black hole in the university's finances. We discussed the impact of that black hole and what the potential effects that's going to have on workers is. I spoke to Michael about 12:15, so if you go back about 4 hours in the show, you should be able to find that one. I then spoke to Chris Garrard, who is a co-director of Culture Unstained. That's an organisation that campaigns to get fossil fuel companies to end their sponsorship ties with the fossil fuel industry. And I spoke to Chris about a recent victory that movement has had, which has got the Royal Opera House to end its 3-decade-long sponsorship agreement with BP. At 2:30, I spoke to Etienne Stott, who is an Olympic gold medal winner in canoeing, but also more recently has become known as an activist with Extinction Rebellion. I spoke to Etienne about why Extinction Rebellion, or XR, are planning to mobilise en masse in London in April. Really interesting conversation about that mobilisation, how you can get involved, and also some questions around Extinction Rebellion's organising strategy. I then just now spoke to Tyrone Scott at 3:30, so about 40 minutes ago in the stream. You can rewind and catch that interview. Tyrone, you may know, he was the runner-up in the deputy leadership election for the Green Party of England and Wales last year. He's now the chair of Greens of Colour. We had a conversation about his plans for Greens of Colour and what Greens of Colour are doing at the moment, and also about about representation within the Green Party for people of colour. It's a really interesting conversation. Tyrone's always got loads of really important insights. So scroll back through, rewind through, and watch that interview at your leisure. Still to come, Benali Hamdache, who is the Green Party's migration spokesperson. Now, as well as that policy on defence and NATO that I mentioned earlier, there was another major rewrite of policy at the Green Party Spring Conference last weekend. That was on migration. So I'm going to be speaking to Benali about the details of that migration policy. And specifically, we're going to be looking at why the Green Party wants to see new rights family reunification for all migrants, and also why the Green Party supports voting rights for visa residents. Given what's happening in Parliament at the moment, and given what the Home Secretary is currently doing, we're naturally also going to be having a conversation about the government's anti-migrant legislation, specifically the new illegal migration bill, which is being presented to Parliament very, very soon. So I'm going to be getting Benali's reflection on that and what that legislation means in terms of the impact it's going to have on migrants and migration in the UK. And finally, closing the show at 5:30, I'm going to be joined by Lindsey German. Now, Lindsey is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. You may know Stop the War for their role in the largest demonstration in British history, which took place in 2003 against the Iraq War. They've continued to campaign around issues of war, imperialism, colonialism, and so on since then. They are an organisation and Lindsey is an individual who is deeply critical of NATO. So I'm going to be getting Lindsey's reflections on the Green Party's new policy on NATO, and whether it's the right decision to move to a slightly softer position on NATO, and also look at whether NATO is remotely reformable as an institution. Those are remaining two interviews that I've got still to come for the rest of the day. So please do stay tuned for all of that. In the meantime, I've given you 2 clues so far for our third mystery person. Those 2 clues were this individual grew up in Cheltenham, and they also have a degree from Trinity College, Oxford. So please do get your guesses in the chat for who that mystery person, who's a prominent figure on the left, contemporary or historical, and we'll see whether you get it. Paul Bezic, Finn White, and I think it was Alexander earlier. I've managed to get our previous 2 mystery people in the Guess Who game so far. The first of which was James Connolly, and the second of which is Rosa Luxemburg. So who is our third mystery person who grew up in Cheltenham and has a degree from Trinity College, Oxford? If you haven't already, please do hit subscribe. That means that you won't miss out on any of the videos that we are putting out in the coming weeks and months. So every time we go live with an episode of Bright Green Live, you will get a notification, will appear in your stream, and also you'll get all the other videos that we've been putting out in the coming weeks and months. This summer, the Green Party of England and Wales will be electing a new executive. And every single year, Bright Green runs a series of interviews with the candidates in those elections. So this year, we will, of course, be doing that again. So we'll be interviewing all of the candidates, or at least those who are willing to be interviewed by Bright Green, for the positions on the Green Party executive. If you hit subscribe, it means that you'll make sure that you don't miss out on those interviews, as well as everything else we're doing in the future as well, including the next episode of Bright Green Live, which will be happening on the 9th of April. So get that in your diaries now. On the 9th of April, we will be hosting the next in this series of mammoth marathon live streams. On that show, we're booking guests as we speak. We have some soft confirmations. I can't reveal their names yet, but I can reveal that the 2 people who are penciled in, are ready to join at some point, are 2 members of Parliament. So hopefully that's enticing. I'm also hoping to speak to members of the Scottish Green Party on that next stream, because next weekend the Scottish Green Party will be hosting their spring conference, and so I want to do some analysis and conversation with some of the key people in the Scottish Greens. So hopefully we'll get some of them on the show on the 9th of April. I'm also going to be hopefully speaking to some election analysts and statisticians to talk about the upcoming local elections in May, and what the likely outcomes of those elections are Are we heading for a Tory electoral wipeout? Are the Greens set to make massive gains? Is Labour on track to become the biggest party in local government? That and much, much more we will discuss on the next episode of Bright Green Live on April the 9th. Get that in your diaries, but the best way to make sure you don't miss it is to hit subscribe right this second. We're hoping to get to 550 subscribers by the end of the day. It's looking ropey. We might not get there, so you can help out by hitting subscribe. We're also trying to get to 50 likes on the video by the end of the show. We're on 20 at the moment, so we've got a long way to go with not much time left. Please do hit like if you haven't already. It means that if you do that, it means that the video will appear in more people's feeds. If you are enjoying the show so far, then other people will too. And pressing like is one of the best ways to make sure people see it. Of course, alongside sharing the link to the stream. So I'm going to give you a third clue of our third mystery person. The third clue, well, the first two clues were, of course, this mystery person grew up in Cheltenham, and also they have a degree from Trinity College, Oxford. And the third clue I'm going to give you is that in 2016, it was revealed that this mystery person's political activities were being monitored by the police domestic extremism unit. Guesses in the chat for our third mystery person, please. And hopefully this one will be challenging. It seemed like the first two were far too easy because someone got the first one on the first clue, which is not something that we like to see. But the rule is don't Google. That's not in the spirit of the game, and it doesn't reflect well on you. I think those of you who are Googling should take a long, hard look at yourselves. Please do like, subscribe, and share. Of course, you can do whatever you wish with the game. It's your life and your choice. Just know that everyone else is judging you. If you aren't already, please do follow Bright Green on our social media channels. On Facebook, we're on facebook.com//BrightGRN. On the Twitters, we are at BrightGRN. On Instagram, we're at Bright Green Online. And on Mastodon, we're at Bright Green on the UK server, if that is a way that you can find us. Follow us on there. You'll keep up to date with everything related to Bright Green. And of course, please do get your questions in the chat for our final two guests. Yeah, I'm going to take another very, very short break because it's been a long day and there's only so long I can stare at this camera. So I'm going to take another short break. In the meantime, please do get your guesses in for our mystery person. That mystery person grew up in Cheltenham. They have a degree from Trinity College, Oxford. And in 2016, it was revealed that their political activities were being monitored by the police domestic extremism unit. Get your guesses in the chat whilst I'm on my break. And of course, you can rewind, watch through the videos, but stay tuned because we still have Benali Hamdache and Lindsey German to come later in the show. I'm going to have a quick break and I'll see you very, very shortly. Hello, hello, welcome back. I am back, hurtling towards the end of the show. Got about 90 minutes left. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much to those of you who've been with us since the beginning, who sat through the rather long gap at the start when one of our guests didn't materialise. Apologies again for that. We've been playing a game of Guess Who, and I've given you 3 clues on the third mystery person so far. The clues I've given you are that they grew up in Cheltenham, they have a degree from Trinity College, Oxford, and that their political activities were being monitored by the Police Domestic Extremism Unit. It was revealed in 2016. We have had 2 guesses in the chat so far. I'm not going to tell you whether they're correct or not until we get to the end, so we still have lots of time for people to put guesses in. So Garbett thinks it's Sean Berry, and Rich Turner Music thinks it is Jenny Jones. 2 excellent guesses. We'll reveal at the end if either of those are correct. The 4th clue I'm going to give you may well help some of you out. So this mystery person first wrote for Bright Green in 2015. So who is that mystery person who grew up in Cheltenham, who has a degree from Trinity College, Oxford, whose political activities have been monitored by the Domestic Extremism Unit, and who first wrote for Bright Green in 2015, 8 long years ago? Who is that mystery person that we are looking for? Guesses in the chat, please. We are going to be speaking to very, very soon, in about 20 minutes time. Might be less if he materializes earlier, but I think about 20 minutes time. Going to be speaking to Benali Hamdache. He's been on the show before. I had him on, I think, the first episode to talk about the government's hostile environment policies, its anti-migrant rhetoric, and its anti-migrant legislation. We're going to be talking a little bit about that today, because obviously we're having the conversation in the context of the latest piece of legislation the government is bringing in to attack migrants, the illegal migration bill. But we're also going to be specifically talking about the Green Party's new policies on migration. So at the Green Party's spring conference last week, the members voted for a suite of new policies on migration. That includes a commitment to family reunification for all migrants and voting rights for all visa residents. So I'll be talking to Benali about that policy that passed at conference, and also I'll be talking to him about his assessment of the latest anti-migrant legislation. Following Benali, I'll be speaking to Lindsey German, the convener of the Stop the War Coalition, at 5:30. And I'll be speaking to Lindsey about the Green Party's new defence policy, which we started the show with talking to Linda Walker. We're going to finish talking about it again. Specifically, we're going to be talking about NATO. So Stop the War Coalition, that's the group that coordinated that mass demonstration in 2003 against the Iraq War, the biggest single demonstration in the country's history. Since then, Stop the War has been active in a number of campaigns against Western imperialism, against war, against colonialism, and crucially, throughout that time, they've been highly critical of NATO. And so I'm going to be getting Lindsey's take on the Green Party's new defence policy, specifically the how it relates to NATO and what her assessment of it is, and her wider criticism of NATO as an institution. So if you're just joining us, this show goes out monthly on YouTube. The next episode will be on April the 9th. We don't yet have any guests hard confirmed for that yet. So if you have any suggestions of people you'd like us to book, please do get them in the chat, and I'll do my very best to get them. I'm hoping to get Jay Clark, who was supposed to be on the show earlier but couldn't make it, on that show to talk about People and Planet's campaigning around fossil fuel recruitment on university campuses. I've also got soft confirmations from 2 members of Parliament whose names I cannot yet reveal. I'm hopefully going to be speaking to some members of the Scottish Green Party in the aftermath of their conference. I'll also hopefully be speaking to some analysts to talk about the upcoming local elections in May, which I think are some of the most interesting local elections we've ever had, particularly on how they matter for the Green Party, because if you've been here for a while, you've heard me say this before, so apologies if this is the 3rd time you've heard me talk about the local elections. But the May local elections in 2023 are hugely important for the Green Party, and the reason for that is because the last time these seats were up for election was in 2019. Now, in 2019, the Green Party won more seats than it ever had done before. So prior to 2019, in a good election year, the Greens might gain a dozen seats. In 2019, they gained almost 200, doubling the party's representation in local government overnight. That's a huge shift that took place in that year. Now, that was followed in 2021 and 2022 with another series of massive gains in local elections. The reason why I say that 2023 is so important and so interesting for the Green Party is because the seats that are up for election were last contested in 2019, and that means the Greens are now defending more seats than they ever have before. Not just more seats than they ever have before on a small scale, but actually at the highest numbers of seats the Greens have previously defended in a single night. You're looking at a few dozen. This year in May, the Greens will be defending over 200. That's a huge challenge for the party because it's never had to do that before. Now, what's interesting is the Green Party isn't talking nationally about, oh, well, this is a particularly defensive year and therefore we're going to really struggle because, we've got lots of defences. So we're expecting quite modest gains. Actually, if you listen to what the leadership are saying, if you listen to what people close to who are involved nationally are saying, they're actually saying the Greens are on track for huge gains once again. Carla Denyer at Spring Conference last weekend said that the Greens were looking to gain 100 more council seats. That's in addition to the more than 200 that they're already defending. So this would be absolutely huge if the Green Party was able to defend all of those 200 and more seats that it's already held and gain an additional 100. It will be a massive landmark moment for the party because it can demonstrate that not only can it win big, as it did in 2019, not only can it defend big and keep hold of those seats, but also that it can make additional gains on top of that. So if you look at the history of local elections in the UK, there's been no other left party except the Green Party to the left of Labour that has been successful at winning local elections on this scale. But also, even parties that aren't on the left that have had major success in local elections, the most obvious example being UKIP, they had a huge breakthrough in 2013 in the local elections. However, when they came to defend those seats in 2017, it didn't go too well for them. And when he defended more seats in 2018, it didn't go too well for them then. And what you saw was when the election cycle came round, UKIP wasn't able to keep hold of those seats. And in fact, it faced almost entirely being wiped out to the extent where I think they only have maybe 3 councillors now when they had over 500 before that. So if the Green Party are able to pull this off, it's historically significant for the Green Party in and of itself and for the representation it's able to deliver for people. But it's also really historically significant for British politics as well, because what it would mean is that there's a political party outside of the big three that's able to make substantial inroads into local government and secure those for the long term as well. Not only that, but this year it looks like from the noises we're getting from certain local parties across the country, that actually not only are we looking at the Greens gaining massive amounts of seats across the country, but also really starting to take power and office in local government. So the Green Party, as a lot of people will know, has been in administration in Brighton Hove for the last couple of years. It had previously been in administration before that, but now it's back in administration. It's also in joint administration in over a dozen councils across the country, where the Greens are in coalition with other parties, with independents and so on. And that's pretty impressive that the Greens have managed to pull that off. In this set of local elections, what we're looking at is there being more councils where the Greens could be the sole party in administration. So the most obvious one to look at is Mid-Suffolk. So in the last set of local elections in Mid-Suffolk in 2019, the Greens ended up on 12 seats. They're now only a few seats shy of taking over as the largest party on that council. And if you speak to some people, there is energy and excitement about the prospect of the Greens not only becoming the largest party, but also having a majority on Mid-Suffolk Council. That is unprecedented. If in Mid-Suffolk the Greens become the largest party, it will be the first place anywhere in the country where the Greens have had a majority on a local council. So in Brighton and Hove, the Greens have run the administration there twice, but they never had a majority of seats. They were just the largest party. And so if you add up all the numbers of all the other councillors from all the other parties, they come to a higher total than the total of the Greens. In Mid Suffolk, it's possible the Greens will have more seats than all the other parties combined. If that happens, that's historically significant for the Green Party. It means there'll be a council where the Greens will be able to implement their political programme, admittedly in a horrible position for local government, where we're facing over a decade of austerity and cuts and squeezes on local government finances, but nonetheless an unprecedented moment and a really exciting point if people are interested in local government and politics more broadly. But also, you've got other councils across the country where the Greens could be going from 1 or 2 seats to double digits. You've got some councils where the Greens could be going from a position of opposition to being either the largest party or being in administration. We could be seeing more and more Greens taking office across the country. That's huge. And another area I think it's huge is in Brighton and Hove, because whilst there was that first administration that was elected in 2011, that administration, when it was faced with the electorate again in 2015, lost a huge amount of its seats and lost power. The Greens are now in administration again in Brighton and Hove. If they go into this election in administration and come out the other end also in administration, still as the largest party, that would be the first time in history where a Green Party has gone into administration, gone into an election, in administration, and ended up after that election still in administration. So there's a huge number of potentially massively historic moments on the horizon for the Greens, which really will tell a story about the state of local government, about British politics, and also the state of the Green Party. So if you'd ask me whether I think all that's going to happen, I don't know the answer to that question. We will see in about 6 weeks' time. But if you would ask me what the significance of that is, if all those things happen, if the Greens gain 100 plus seats, if the Greens take majority control of Mid Suffolk, if there's another bunch of councils they start taking administration in, if there's some councils where they go from 2 to a dozen seats overnight, if in Brighton and Hove they manage to go from administration to election to administration again, this is one of the most exciting set of elections for the Green Party, and it could be a real watershed in terms of the party's electoral strength. So I'm fascinated by this set of elections, and that's why over the next 6 weeks, Bright Green is going to be dedicating a lot of time to looking at these elections. We're going to be producing a series of articles that analyses what's going on in some of these places where there are real opportunities for the Greens to gain a huge number of seats, potentially also gain administration. We're also going to be on election night itself, running our annual traditional live blog, where on our website, we'll be providing all the latest news analysis through from the elections throughout the whole of the night, throughout the following day and the day after, as the results trickle in across the country. So you'll be able to catch all the interesting insights and information and news about Green success or failure in those elections, and also what the elections mean for the wider left. And also on that night, about 2:30, 3 a.m. in the morning, when most of the results have come in overnight, we're going to be holding a live stream on our YouTube channel where we'll be delving into some of the results in more detail, discussing it with some figures from the Green Party, and we'll try and do a similar live stream towards the end of the day after polling day as well. Naturally, on the next episode of Bright Green Live, April the 9th, we're going to be running some analysis in advance of those elections, and in our edition of Bright Green Live on the second Sunday in May, we'll be digesting all of that and much more of those local elections on there. So please do stay tuned. All of that, because I think it's an incredibly exciting set of local elections. I think there's a huge amount of interesting things that could happen, and Bright Green will be covering it all the way. Brilliant. So we will be joined by Benali Hamdache very shortly. But in the meantime, if you're just joining us, please do hit subscribe, hit like, and you will keep up to date with all our videos By hitting like, you'll mean this video appears in more people's streams. Just to go to a couple of comments from the chat, Rich Turner says that they would expect further gains in May as the Labour Party continues to alienate its own supporters, but nothing dramatic, just steady progress. That's a really interesting comment. I think there's two things I'd say to that. I think that it's definitely the case that we're seeing in some places Labour voters starting to move towards the Greens as a result of Keir Starmer moving the Labour Party to the right. Certainly where I am in Oxford, where I'm a councillor in Oxford, we have seen that happen very clearly. Whereas in the Corbyn years, it was very difficult for us to win votes from Labour, traditional Labour voters, because they were happy with the left-wing policy platform that Corbyn was offering. Since Keir Starmer has been elected, it's been much, much easier for us. The flip side of that is there are some places where actually the Labour Party are going to be outperforming what you'd expect because of the national polls. And so there are some places where actually with Labour polling 45-50%, they're going to get swept into seats in councils because there are a huge number of people who are voting Labour because they're sick of the Tories. And typically, I think those places are going to be in the so-called red wall, where there isn't that kind of the demographics don't align as well to, I guess, the Corbynista values that we were experiencing in the Labour Party 2015 to 2019. So generally speaking, in that period where Greens struggled, it was in metropolitan areas with lots of renters, with younger people, with students, with the people who've traditionally voted Green instead of Labour. In this set of elections, Labour, I think, will do well in areas that that don't have lots of those people, where they have also historically done well. However, so I don't think that's going to have a massive impact either way in terms of the Green Party. I do think there is a chance we'll gain some seats in those more metropolitan areas. Interestingly, there aren't loads of those seats up for election this year. What's really interesting is there's going to be loads of Tory seats up for election this year. And for the Greens, there's a real prospect of taking lots and lots of seats off the Tories in some of the more rural areas. So places to watch will be things like mid-Suffolk, I think some places in Hertfordshire and Herefordshire. Also in the southwest, there's going to be some really interesting dynamics where the Greens could be taking seats from the Tories. So go to the next comment. So Zoe says, it's a very helpful, energizing summary. Thank you, Zoe. And she's excited to see the live stream on election night. And she might try and organise a watch along in Hackney. That would be amazing. I would love more than anything for you to organise a watch along in Hackney. So please do that. Juliet Green has got a comment coming up about one of our guests still to come. Which is when we're going to have a conversation about NATO. So Juliet says endorsing NATO at this point might lose traditional Green support, but it might gain some others. That's a really interesting point, and we'll be continuing to have conversations about the Green Party's defence policies in the coming weeks and months. In about 2 minutes' time, I'm going to be joined by Benali Hamdache, so you're going to have to hear less of my voice and more of Benali's. Because he's going to be our next guest. Before I bring him in, though, I just wanted to return to our mystery person, our Guess Who competition, where we are pointing you towards a significant figure on the left. I've given you a series of clues so far on who this mystery person might be. We've had some guesses in the chat. Please do get more guesses in. So far, your clues have been this mystery person grew up in Cheltenham. They have a degree from Trinity College, Oxford. In 2016, it was revealed that their activities were being monitored by the police's domestic extremism unit, and they first wrote for Bright Green in 2015. The next clue I'm going to give you is that this mystery person has written books on sustainable transport, energy saving, and repairing household items. Who is that mystery person on the left? Please do get your guesses in the chat whilst we wait for Benali to join us. I've got 4 more clues to get through to you at the end of the show, but please do get your guests in the chat. And as I bring Benali into the call in a moment or two, please do get questions that you have for him in the chat as well, and I'll try and get as many of them to him as possible. So I'm letting Benali in now. And as Benali connects to the call and gets his camera on and gets his bearings, I'll just do a brief introduction, although for Bright Green Live viewers, I'm sure he needs no introduction. He's back on the show for the second time. So I'm absolutely delighted to be joined next by Benali Hamdache. Benali is the Green Party of England and Wales's migration spokesperson, and we're going to be talking about the Green Party's new policies on migration that were passed at Spring Conference just last week. Before we delve into any of that, Benali, it's an absolute pleasure to be joined by you again. How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Day of door knocking, been out talking to residents, so the work never stops.
Fun. Well, I hope you found nothing but Green voters and the casework was easily resolved. So I mentioned it there. Last weekend, the Green Party passed a suite of new policies on migration. Can you talk us through the key elements of the new policies?
Well, I mean, just to kick it off, I think we should be really proud of our values that are on display when we pass this motion. I think we are really leading the way in England and Wales for a principled, inclusive vision for what migration looks like, and that understanding that we should not be putting violence at our borders or treating migrants unfairly. So there's 10 key principles in this new chapter, and again, really leading the way. Number one, giving the right to family reunification, I think, is such a valuable piece of our policy, and it's about also extending that to grandchildren and grandparents and siblings. Now, when we looked at the huge crisis in Ukraine, the government expanded the right for family reunification, but only for Ukrainians. Now, there are so many other nationalities in the world where people have split families, are facing conflict, just thinking of Yemen, thinking of Afghanistan. Their rights to be able to reunited with their family are much more curtailed. And I think actually our position to make sure that it's open to everyone and open to more families is something we should be proud of, and something we should be getting out to communities to let them know that we're on their side. Another really positive part of the policy is about letting all migrants vote. I always think about that mantra of no taxation without representation, but there's a huge group of people who have the right to live in this country who have no ability to influence its voting no ability to influence the government. You've got a situation where a Commonwealth citizen who's just newly arrived is allowed to vote, but a US citizen who's been here for 10 years or an EU citizen might not be able to vote in the general election. Actually letting everyone who's got a right to live here to vote, I think, is something that's really powerful. It's about community building. It's making sure that everyone's voice is heard, and I think would make a massive difference. Our migration policy would also scrap the no recourse to public funds condition, something that Boris Johnson promised to look into not long ago. But we have a situation where people have the right to live here, but have no right to claim welfare or assistance, which has left so many families and so many households destitute, homeless, in crisis, especially when we think of the pandemic, when so many people lost work, and now in the cost of living crisis as well. Giving an entire group of people no safety net is immoral and unjust, and actually causes more kind of issues, because councils have to kind of step in to help destitute families when an intervention sooner could have made a massive difference. So it's something that we should be proud to be standing against. Another thing is about the end of profiteering from visa fees. There's been a huge explosion in fees that people can face trying to get a visa. One of the things that we haven't actually been talking about is the huge privatization that's been sleeping into this sector. More and more companies making profits from processing visa applications, which increasingly is a poorer and poorer service. So they're making money and people are finding it harder to get visas that are entitled to. So taking that out, really important. And I'll finish with one more, and it's about not detaining people when they're because of their immigration status. We know that places like Yarl's Wood are inhumane, are inhospitable, and there's too many cases of migrants being treated really abysmally, again, in quite often privatized, run-for-profit prisons. And we know that, the Home Office recently did a trial of not detaining people, and surprisingly it worked out all right. But they're, under Sorella Braverman, they're not going to do that right now. But I'm proud that the Green Party stands against detention.
So I'm going to pick up on a few of those points. To start with, family reunification. So this is something that I don't think is a major point of conversation in sort of the media representation of migration or the national conversation around it. Why do you think that the issue of family reunification is so important from a kind of, if we think of a migration system from a kind of humanitarian perspective, why do you think that issue is so important?
Well, I remember recently speaking to a Yemeni woman who had talked about the fact that her sister had died before she was able to help her to come over to this country. Yemen has had a civil war for 7 years. Yemen is also a former British colony. Yemen is also somewhere where we've sold weapons to the Saudis that have then used it to commit war crimes in that country. We owe Yemen a huge moral debt that we're not repaying at all right now. And Yemeni steelworkers helped build this country. Yemeni sailors are a huge part of the British story of what this country became, and yet there are British Yemeni citizens today who can't bring family members to safety. And again, I was talking to this woman, and she was saying, we think it's right that the Ukrainians have been given safe harbor, but why don't we have those rights? And for a country that we have actually quite deep connections with, it feels incredibly immoral and incredibly unjust. And I think what is really important about this policy is we're treating all nationalities equally, and we're exposing the inequity that is in the system right now. And family is family, right? Like your loved ones, the people that raised you, or your connections. And I think also that our family reunification rules have been very bound by kind of a Western sensibilities of what a family is. But I think of my Algerian family, right? Quite a lot of my one of my uncles will live with my grandparents. That's what a family unit is. And so our definition of who constitutes a close enough family member to be brought over is very specific to us, but isn't necessarily particularly fair. So I think there is a really powerful offer here, and I think we should be getting this message out to communities that we represent and letting them know that the Green Party is the only party, I think, really in England and Wales putting this forward, and would be the party that would stop separating families. And I think that's such a powerful message.
And so voting rights, this is one of the areas that I can imagine the Daily Mail and the Express having an absolute field day with. What's the case for giving visa residents the right to vote?
Well, I first of all, I'd love to be in the Daily Mail. I think it'd be, it's always a good day when the Daily Mail do a Green Party page of shame. I think it's always, some of the proudest moments I can think of the Green Party is the times the Daily Mail have had a bit of a go. But I think the rules are really arbitrary right now. It is very. I mean, I know an Australian citizen who voted in the EU referendum so that the Australian currency that they had in their bank account would appreciate, and it all worked out for her. But meanwhile, there are EU citizens who have raised family here, who have contributed, who weren't allowed to vote in that referendum, and it should never have been the case. I think the idea that you're part of a community and you're allowed to have a say in how that community is run is just a fundamental right, and it shouldn't be that controversial. I don't think it is, but it shouldn't be. And I think I think the Greens again have led the way on voting rights. Like we're championing voting for 16 and 17-year-olds. I think this is another front for us to talk about. And there's been a lot of there was a lot of uncertainty about whether or not EU citizens would keep their right to vote in local elections, but they should be allowed to vote in the general elections as well. And I think, again, we need to get that message out there that we are championing this, because I think it's something that will make people take a second look at the Green Party.
And so before I get your thoughts on the government's latest anti-migrant legislation, I just wanted to ask about detention, because that was something that you mentioned there. For some of our viewers won't be kind of aware about the current system of detention when it comes to migration. So I wondered if you could talk through a little bit, like the conditions in detention centres, what detention in the UK looks like, and I guess why the Greens want to end detention.
I mean, well, we shouldn't. Let's start with what happened with Manson most recently. Like, this was meant to be a temporary holding detention centre where people were never meant to be there for more than 48, 72 hours. People were in that centre for weeks and weeks and weeks, sleeping on the floor, overcrowded, horrendous conditions, a level of closeness that meant that illnesses were being passed between the kind of people in that detention centre. Truly horrifying conditions that should embarrass us for the fact that our government allowed this to happen. I mean, Suella Braverman was clearly failing in her legal obligations to provide fit and proper standards for people who are just trying to claim asylum. That was a real new low. And I think we should be highlighting and not letting the government forget what they did there. But yeah, in too many instances when people are awaiting removal, people quite often are detained in what are prisons. And there's so many examples of, staff abuse. There's examples of it, self-harm, of suicide attempts in these centres. And I think the thing that I know we're going to talk about it a little bit later, but one of the things that the illegal migration bill going through Parliament right now is promising to do is to massively expand the carceral state for refugees and migrants. And we only have to look to Australia to know what the implications of that. Some of the stories of psychologists who worked in those kind of island prison camps that Australia was instituting are truly horrifying. Levels of self-harm and suicide and mental health crises through on an unimaginable scale. And the amount of financing required to detain people on the scale that the government is promising is going to be mind-boggling. I mean, this is the government that promised however many hospitals and has only delivered a handful, but is promising to, detain tens of thousands of people. It's going to be, if it does come to fruition, it's going to be horrific.
So you mentioned the bill there, and last time you came on the show, we were talking about another series of anti-migrant policies the government were introducing, but this is the latest one, the new illegal migration bill. What's your take on that legislation? What's your reflections on the bill as it's currently formulated?
Well, I mean, I think I'm never surprised. I keep getting surprised by the Conservative government's ability to surprise us with new levels of cruelty. It's never ending. The Nationality and Borders Bill was one of the biggest attacks on refugee and migrant rights in decades. This represents a new threshold. I think there's lots of reasons why to think this bill will not achieve its goals. And I have to say that it really deeply worries me for the implications of that. I think ultimately we should be really crystal clear in saying this is an asylum ban. This is saying that this country will no longer take in refugees. It will pick and choose certain small groups that it might favour. And I think we have to kind of really underline the racism in that. A lot of Tory MPs are very proud about the number of Ukrainians and Hong Kongers that have been welcomed to this country, which is good. But the government's policy is going to be to select and pick by nationality and play favourites, and to turn away anyone else who isn't under one of the schemes the government opens. And again, like even when they do have a scheme for resetting, say, Afghan refugees, it's not delivering. So this is an asylum ban. This is a huge amount of political theatre. It is, it feels like a last dice roll of this government's attempt to hold on at the next general election. I think this is the only topic where the Tories are more trusted than Labour. And so they would dearly love for this election to be solely about refugees. And so, suspending the human rights of refugees, detaining people on a massive level, sending people back regardless of how meritorious their asylum claim is. There are lots of reasons why to think that this is a very ripe contender for legal challenge. The fact is no one has been sent to Rwanda yet. And this is an even grosser attack on kind of the legal rights that are already enshrined. So, there are lots of reasons to believe or be optimistic about it, what the courts might say. But then ultimately, this government is promising the undeliverable, and I really worry what that means for the far right and how much opportunity they will have to capitalize on this. We've already seen, the hotel fire, the attack in Knowsley, far right activists going out into hotels, filming refugees, intimidating them has been going on for a long, long time. You have to be deeply concerned about what another broken promise about undeliverable levels of cruelty will do to the far right recruiting and organising. And so, the government has to really seriously think about what they're fanning the fuel of.
So before I let you go, I want to ask you about the Labour Party, which you mentioned briefly there. But what do you make of Labour's response to this latest piece of legislation, and more broadly, under their current leadership, the approach they've taken on migration?
Well, we can all see the creeping triangulation, right? Despite what some might deny, the language of how Labour talks about immigration does not sound like it did under Jeremy Corbyn, which wasn't always perfect. There were definitely times where, Jeremy's rhetoric got criticised rightfully for how he might talk about immigration. But this is a whole new level. I mean, Keir Starmer had 10 pledges. Can you remember one of them was defend free movement? And we can all see how far we've come from that today. I think we shouldn't forget as well that Yvette Cooper has been Shadow Home Secretary before, and under her stewardship, the Labour Party did not vote against the 2014 immigration bill, which caused the Windrush crisis. There were 16 MPs who voted against it at every level. One of them was Jeremy Corbyn, one of them was Caroline Lucas. And there are increasingly noises coming from Labour HQ briefing about more and more hardening rhetoric. The number one line from the Labour Party right now to respond to refugees and crossing the channel is not safe and legal routes. It's crack down on criminal gangs. The tone is increasingly hard to tell the difference from the Tories, and they are not making a moral argument against what they're proposing. Their argument is what the Tories are doing won't work. Well, I mean, what the Tories are aiming for is cruelty, and they're quite good at that.
A pretty bleak note to end on, but nonetheless, I'm going to let you get on and enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. Thank you so much for joining us again, Benali.
Pleasure.
Oh, before I let you go, I've just seen a question jumped in last minute in the chat, which I am going to put to you. There's a slight delay on the chat coming through to me, so I've just seen it. If that's okay, I'll put it to you. And then we'll have to do that weird, awkward goodbye again. But Luckily, I can edit that out in future videos. But Zoe Garbett has asked, given that Green Party policy is unlikely to be implemented anytime soon, what can people be doing now to influence change? And that's a much more positive note to end on than what I was going to. So thanks, Zoe.
Yeah, thank you, Zoe. No, 100%. I think, I think volunteering with charities that support refugees and migrants is honestly one of the most valuable things we can do. I think there's a lot of stress and anxiety and fear out in the community right now, and anything that we can do to bolster support services, and there's some great charities out there providing great tailored support and community services, community activity. If we can support them with our money and our time, then I think that can make a real difference. I think there's also a lot of work that we can do on a local level to make sure that councils are resisting the Home Office on this front, whether that's passing city sanctuary motions. Really proud that in Islington, our homelessness services don't cooperate with the Home Office and don't update or share details of people's immigration status. That's really important and really valuable, and getting your local council to do the same should be a priority. And yeah, get politically involved. I honestly think the Green Party's role on this is so important, and joining or getting involved and helping us grow our voice on this is in face of what I think is kind of going to be one of the defining moral decisions and debates of our time, is something that can make a real difference. And we know that when we win elections and when we do successfully, our voice is loud and we get heard more. And so the local elections are coming up in May. There's a good opportunity for us to get more councillors. And just to link it, when we do well like that, then we get more coverage for our policies like this.
Well, I am now going to let you leave, Benali. So once again, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me.
Pleasure. Bye-bye.
So that was Benali Hamdache, the Green Party of England and Wales's spokesperson on migration. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that interview. Please do get them in the chat. We're hurtling towards the end of the show now. We've got one interview left to go, which is with Lindsey German from Stop the War Coalition. I'll be speaking to her in about 20 minutes time. Before that, we're going to keep rattling on with our Guess Who game to find the mystery person that I am giving you clues for. A significant person on the left. We've already had some guesses in the chat, but please keep your guesses coming. So far, I've told you that this person grew up in Cheltenham. They have a degree from Trinity College, Oxford. In 2016, it was revealed that their activities were being monitored by the police's domestic extremism unit. They first wrote for Bright Green in 2015. They have written books on sustainable transport, energy saving, and repairing household items. And my next clue for you is that they once stood as a candidate in the general election in the Hampstead and Highgate constituency. So guesses in the chat, please, for our mystery person. I'm going to take a very, very short break before I come back, and then we'll speak to Lindsey, and then we'll wrap up for the day. Thank you so much for joining us. If you haven't already, hit subscribe, like, share the stream, and guess who that mystery person is. I'll see you again in a few minutes. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. You're watching the last dregs of Bright Green Live. That's a horrible way to describe my show. You're watching the last few minutes of Bright Green Live. We're wrapping up in under an hour's time. We just have one guest left for you. I have no energy left, as you can tell from me slurring my words, which is Lindsey German, who is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. We're going to be discussing NATO in light of the Green Party's new policy on defence. Throughout the show, we've been running a game of Guess Who, where I've been giving you clues to a mystery person who is a significant figure on the left. I've given you a lot of clues so far for this mystery person. I'm going to give you one more now. So far I've told you they grew up in Cheltenham. They have a degree from Trinity College, Oxford. In 2016, it was revealed that their political activities were being monitored by the police's domestic extremism unit. They have written books on sustainable transport, energy saving and repairing household items. They first wrote for Bright Green in 2015. They once stood as a candidate in the general election in the Hampstead and Highgate constituency. And my next clue for you is that they have been a councillor since 2014. Who is my mystery person? Guesses in the chat for me, please. Also, please do line up some questions for our final guest today, Lindsey German. It's been a long journey today. We started the day talking about NATO. We're going to end the day talking about NATO. If you want to rewind and watch back our first interview of the day with Linda Walker, she is the co-convener of the Green Party of England and Wales's Peace, Security and Defence Policy Working Group. We discussed the Green Party's new defence policy, including the Green Party's new position on NATO, what it is, what it means, how it fits in with the rest of the party's defence policies. And that was at 10:30, so you can rewind way back in the stream till the very, very beginning, find that interview. You can also wait till a couple of days' time when I'll get that interview out as a standalone video, so you can watch that at your leisure. I'm going to be talking to Linda, and I'm going to be not Linda, I'm going to be talking to Lindsey in a few minutes' time. I'm going to be putting some of the arguments that Linda made to her. We also spoke to this earlier today, Michael Kyriacou from the UEA branch of UCU. UEA, currently the University of East Anglia, that is going through a financial crisis where Michael said they have a £45 million black hole in their finances. The crisis has led to the resignation of the Vice-Chancellor of the university, and I spoke to Michael about what his union branch is doing to fight for workers at that university, because they're really concerned that the attempts to fill that financial black hole will be met with cuts and with compulsory redundancies. So I spoke to Michael earlier. You can go back and watch that. I also spoke to Chris Garrard from Culture Unstained about why that organisation is campaigning to get cultural institutions to end their sponsorship relationships with the fossil fuel industry, and also specifically about the successful campaign to get the Royal Opera House to end their 33 decade, that's a long time, 33-year-long relationship with BP. At 2:30 today, I spoke to Etienne Stott, who is an Olympic gold medalist and an activist with Extinction Rebellion. We spoke about the upcoming Extinction Rebellion mobilisation in April and how you can get involved in that. I spoke to Tyrone Scott, the chair of Greens of Colour, about his plans for that group and how the Green Party can improve its representation of people of colour. And just now, my last interview was with Benali Hamdache, a friend of the show, who is the Green Party's migration spokesperson. We discussed the Greens' new policy on migration. So at the party spring conference last weekend, not only did they pass a major rewrite of their policies on defence, they also passed a major rewrite of their policies on migration. And I spoke to Benali about what those policies are and what they mean. And also we, of course, reflected on the government's latest anti-migrant legislation in the form of the illegal migration bill. That's the show so far. We have one interview left, which is with Lindsey German, coming up very, very soon. But just to let you know, the next episode of Bright Green Live will be taking place on the 9th of April. I don't have guests to confirm with you yet today, but keep your eyes peeled on our socials to find out who will be joining us in the near future. I can tell you that among the guests that we have penciled in but not yet confirmed is 2 members of Parliament. I'm also hoping to speak to some members of the Scottish Green Party, because their spring conference is coming up this Saturday, and so I'll be delving into some of the things that have come out of that conference. It's particularly interesting that conference is taking place right now because it's in the context of the SNP leadership election. The Scottish Greens are obviously currently in government with the SNP, and if the SNP leadership election goes in a certain direction, that could have major ramifications to the whether or not the Scottish Greens will continue in that government. Particularly, I'm thinking about issues around gender recognition reform. I'm also thinking about some of the economic platforms that the leadership candidates in the SNP election are taking. And so if Ash Regan or Kate Forbes win that election, it'll be interesting to see what the Scottish Greens' response to that will be in terms of whether they are willing to continue their government arrangement with the SNP. So we'll be discussing that and much more on the next episode of Bright Green Live, as well as bringing on some analysts and exciting people to talk about the upcoming May local election. So April 9th, get it in your diary. But the most effective way to make sure that you don't miss that show is to hit the subscribe button. If you haven't done so already, hitting subscribe means that you'll get a notification every time we go live. Our videos will appear in your subscriptions feed. We're more likely to appear on your homepage on YouTube, on suggested videos, and so on. And it also means that other people are more likely to see these videos as well. So if you've enjoyed these interviews that I've been bringing you today, if you want to see more of them, hit subscribe. But also, if you've enjoyed them, other people will like them too. And so if you hit subscribe, more people will see them. And also, if you hit the like button on this video, more people will see them as well. And if you want more people to hear the interview that I'm about to do with Lindsey German, you can share the link to the stream on your socials. And you can retweet us and share where we've put it out as well. So on Twitter, we are at BrightGRN. On Facebook, we're at facebook.com/BrightGRN. On Instagram, we're at BrightGreen Online. And on Mastodon, we're at BrightGreen on the UK server. So throughout the show, we have been running our Guess Who game. I've been giving you a series of clues to a mystery person who is a significant figure on the left. Earlier in the day, we had a series of clues, and the answer was James Connolly. And two people, very astute people, got that answer. Our second mystery person was Rosa Luxemburg, which one person managed to get. Our final mystery person, there have been some guesses in the chat already, but I want to see some more guesses now before the end of the show. I'm going to give you your last clue on that mystery person just at the end of the show once I finish speaking to Lindsey. But before I do that, just to give you a rundown of the clues I've given you so far. Get your guesses in the chat, please. This person grew up in Cheltenham. They have a degree from Trinity College, Oxford. In 2016, it was revealed that their political activities were being monitored by the police domestic extremism unit. They've written books on sustainable transport, on energy saving, and on repairing household items. They first wrote for Bright Green in 2015. They were once a candidate in a general election in the Hampstead and Highgate constituency, and they have also been a local councillor since 2014. Who is that mystery person? A significant figure on the left. Get your guesses in the chat, and after I've done the last interview, we'll get one final clue for you as well. Also in the chat, get some questions lined up for me to put to Lindsey. And I would love it as well if you give me some comments, thoughts, feedback on the interviews so far today. Any particular guests you really enjoyed, I can sure to book them again in the future. And also any suggestions for guests on future shows. I'm always up for getting people booked that you want to see booked, because then you're more likely to watch. So if there's anyone in particular that you would like to see interviewed, then please do let me know. And I'll try my very, very best to book them in the future. Get those suggestions in the chat. Get your comments and feedback for the show so far. And please do also as well tell me who that mystery person was. So Lindsey's going to be joining me in about 5 minutes' time. But before she does, I have one other major thing to ask you to do. On top of subscribing, on top of liking, on top of telling me your things in the chat, I have a lot of requests for you today. This one is a big one. It is in relation to the future of Bright Green. So the high production values, the professionalism of this stream, it might give you some notions of the amount of money we have behind this project of Bright Green. But the truth is, that we don't have the backing of big business or billionaires like so much of the rest of the media does. Now, that means two things. The first thing it means is that we are free to report on things that no one else will report on. It means that we're free to report on them in a way that no one else will report on them, because we're not beholden to those interests of big money, of big business, of billionaires. What it also means is we need people like you. We need people like you to set up a regular donation so we can keep running these shows, Bright Green Live. We can put out more interviews and videos on our YouTube channel. We can keep running all the articles that you read and enjoy on our website. So if you are able to, please, please, please do head to bright-green.org/donate and set up a regular donation so that we can keep running all of these things. Unfortunately, this doesn't come for free. We need to keep raising money in order to firstly continue what we're doing, but also to grow, because we've got really big ambitions to be one of the leading alternative media platforms in the country. We really want to be reaching hundreds of thousands of people every single month, so that the kinds of politics, the views, the values, the ideas, the people that we platform can be heard by more people. The best way that you can make sure that happens is to set up a donation, preferably a regular donation, but I understand times are difficult. So if you're just able to provide something one-off, that still goes a huge way as well. So please do, if you are able to, head to bright-green.org/donate. There's a link in the description of this video where you can head to and set up that donation. And I'm also going to pop a link in the chat just now that you can click on straight away and set up a donation if you're able to. It makes a massive difference. But still, if you can't afford that, you can afford to click like, because that doesn't cost you a penny. So please do click like on the video, as that will mean that this video appears in more people's streams. So very, very shortly, I'm going to be joined by Lindsey German, who is our final guest of the day. Before we wrap things up, I'm going to be speaking to Lindsey about NATO, the Green Party's new defence policy, and her reflections on that. If you want more people to see that interview, share, hit subscribe, hit like, and get more people watching. And of course, do get some questions in the chat so that I can put them to Lindsey. So I can see now that Lindsey is just joining the call. So whilst Lindsey connects to the Zoom call, I'll just do a brief bit of an introduction so that folks know who they are about to hear from. So I'm absolutely delighted to be joined next by Lindsey German, who is the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. You might be familiar with the Stop the War Coalition. Of course, we're on the 20th anniversary of the largest demonstration in British history, which was organised by Stop the War in response to the invasion of Iraq. And today I'm going to be talking to Lindsey about NATO, specifically in relation to the Green Party's new position on that military alliance. But before we delve into any of that, I just want to say a massive welcome to you, Lindsey. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thanks. And thanks for inviting me, Chris. It's good to be here.
Not at all. It's brilliant to have you. So let's start things off relatively straightforwardly. What would you describe as your and Stop the War's criticisms of NATO?
Well, to us, and I think to most people on the left, including CND, for example, who's also long had this position, we regard NATO as an offensive military alliance. We think it's been involved in a whole number of wars and confrontations which have actually made the world a more dangerous place, not a safer place. So we don't believe that NATO saying that it's acting in a humanitarian way really is borne out by the facts. If you look at the facts, it was set up shortly after the Second World War as part of the emerging Cold War. It was clearly a military alliance which was meant, as they said at the time, to keep the Germany down, the Russians out, and the Americans in. That was the aim of NATO's role in Europe, and it played that role right through the Cold War.
And so just last weekend, the Green Party of England and Wales shifted its policy on NATO. So historically, the Greens have had a position where if there was a Green government, the Green Party would take Britain out of that military alliance. Now their position is somewhat more nuanced, and it says now that the Greens want to see major reforms to NATO. So they've called for an end to a commitment for NATO to make a commitment of a no nuclear first use policy, for NATO to uphold human rights in its operations, and to only act in defensive in a defensive manner. What do you make of that shift in policy, and what do you make about how realistic it is that those reforms can be delivered within NATO?
Well, from my point of view, I think the shift in policy is regrettable. I remember marching with the Greens on many, many occasions, but particularly when there was the NATO summit in Wales, I think back in 2014, where we were clearly there on a no to NATO platform, and the Greens very much had this view. So I think it's a shame that this has now been changed. And I have to say, with all respect, I'm sure that people are putting this policy for reasons of humanitarian care and concern about what's happening in Ukraine, which is totally understandable. But I have to say that I think the idea that you can somehow impose on NATO that it won't use nuclear first use, or that it will only be used in defensive operations, is simply belies the reality of the situation, which is that it's increasingly being used in aggressive situations. NATO was central to the bombing of the former Yugoslavia in 1999. That was a NATO operation, 78 days of bombing of a European country. It was central to the Afghan war. It was central to the bombing of Libya in 2011. So, you've got to look at the record here, and the record isn't a good one. And now we have that NATO is really changing the whole landscape of Europe militarily with its, you've got now Finland and Sweden who are joining, who've formerly been neutral countries in Europe, and there's been pressure on other neutral countries like Ireland to do the same thing. There's a massive increase of arms being produced and also sent to Ukraine and to neighbouring countries. There are lots of NATO troops all across Eastern Europe in all the countries bordering Russia. So I think the idea that somehow this is just going to be doing a humanitarian job just simply isn't the case.
So I guess from your perspective, do you think that essentially NATO, its raison d'etre, its very reason for being, means that it can't be reformed in the kinds of way that the Greens now are calling for?
I think that's exactly right. And I think that if you look at what's happening in Ukraine now, Putin's invasion was absolutely unjustifiable, and we opposed it and continue to oppose it, and have done so for the whole of the last year. But this is effectively now a proxy war between NATO on the one hand and Russia on the other hand, and that is something which should frighten us all, because the danger of escalation, the danger of a much bigger war, and of course the danger of some sort of nuclear confrontation, because Russia has nuclear weapons, and also NATO has nuclear. NATO is a nuclear armed power. There are 3 countries in NATO that have nuclear weapons themselves, which is the United States, Britain, and France. But there are a whole number of other countries which actually have sort of the nuclear sharing operation, which means that they too are involved in holding nuclear weapons.
So you mentioned earlier about shifts in NATO recently. So obviously you've seen sort of Finland and Sweden and others talking about joining the alliance, and that's come about as a result of, in part, as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I think that invasion has triggered a lot of sort of thinking on the left of politics that's questioned our historic opposition to NATO and our historic opposition to membership of NATO. And that's certainly fed into some of the thinking that's been going on in the Greens. What do you make of that argument that actually Russia's invasion of Ukraine means that we have to rethink our approach and attitude to NATO?
Well, I don't really accept the argument. I understand it, of course, and I understand that for many people, they feel that Russia is a threat to their independence and to their countries, and I totally understand that. But you've got to look at what NATO has done since the end of the Cold War. It's expanded on a massive scale. We now have NATO membership, which is very closely tied to EU membership. In fact, if you want to be a member of the EU, you have to sign up to NATO, or being prepared to be a NATO member as well as part of the defence policy. We now have NATO, which Gorbachev was promised back in the 80s that NATO would not expand beyond the border of what was then the old East Germany, DDR. It's now expanded 1,000 miles east of that. And of course, NATO membership is now, NATO members are now right around the edge of Russia, including effectively Ukraine has been pulled more and more into NATO long before the invasion started, going back a decade or more. And Ukraine is now de facto a member of NATO. Really, its military defense is so closely aligned with NATO that makes it really effectively a part of NATO. But of course, there's also NATO expansion now in what's called the Indo-Pacific, and this is aimed at the supposed threat of China. So China is being more and more encircled by the AUKUS Pact, which is going to have nuclear-powered submarines in Australia, which isn't a nuclear power. Japan, which is rearming at a very, very substantial rate in order to get new weapons. And of course, it's very, very close to China, with very great antagonisms between China and Japan going back to the Second World War and before that. So you're seeing this growing threat of war internationally, and the possibility of two major theatres of war, one in Europe, in Eastern Europe, as we're seeing now, but also another theatre of war in China. And it seems to me NATO is absolutely central to both of those, and is an aggressive alliance, not a defensive alliance.
So I promised to only keep you for 10 minutes, but I wanted to put two quick final questions to you, if that's okay. The first of them is about, I guess, your response, to Stop the War's response to the Ukraine war in relation to NATO. So Stop the War has faced quite considerable criticism for its initial attitude towards the invasion of Ukraine, or rather the run-up to the invasion of Ukraine, in saying that NATO expansionism was provoking Russian aggression there. How would you respond to that criticism?
Well, firstly, we didn't say that NATO expansion was provoking Russian aggression. The Russians are responsible for their own aggression. And I think we should be perfectly clear about that. You can't justify what they did by looking at what other people have done. However, you've also got to say that NATO expansion played a role in what has now happened in Ukraine. And you can't just look at Ukraine as if history started 18 months ago or something, with the build-up of Russian troops on the border. This is a conflict which goes back a long, long way, and NATO have been part of arming countries which border on Russia and doing all sorts of things which make the possibility of war more likely. Now, this isn't, as we're always accused, this isn't a Putin talking point. It's not an apology for Putin. I've always opposed what Putin has done. I opposed what he did in Chechnya, and I've opposed it ever since. And I've never had the view that Russia had anything to do with socialism or anything like that. So I don't have any kind of brief for Putin. But I have to say, when I look at the world, and as you said at the beginning, we're on the anniversary of 20 years on this weekend from the war in Iraq. And the truth of the matter is, and lots of mainstream commentators make this point, that Iraq helped to create the situation we're now in with the situation in Ukraine and Russia. That is not to justify any of it, but let's look at the reality. Let's look at 20 years ago. Since then, double the amount of arms spending internationally, nearly 2 trillion dollars spent on arms worldwide now in the modern world. Look at what's happening. It used to be that when the US and the UK went to war against Afghanistan, Afghanistan didn't even have an air force. When they went to war against Iraq, they said there were weapons of mass destruction, but the truth is, militarily, it was very, very easy for them to defeat Iraq. Now you have confrontation between major powers and nuclear armed powers, and that's a totally different situation. And I don't think we can absolve our own government and the United States government from any responsibility from that, which is why our argument is not that we want to support these continuing wars. We think that the arming of Ukraine is going to make things worse, and we think that there should be peace talks. Now, that's not ideal, but most wars end in negotiations, and this one will end in negotiations. The real question is how many Ukrainians and Russians die in the process, and how much more dangerous it makes the world in the process.
And the final question I wanted to put to you then is, your position is that, you know, Britain should not be a member of NATO. What would a defence policy for the UK look like outside of NATO?
Well, I think one of the things, and I'm sure many people in the Greens would agree with me about this, that one of the things we should be honest about is Britain is not under attack from anybody. Is the simple truth of the matter. We're not about to be invaded. We're not in this situation. And that isn't because we've got a few Trident submarines. It's because actually the way that the world works is by trying to settle differences in a way which is not a military one. If you ask me what security really means in this country, I would say that, and in any country, that people want a decent living standard, they want housing, they want health, they want that's what security really means to people. And our government is increasing the amount that it's spending on arms and decreasing the amount it's spending on education and health and all the other things which will benefit us. And I just feel, you know, it's always it's like every time you get close to a war, people say, what would you do? You know, what would you do? The new Hitler's about to, you know, do whatever. And the actual truth is, what we've done over decades now is to make the international situation more dangerous, to make it more unstable. And then we turn around and say, oh, we've got to spend more weapons to deal with this. No, there has to be a different answer. And if you look at it, interestingly, if you look in the world, this is a major issue for us here in Europe. And, you know, Europe's very, very centrally involved in the Ukraine war, as is the United States. You look at most of the rest of the world, India isn't. India's kind of neutral on it. Latin America, they don't support Putin, but they don't support what NATO is doing either. So it'd be good to have a foreign policy and a world system which wasn't based on the small number of major imperialist powers who are constantly pushing towards more military conflict.
Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today, Lindsey. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope I'm sure it will provoke a debate, and I hope we can have a friendly debate over these questions. Thanks very much.
I have no doubt that it will, and I hope indeed that we can keep that debate comradely. So that was Lindsey German, the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. And Lindsey was our final guest of the day. So we are going to be wrapping things up very, very soon. I'll let Lindsey, you're welcome to leave the call as and when. I've just got a few bits of admin to finish up the show with
Thanks
now.
very much.
So cheers, Lindsey. So that's the end of the show. We're finished with all of our interviews. Thank you so much for everyone who have joined us throughout the day. And thank you to all of our guests. I've had an amazing time speaking to such incredible and insightful people. Before we go, I have just a few final things to say to you. The first is I'm going to give you our final clue to the Guess Who game. And so you can find out who this mystery person was. They grew up in Cheltenham. They have a degree from Trinity College, Oxford. In 2016, it was revealed that their political activities are being monitored by the Police Domestic Extremism Unit. They've written books on sustainable transport, on energy saving, and on repairing household items. They first wrote for Bright Green in 2015. They stood in the general election in the Hampstead and Highgate constituency. They've been a councillor since 2014, and they have been in the London Assembly since 2016. Please get your final guesses on our mystery person in the chat, along with any final goodbyes and comments on the show throughout the day. Get them in the chat and I'll read through some of them when I wrap up. But before I do that, a few final things to say. Firstly, please do hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. If you've enjoyed this show, you'll enjoy our later one. So hit subscribe, make sure you don't miss out. Please also give us one last final like on the video so that the video will appear in more people's feeds. You can catch all of Bright Green's work on the socials. On Facebook, we're facebook.com/brightgrn. On Twitter, we're @brightgrn. On Instagram, we're @brightgreenonline. On Mastodon, we're @brightgreen on the UK server. You can sign up to our mailing list on our website, bright-green.org. You can make sure you keep on top of everything we're doing through that. The next episode of Bright Green Live is going to be on April the 9th. So get that in your diaries now. We're going to have another stellar lineup of guests throughout the full 8-hour suite that will be that show. So please do get that in your diaries. Hit subscribe so that you don't miss it. And get your final guesses in for our Guess Who game as to who that mystery person was. And I will read out some of the guesses. So earlier on in the show, we had someone guess Jenny Jones as the mystery person. We also had someone guess Sean Berry. If you agree with them, stick your answers in the chat and get any final guesses in there. Final reminder to like, share, and subscribe and to set a reminder in your diary for the April the 9th for the next episode of Bright Green Live. If you haven't got it already, the third and final mystery person we've been looking for all day is Sean Berry. So well done to Zoe Garbutt, who got it on clue number 2, who clearly knows, firstly, where Sean grew up, but also that she has a degree from Trinity College, Oxford, and also to Rich Turner Music, who also identified Sean as the mystery person. I'm going to leave it there. It's been 7 hours and 3/4. It's been a mammoth show. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Thank you to all my guests. Thank you to all of you for watching. It's been an absolute joy. I'll see you all very, very soon.